you know, you are predicting them to, then Ivy will be within a good chance of making that work. So throw him up on the board for me.
See, Ivy does play initiators, so we'll let you have that one, but he's a bit more of the flex
He's
player.
more
I
of
think
a flex.
Francis is more of the initiator.
But Coach Big Time would put him on initiator.
Right, okay.
I think he plays plenty of initiators. I think that counts.
And yeah, Sage is an initiator on split, so I'm going to pick Devi for PRX.
Make it work, sure.
That's already two PRX. Oh, sorry, only one PRX player for me so far. But I think, yeah, they will have a good game. And Devi was really, really outstanding in the game against T1. He was full Unk status, just swinging absolutely everything. Apparently, Devi's Unk when he's, how old, like mid-20s or something like that. That's what happens when you play on a team of a bunch of youngsters. You get past the age of 25, you haven't grown up playing Fortnite, and you're an Unk now.
Yeah, it's a Uncle David.
You got the first pick on the next one.
I think Senti is pretty straightforward for me, because I've watched this man play Senti against Nongshim over and over and over again, and he is always cracked. Berserks is going to be my Senti pick. I love watching this man play. When he's on form, he's kind of like the only person I've seen a little bit, like some of the better teams in Pacific have been doing it as well, but this is a guy who can kind of soft counter Dampy as well. He swaps his Sentinel pick and changes his setups based on who he's playing against a little bit, and he tends to have some very, very good performances. In the Ascension Grand Final, this guy was the key to Boom doing so well, and the slight little agent change-ups and variations that he did, like swapping to Cypher on Lotus, was absolutely key, and I think, again, he's going to be well within his comfort zone to have a good performance for Boom here.
All right, big time.
So we need to get Zeta players in here. None of us are super confident in Zeta, but I'm going to go Shota.
Okay.
He did not have a great first series.
You see moments from him though. You see like sometimes he has a nice little multi-frag on a site. Paper Thin, I mean, well, he swears by everyone on Zeta, to be fair, but he says this guy's the truth. So
yeah, I'm looking for a bounce back game from him. I think if you're kind of rock bottom and you feel like you've had a very bad opener, it's kind of, the onus is on you to really pick it up for your team here. So I need to get a Sentinel player in there. You already stole Depth, which was, I think, the smartest move. But if I'm looking for someone to bounce back, really bring big numbers today, I want to see it from Shota. They need him on form if they're going to try and sneak a win today, absolutely. So throw him in there for me.
All right, so big time, you are missing somebody from Boom, and Pilsky, you need somebody from Nongshim.
Oh, that's an easy pick. I already know who you're going to pick.
I've decided incredibly fast. For my controller
You
player.
build your roster around him.
Literally.
I always feel like.
DOS9. I've got Boom winning today. I worked with DOS9 in the past. He's an absolute superstar. He's so young. He's coming into this league. We saw how much Fields really rates him. I rate him in that same capacity. For them to get a win today, expect this man at the top of the scoreboard. Keep your eyes on him. He's absolutely the one to watch. I think if I had to predict right now, he's going to be my match MVP for this first series in a 2-1 close Boom win. Write that down. So I got to throw him.
You're going for the MVP points too.
Absolutely.
True, that's actually smart.
Yeah.
And you know what, Kazakh players kind of cracked. Even going back to other TAC FPS and things like that, you've had a lot of Kazakh players that have been very, very good. So I want to see more Kazakh players in Valorant for sure.
All right,
and
your
some
controller?
of those underrated regions. I'm going to pick Persia again. I already picked him, and he got me okay stats on the first day, but he was maybe the best player in Ascension. He's always clutch for Nongshim, always comes through with the goods. Everyone rates Persia, even the tier 1 team say he's a very, very good player. So I think he's going to be a very, very safe pick in the controller role. And also, I have one player from every team. You have one player from every team.
Yep.
And that means that chat can pick anybody. There's no team restrictions in the flex.
Anybody except a duelist. Chat can help us out here. Let's start with big time teams first.
Okay. Right.
Let's
help me out, chat.
I'm not gonna lie, Morgan. You're gonna get smoked today.
Flex pick Aspas. Yep.
Aspas.
Sure.
Where's he? Hold on. Let me have a look.
Oh wait. Okay.
Is this Aspas? Can we confirm? Is this Aspas or is this not Aspas?
Perhaps there was another universe. There was an alternate reality where we were on this desk, and Aspas was one of these choices.
Definitely might be. So I'm definitely going to have to go. I mean, there's a very, very obvious answer here. Venki is saying flex equals Forsaken, any other person equals wrong answer. And I think he might be right in this scenario. So let me dig out Forsaken. He is the true flex player, by the way, even though production got this wrong last week and we weren't allowed to pick him. But we are allowed to pick him. for this week, so I got to get Forsaken in my team. The man's a legend, so throw him up for me, and now I'm feeling good about my team.
Yeah, that is a good pick. That's probably what I would have gone for as well. I think Forsaken kind of farms ZETA every time he plays them as well.
All right, now for Pilsky.
Everyone's saying Forsaken. Guys, I can't pick Forsaken anymore.
Technically, you can.
I'm not going to.
Technically, you can, but they have a gentleman's agreement.
It's no fun if we pick the same players.
Yeah, it's no fun on the desk, but you'll see later, like the casters actually, share the players and stuff. But hey, ooh, I see another Aspas. You want to put him in there?
Yeah. You know what? Everyone's saying Forsaken, but we do have GG Aereo said Shiro. I'll take Shiro.
Nice choice.
Know what? I'll take Shiro as my flex.
Underrated choice.
He had some pop off in Ascension as well. Some really good rounds, and I don't know. It's very up and down. That's the trouble with picking some of the boom players sometimes. Is that they can have really good maps, but then they can also have some lackluster maps. However, actually against T1 on the KO, he was looking really nice.
Yeah, he was.
And I think that he could have a really good game against Nongshim today. So I will go with the Shiro choice a little bit.
Yo, they're still picking. They're still picking players.
And Ewok loves this player, so
doesn't even matter, man. You see how much? You see how they got destroyed, chat?
So much, chat, for
they call themselves analysts. They call themselves ex-coaches. Can't even pick up the best players. For those who missed it, they had 67 and 66 points yesterday, and I had 89, chat. They don't have me on the desk because they're scared.
I'm going to be reliving this fateful day, Pilsky. We were there.
What's up, everybody?
I believe that fateful day on September 29, 2024.
All right, here's what's up today.
Against Nongshim in the grand finals of Ascension. What luck that we're seeing it now once again.
Yeah, it was a fantastic game. Maybe one of the best games
I've had the
pleasure of watching, and I'm really looking forward to them rematching.
The black bean sauce chapaghetti.
The game can be as epic as that. I've been casting for almost 10 years.
With egg and cheese.
I'm checking out the pics of the casters over there. We see a double Margaret. We see a double DOS 9.
Ooh, there we go.
Does that mean it's a DOS 18 now? Then that case.
I think
another Nongshim classic.
Yeah, I mean, I can see why. I rate him so highly, so I think...
Chat, we don't need to talk about the past, okay? Chat, we don't need to talk about... Yesterday is yesterday, today is today.
Imagine that.
Alright, chat. We don't need to get hung up on the past.
A lot about you and your history.
Yeah,
but
thank you.
Alright.
You guys have a say in this as
I like to move forward,
you guys
okay?
can vote for who you think will win or who you think is the better coach for today. We do have
They were so close, though.
Will be there, up there for a limited time only, I believe, up until the end of map 1 of the first match. So do get those votes in. See who has the better team over here. You have actually a very diverse selection compared to the casters, which kind of were like aligning.
No, they looked good, and Xfero was sick too, but we weren't confirmed that, so I couldn't mention it. But I'm pretty sure they had him playing judge only because he wasn't feeling well, which is unfortunate. But I don't think you can necessarily blame that because he was still playing really well, and then the way they played the judge worked out really well. So I don't think you can necessarily blame it, but it is a shame.
You kind of want to change, or you kind of want to talk about what's changed so far, right? Now we know that.
Yo, Steven Liggy's belly button. This is before we get started. RQ lower bracket run. They're gonna bring death and destruction to Genji in the lower final of main bank. I mean, that'd be one hell of a storyline. No, it was a really good match, though. It was a really good match. I think it was good through and through. I think it showcased the strengths of both teams really well. But honestly, I couldn't help but think in Haven that this is where the experience of like winning matters. Like winning tough matches, winning trophies, all that stuff.
I feel like Boom has gotten better since Ascension, and they already stepped up to a very high level in that grand final. I thought that grand final was kind of the peak of their power.
Yeah, dude, the first kills though. Jemkin was on fire that map 3. Kushi looked really good too. Kushi continues to look really good. Those two are really, I think they're living up to the hype. Jemkin now really shining. You know, he always had like good stats, but I think he's really putting up the highlights as well to convince even the casual viewer this year. But then, I mean, Kushi right off the bat.
face Nongshim in the grand finals also.
Yeah.
They're just that team that somehow.
But you know what the craziest thing is like in my head, the moment they got 12-10, but there were only 2-round differentials. In my head, I was like, they're so close, but I feel like I just don't know if they have the patience to like not let it get to them.
To be honest, but for Nongshim,
But I don't think it's just that. I mean, I think Gen G played really. The fact that you know what really, I don't think you can really blame anything else other than the fact that the call that Munchkin makes and Gen G makes for their attacking round in OT was like, that's how you know, that's where you could see like, okay, this is why they won a trophy. The call that they make of like, okay, we still haven't hit C site. As soon as they realize it's Killjoy setups on A,
as you say,
let's pressure C, and then they purposely don't push at once. They creep in, and then they flood back site. Like that's because that way you don't trigger the breach early enough to delay you. So like, I mean, you can't beat that call. Like, it's just like, okay, like that was the best call.
You know, it's we're reliving it now.
And quite frankly, I wonder if the setups, if the Killjoy setups would have differed if Xfero was feeling better, just because it's like hard anchoring C site on Haven as Omen is really tough. It's much easier as Astra, but obviously Manya plays the Omen really well, so like there's nothing wrong with the Omen pick, but usually you don't always default to the Omen on C. So.
They were very good against Naus, I think it was.
But anyway, yeah, I mean, I'm glad everyone saw that RQ was competitive, though. I think I just hope that obviously their mental is good enough that they can bounce back, because they have to play tomorrow again. So we'll see. But I mean, they played their hearts out. They played their hearts out, and I think like I ran into Gen G afterwards in the elevator too, and they were just like, HSK was like, it's always tough. Playing RQ is always tough. So it's like, I mean, as it always has been. So you know, they played really well. But yeah, but Foxy9 friggin' picked it up. So like, I'm happy for him. Like, Foxy9 was on fire yesterday. Holy. Foxy9 was sick. I was getting really hyped for Foxy9 in every single clip. Foxy9 was really sick. But I mean, he's talked about it like on his own too. Like if people come to fight him, he's good with that. He'll take anybody. Like he's really confident in that. It's just the macro play that he struggles with still, I think. But he was playing real well. Talent and GE. I mean, yesterday was just bangers back to back, no? Yesterday was bangers.
So it's like now we're in Nongshim's back garden, you know, we're back in Seoul. So how is that going to affect these teams? We just got to wait and see.
Yeah, how crazy is it that, you know, both of these teams actually get to challenge each other on such important matches in both of their home courts? I mean, teams rarely get a chance like that, right? It's actually a really interesting story for both of these teams.
Yeah, that's where he shined last year as well. You're right.
Like
it's when he was allowed to fight 1v2, 1v3 just on his own.
It should be Boom, shouldn't it?
I mean, it's kind of the same both with Foxy and Flashback, right? They're both players who are mechanically so gifted that they'll take on the duels, but it's the macro that they still have to learn. So
for me, this is a pretty
the
Pearl pick is interesting from Boom. They're going to back themselves, but Nongshim did beat DRX.
I would have probably just crashed the analyst test, literally. Probably crashed the Korean analyst test too. I probably just would have crashed the entire stage. I would have just jumped down from the second floor during the interview if RQ had won. It was just such a good game too. It was just such an epic game.
This is not a scared veto.
Nongshim did pick mine.
Taking it to Pearl, it was 11-13 to T1 on Pearl, so I think they want to run that back. They want to feel like, hey, we could have won that game. We can win this game, so we're going to take it to you. And it's exactly the same with Bind. You know, maybe they're trying to trigger the flashbacks by picking Bind.
I mean, they did say, Boom did say, right, can we ban Bind and can
before we move on, so there were questions about the map pool. Does it hurt Boom? I mean, I don't really think so. Does it favor Boom? I don't know if it necessarily does. I didn't get to catch it. They had Fields on earlier, so I didn't get to catch it. But it is interesting that Fields was working with DOS9 on Revenant, right? And now they're both on Boom. So I'm curious how that works, because Revenant was one of the teams that actually gave Nongshim a little bit of trouble. Like, sure, there were audio issues, etc., but I thought their prep against Nongshim's bind was really, really good. So, so I thought that was really good. Hey, what's up, YouTube? What's up? What's up? I see you guys. Thank you. Appreciate it. And then, what was one? There was one more. Someone said one more thing.
It's like, why not flip the story a little bit? But you're sticking to Nongshim.
Oh yeah, of course. I don't think Nongshim is
What
even
did you
playing
guys...
to their ceiling so far in this tournament.
What was the other question? Oh, GE talent. Hold on. Since we know the maps, let's get it up. What is it? Pro first, right?
Hey, but we're gonna have PRX and ZETA. But before that, we're gonna relive the grand finals of Ascension Pacific with Nongshim and Boom. So let's send it to the stage.
All right, Gamba is up on Twitch. Get your predictions in. Hey, what's up, Tron? The GE Talon match. I mean, dude, Talon on Split was disappointing because I think the comp was fine. Both of the teams, their comps, on the maps that they lost, I think were fine. I mean, I'm still not big on the triple Senti, but I don't think that was the problem. I do think Talon just played really well around it, though. But I don't think triple Senti is the problem because Chamber, I think, is really still good on Lotus. Yeah, we gotta make sure we eat all our noodles, so the noodle buff is live for the entire match.
Boom esports.
It's a match we've seen before. It's a matchup we know very, very well. But this time, it's no longer for the Pacific stage, but on the Pacific stage. The last time these teams met, that
Do you think the 18 Global Events naming should be changed? No, I mean, I get why. I get why, and the objective argument is that it should be changed. But
I said it after that grand finals finish.
I don't think we should have like 3-4 different names. We already have too many names.
Already they're proving that they belong here with their opening series result.
I'm right there with you on that one. Both of these teams definitely deserve to be here. You could see that from that final. It's one of the most hyped up matchups, to be honest, of this tournament in my mind. And I'm so happy.
What about Quad Sentinel? You're right. You're right. They were missing that extra Sentinel. That's what it was. No, but Talon, first of all, dude, Talon was taken out Vice Util like within the first 40 seconds. That's crazy. Like every round. And then on attack, I mean, again, you need to invest to set up the chamber so that they can hold a lot of space, and this wasn't working out. Because that's the only way you can hold pressure, and then you can use the rest of your util to get in and then hold post plant. But you know, that's always kind of rough. Today's noodles are chapaghetti with egg and cheese. It's called spaghetti in Korean. It's just a shortening for chapaghetti, so cha, and then ke for egg, which is keran, and then chi for cheese.
Super within their wheelhouse. We saw them play with Ascent a little bit against
Zeus just bought the G bundle and we lost 7 rounds in a row. Yeah, they counter chamber. Yeah, but basically, right? Like I said it on cast too, but they knew that they only needed to use Prowler to push out chamber, because once you push out chamber, that area is done, and then you just creep up, jump peek the shear wall. That's done, right? Paint shells for the razor vines. That's done, and then at that point, barrier mesh has to come out somewhere, and then you just break it. Like Talon just played against it really, really well.
Yeah, I don't really see either of these teams making massive changes.
Let me get a napkin real quick.
Have this style that works for them, and I think we're going to see them ride that out to the very end of kickoff, at very least, if not into stage 1. To be honest, I like that both these teams really believe in themselves. As we said with this veto, I really feel like both of these teams are backing their own style, their own I don't know how to word it, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, oh, 100%. And to pick up on Mika's point, I mean, the whole narrative before the Ascension Grand Final is Famous could not really play Neon very well, but he did Neon diff Danby in that Haven game, and once again, it's the first thing I thought of when I was looking at this Pearl pick.
You would have picked Cypher over Vice? Nah. I don't think that's the problem. I think Vice is way better than Cypher in that composition. I think Vice is way better than Cypher in that composition. Also just in the current meta.
A little bit of a slower style for the Nongshim boys, which have already seen them play, and Boom playing that flexible double init.
Yeah, as you mentioned before about...
But it's Talon playing well around the Vice, and then GE just not really being able to adapt to it fast enough, right?
How would they use this Killjoy to answer Danby's Neon? Because obviously you don't have quite as much catch power as that Cypher does, so I'm definitely excited for this matchup.
Oh yeah, so excited as well as everybody else. We're all waiting for it, and I'm really curious what the caster's pick is. Do you guys like Indomie or Nongshim Noodles, Achilles, paper thin?
It's a little bit of a potentially.
Would you say that you noticed a notable improvement in Foxy 9's macro? Not so much his macro, but I think Gen G has figured out how to play around Foxy 9 a decent amount. They seem to have figured out to really just let Foxy 9 like almost tunnel vision on one part of the map, both on attack and defense, right? Like if the round where he gets the 3K on B main, like his only goal is make sure they don't push out of B main, right? And then when we plant, you flank around. And then on defense, it's like, we're going to fight here, you're going to hold there. And if they come to you, you kill them all. Like, they set this up really well. Where I don't think they've put as much burden and expectation on him to make his own judgment calls to, like, take space and pull back and things like that. So I think... which is fine. Which is fine. I mean, listen, when you have Meteor, you use Meteor. When you have Foxy 9, you use Foxy 9. And I think they played it really well. Cypherlock on postman. Chat, I am one of the people that have always said that Cypherlock is stronger in attack, but so is Vice. Like, the problem isn't that their post plant was weak. The problem was that they couldn't even get to the post plant reliably. That was the problem. But Cypher wasn't going to fix that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that was necessarily the problem.
Mostly classics here for the side of Nongshim, starting off on that defense. 3-player stack at A.
But yeah, chat, about the whole Masters thing, like, I get it, but you always have to think, okay, so Riot is always, they always have, even with League of Legends, they will always prioritize the greatest common denominator, right? Which is the casual fan base. And what it takes to make the best storylines for the casual fan base, things like that. Having more titles, distinguishing between 8 teams and 12 teams. You know, if you're going to have 8 teams, that's fine, but distinguishing amongst it because it's a different format, etc. From a very hardcore perspective, that is true. And from a hardcore perspective, that's how it should be. Dude, what is going on with this UI? Was it always like this where it just completely highlighted who was being observed?
Not much being given over here by Boom, actually.
But I don't know if that's better or worse.
Not really able to kind of transfer
I guess it's better.
To the A site, which is where we can see where Boom
but on top of that, and like that can work, right? If we were going to have like a 50-year-old game where it's just years and years of tournaments and everyone just accepts that that is now the norm and the tradition, like that's fine. But like that's not what they're going for with Valorant, and so when you consider that, it's like there's pros and cons at that point, and Riot's picking, you know, the greatest common denominator, which I think is fine. No, it wasn't this blatant though. It wouldn't cover up who it was, right? It would just be like a bigger highlight. Was it like this yesterday too? Why am I just noticing this now?
Has been delivering in huge ways, sets out the grab. Delaying on that abuse, but there's still plenty of time to play with here for the side of Nongshim. Swing onto the corner, and Danby will be good with it. The recovered share picked up.
Anyway, let's talk about this game. Recognize the Killjoy? They played this last time. It's not new for him. Killjoy's not new for him.
Yeah, this is a great round for Danby. I mean, he's just doing
I don't like it, but
good job of just navigating the back of the site, making sure that he doesn't get caught out. Yeah,
no, it's definitely different, right?
It's knocked down early. Good combo there with the flash from the KO.
No, we're all in on Nongshim. Sorry, Indomie.
Being really tricky with his movement. He's not even using the dash. He's just kind of being smart with his timings, finding big kills, holding the line there against the peek out and the defuse.
Looks like they just went for the black and white versions of everything. Yeah, I don't know. Something's different with the UI today.
In literally everything in that round. Really
Buy Van buy.
for the Nongshim duelist.
Heavy investment here from the side of Nongshim.
There seems to be a strong difference between teams who basically want to all in on their buys now versus teams who are like purposely leaving two pistols like the old ways of just being able to kind of pick up weapons and take risks.
Yeah, this is just classic Nongshim. They love to get aggressive, and it's going to be Persia finding the final kill on the Berserks. 2 in a row here, and a flawless for Nongshim on their anti-eco. But
The EDG anti-eco disrespect, that was funny.
They want to try to force you to make a
They
play.
added some
And I was
slide-in
expecting
animation.
maybe Boom to play a little bit further back, but you can see they had a lot of util ready for this. They were going to send Famous out to try to see if he could kind of be that human distraction.
Didn't make Chapaguri. We ate Chapaguri last week. I'm not about to eat Chapaguri every single day. That's crazy.
Slide forward. Persia there with the
We're
bull
eating a
dog.
different Nongshim noodle combo each day. We had Shinramen the first day, we had Chapaguri the last time, and then today it's Chapaghetti with cheese and egg.
They're on the 0 point once again, just contesting for space over here at A main, allowing for that orb to get picked up by Francis, who's now just 2 away from the Hunter's Fury.
I'm not seeing a slide-in animation.
The previous round means that there is still a considerable amount of firepower.
I'm very curious how Boom's going to play this, because the thing we noticed with their T1 match was really good prep, and we've seen one game of Nongshim's new Pearl, so curious to see what their prep is going to be.
Certainly a punish could be cooked up from this coaching staff and squad.
That's a good set. Oh, Berserks needed to win that. That was such a big part of their setup, was pressuring this, not giving information elsewhere, and then trying to bait out any information from either A main or Art.
Forward position would love to try to go for the bait here, maybe just draw out this wall.
DOS 9 takes a lot of space. They're on their buy round. They're going for a very risky lurk. Not going to trip that sheer wall. Maybe relying on the 0 point if it comes back. But they had just used it in Art. I don't think it's come back into... Okay, so he's going to trip it now. And make it look like that's just a fake to go to A because the last time they were spotted on A. But there's no movement here. So 3 people still on site. Arc Rose tags him, so no reason. The crossfire should be good. Ivy spots 1. He knows that there's 2 now. So he's gonna, yeah, he extends space, but Famous with the nice slide in. That's a good flash too. Good flash too. The fast lane actually did work for them. Francis is so weak, he can only jiggle. Oh, the high-low. Unfortunate. You're using Shin Tumba? There you go. Aslo knows what's up.
Yeah.
2 dead, not too bad.
Yeah, exactly. I think this is just really good coordination here from Boom. Shiro's landing some really nice flashes. 4 assists on the board. A bit of a
Chobra, I'm so sorry about RQ. Ah, they'll run it back. I think. I hope. I'm sure.
With the great setup from Shiro, able to clear out.
No, this is the highlight is different. There's something about it is different. It's throwing me off a bit, but.
Nicely handle the post plant situation. So good.
And Samyang does not clear Nongshim chat. Come on, chat. Bulldog has the novelty factor for like one time, and then you realize you're really just burning a hole in your stomach, and that's probably not good for your future.
Ivy reveals his position with some wayward Guardian shots. We're able to take full advantage of that. Speaking of Guardian, Shiro only.
So they're able to bait out a lot of that information that last round. Gonna do the same exact thing. It's gonna be a pop flash here. Is it good anti? Francis must have been just waiting behind the wall as well. Whoa. Really? Oh, okay. Interesting that he wanted to scout for B info because of B link pressure.
As long as you can deal with DOS 9 here, this should be pretty handleable, but oh, he's going to get the kill on Dadambi.
Oh.
Say no cover from behind. Dadambi does end up getting caught. No one.
Dude, this highlight's really messing with me, but we'll live. Getting only 1. See, Boom's gotten much quicker about their trading. Like they've bolstered what they were good at. As I see that.
Francis is on a tear.
He is destroying right now. Confidence flowing there, getting him heated up with that little push and pull outside of.
I mean, this round should be. We can write this off so I can look at chat a little bit. Can you analyze G versus Talon? I analyzed it for you live on the cast yesterday. I thought I had pretty good reads. I thought I had pretty good statements, as much as you could during live.
None at all. So Nongshim 3 players surviving.
I mean, if this ends really early, we can talk about it in between breaks, but I'm not going to do a full VOD review today. I was watching through it a little bit just to monitor the cast, but
a light drop for somebody here.
This just feels like a really nice read from Francis. I mean, not only does he get the kills, but they've got the forces in place to deal with that link push. I mean, I think the only thing
you know what's crazy is but here's the thing, chat. I don't know. I was also the one hyping up Foxy9 to no end. So I feel like other than maybe at the very end,
early op on attacker's side,
I feel like I was pretty neutral, just true to the story. Like, I'm thinking about it, I was like listening back to it, and I'm like, but if you hadn't known that I was an RQ fanboy, would you think I was biased? And I'm like, I don't really know.
But this time around, just a bit of a mid-clear for Nongshim and a fallback.
Yeah, but it's such a good storyline for RQ to be able to, yeah, at the end of Haven for sure. But like, that was the whole point of the story of the match, was it not? I don't know. I thought so. But I mean, it's fine if you guys think it's biased, as long as it's people aren't like, wow, how come he's undermining Gen G, because like that definitely wasn't happening. But
potentially challenged here. Do have the turret there to check, but Nongshim's gonna have to be really proactive here with their movement.
Because what's crazy is
still at the ready, both there and that double door entry.
Because what's crazy is in my head, the moment they got 12, I was like, I don't think they're gonna win.
Stray does connect there, effectively onto the shin, but Francis still relatively healthy. The spike now being brought around towards this site. Damby licking his lips, Judge in hand, ready to go.
No, it seemed like most of the comments were in jest, like more about the excitement, which is fine, which is good. But I just didn't want some people to get the wrong idea if they didn't fully watch the match, because I was legitimately very happy for Foxy9 and very sad for Yeoman. Dude, Yeoman had a stinker of a map on Haven. Domby's realized why he plays Neon again. It's to use the Judge and abuse it. Whoa, Mike! Dude, Domby just straight up telling Famous to get out of here. Holy. Oh my gosh.
B-site defense compared to what we saw the one round that
yeah, I also don't think I don't think bias objectively is bad. It's just obviously like you need to do it in a balanced way, and it needs to like suit a storyline rather than just for your own enjoyment. And obviously you also don't want to be biased negatively. So I'm glad I'm glad people appreciated it for what it should have been.
The overdrive as well, making it oh so difficult for Famous. Operator going to be in Francis's hands as he is pushed up forward. Again, making sure that they're controlling that orb. Oh, well, there's a spot out onto the slide forward.
Oh, shoot. That was not supposed to happen. Oh, they won this side, though. Margaret trying his best Foxy9 cosplay.
Now here in the hands of NC Slasher, DOS9, however, unable to try to recover one. 2v3 to try to play this out as Francis is getting out wide over here at long. An opportunity for the peak with the Nebula
onside plant.
Obfuscating here for the moment, now dissipating.
It's a nice attempt, right? Because it's planted mostly for back of sight. But I think because you've come from B main, you gotta, this is the only other place they could be. So you find one, that's done. Oh, now you found him.
Sliding forward, just an absolute madman with the movement. Solid attempt here at a Thrifty from Boom, but can't quite get it done. They get the spike plant money, but they cannot hold the lines. Nongshim now up by 4.
Yeah, honestly, just a little bit fortunate for Boom in some ways. Some of those sprays in mid at connector and at the doors were a little bit off. You know, obviously that's tough for Margaret. The reset there took him a few adjustments.
We'll keep our eye on it, but I don't know if Boom's aim looks amiss or if it's more that we should really just appreciate DRX's aim.
We've been seeing that aim control from the side of Nongshim is starting to cause difficulty in some of these situations in these post plants, and that Cosmic Divide is a perfect example of that. Because you're able to rotate so fast, because you have that information as Nongshim, you could take risks
newer flavor
sooner than you normally would, especially
Nongshim with the newer flavor.
And it took a while for that to really.
We're eating some Nongshim noodles. We're eating chapaghetti with cheese and egg.
So for the side of Nongshim, that's been kind of part of the game here, something I've been really focusing on, because in a round like that, it actually turns out to be super important. Whereas for Boom now, I guarantee that's something that those coaches
Actually
have
so
gotta be
good.
talking about, is how are you going to create some pressure at A main, at least force Nongshim to respect the fact that A hits are possible. Because it's been a lot of B hits lately, and Nongshim's been able to just kind of throw bodies at the problem.
Yeah. It's going with the holy moly strat of old.
Thank you, Synced. What do you think about Genji versus GRX?
Too much value here. A multitude of ultimates to work with coming into this round. Nongshim not too far
I mean,
away
we'll
from
see. I think
their
DRX
own.
will have noticed how Genji's playing around Foxy 9 right now and how they're setting up. That one's kind of hard to tell because I think DRX is performing like almost pretty much already up to their potential that people were hoping they would reach at some point this year. And then, ooh, high-low setup. Nice cover from Persia. And then Genji. Dude, what is going on with the screen?
Glitch in the Matrix.
Okay, they're noticing it too.
At first, I thought it was just my monitor, and then I'm like, oh, you're seeing it too.
Yeah, I turned around
Yep.
tapping in the venue as well. Hope I don't know
Well,
what's going
chat.
on the stream. Either way.
Ah, we got it.
Crashing across, Famous pushing up
Oh,
the back.
nope.
That flash
The
rather,
POVs are
Speedy
broken,
finds
chat.
the kill. Smattering
Something
damage
is going on with the
Persia
ops
still
client.
able to come
No,
away
this
with
is
one
not a
extra
good
slash.
day.
Just gonna be taken down. Shiro
I'm just gonna say, chat, I am so glad I'm not casting today. Dude, having to cast with something like that on screen is nutty. Yeah, chat, it bothers you so much when something's wrong on the screen.
Is so good. The way that, you know, they play off of each other. There's
No,
always
that's the
someone to
official
cover.
stream. That was the official stream. This little line, the black line, because the casters were mentioning it too.
From hell at the perfect timing to find his kill. The second to close
What Valor debuff is that?
Really clean from Nongshim. I mean, this is looking like that Nongshim that we saw in Ascension.
Oh, it looks like it's fixed. It was probably just one of the PCs, although I don't know. They were switching POVs.
From start to finish. Certainly, Boom is gonna have to dig deep. Another.
So Nongshim's continuing to really just hold B at range, but this time they don't have the op there, right? So yeah, just positioning it elsewhere because you imagine that they'll try to pressure mid. That's where Boom's had some of the success. Good relay bolt, but it's still a double end. I mean, right now it's just you got to try to find Dambi and avoid him, but you keep finding him with your body checks.
Some of that pressure stops him from advancing forward.
Well, with the way he's been fragging, he's just like, I'm just going to get more kills and get more orbs anyway. So
I mean, yeah, it's round 8. He might just be.
Yeah, now he's gonna go A main. They trust the drone.
Ivy tucked in behind the box.
Does he? I feel like you push out here
Guardian and NC Slasher's hand.
if you're Dambi.
Check for this.
I don't know if it's a good idea, but
We know Flash goes through the peak kill. The second is found. Ivy picking him
the
apart. Standing. Will end up
the
falling back to that
ecos are
claw
definitely
from
looking
Nongshim
a bit too weak
absolutely
from
running
Boom.
away with this map.
yeah, they're swimming in cash, swimming in alts, everything.
Scrooge McDucking it.
Yeah, Scrooge McDucking it, absolutely. They're taking a nosedive into their money pit right now.
Would not recommend that.
That
with
would
gold
be
points.
Yeah, no. It's not like in the cartoons, folks. You would not do so good. That is basically a wall. You dive into gold coins.
Well, the wall right now is what
The only time they've tried to stop pause is like if there's like an actual broadcast issue, like it's just completely ruining the broadcast. But even then, like they've done pauses in the past, like briefly for barracks issue, like the UI issues. But I think they've since then kind of stopped doing that because it's like if you can't fix it, you're just gonna move on anyway. So generally they try not to, unless it's like really, really bad. Generally they will try to keep the game going. Berserk's needed to stick to that fight. He doesn't get it, but he brings him down pretty low, which is already good. Because the whole point of that was, I mean, Berserk's was meant to fight both this and this at the same time. Because you can't rely on him getting all three behind the box. He's supposed to be the one that redraws their crosshairs, and then Berserk gets the kills.
It is punished, the push out from Nongshim, but not enough to really.
Yeah, if they had gotten Persia, it would have been perfect. But
Persia and Berserk's both
you do have
very low
lockdown.
HP, so Persia
Lockdown for lockdown.
potentially under some pressure, trying to tuck himself away. You know, try to find that off angle, see if he can get an entry kill, and then rely on Margaret to swoop on in to bail him out.
I mean, I think Boom assumed that they would have an easier time constantly pressuring mid, and it's just been an immediate adjustment from Nongshim, right? There's just all the util dump onto mid. And then, if you notice what Nongshim's doing is every time they're successful, they expect Boom to change it up.
here as Famous tries to go in on the chase.
That's a good chase.
That means that Lockdown can get cleared. Persia spraying.
Persia's weak. That's why he holds the spray a little bit. Oof.
It did hit. It did connect, but Regen Shield is there to save him. Lockdown now in play. Persia with a tap.
Yeah, trying to force the half, trying to bait them out. Yeah, Ivy's able to get it with that.
Now into the 2v2.
You've got a star on site, but do they expect the Killjoy to already be here? Oh, shoot! What?
He had no health, sure. But that is still a disgusting adjustment.
Dude.
And a disgusting round to lose if you're Boom.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I mean, you can see the adjustments from Boom, but the individual level of play, extremely high. I mean, this is so nice to clear out that lockdown to take Margaret down. Great play. Oh my God. It didn't even feel like he fired the gun. It just felt like he
just
looked at him. Yeah, he
just fell over in fear. The heart attack gun. Persia's working for the CIA. Oh, good Lord. Well, pop flash.
Dude, Nongshim has the read on them every time.
Famous, just trying to zip and zap through the walls here
right?
The smokes, but nothing really going to be found.
They try to come B. Nongshim stops him. Then they restack all util and the op on mid. They stop him. They go again on the eco because that's the only thing that Boom's tried on the eco. They stop them. Then they go out to meet them in A main. They stomp them. Boom is just getting read hard round and round on the adjustments. Look at the adjustments of the Vice util. It's changed every single round so that they can focus on where they think Boom's going to hit. Because this time the Vice util was just built to make sure they're only holding on to B halls in the back of sight. It's not about actually getting into B site. They just want to trap whoever's in there and then isolate that fight 1v1.
Just has the right response, right? You just fall right back and just wait them out. Set up those crossfire angles towards the choke point.
They already used the timeout. I don't know if you want to use it. I mean, I think you need to, but I don't know if they want to use another one right now anyway.
Donby was so good at just making sure everybody gets out of there. And along with him and Persia and Francis, they've been doing a phenomenal job of just complete domination of that.
So you have no command, so they're going to back out, no contact early, so they're going to shift over, see if they can basically take this fight 1v1, keep Neon in there for the close range. It's a nice creep in from Boom. Is that you get by the alarm bot. No command active. That's way too many targets, Famous. He does get the flash away, right? Vice is dead. Yeah, they needed to continue to commit to this, but the relay bolt is really good. 1v1. Cosmic Divide for Cosmic Divide.
Potentially, as there's the jiggle peek out.
Is he going to try to counter pull himself? No, he's just going to smoke himself in.
Persia off the defuse here for the moment. Retaps it.
Yeah, that one's rough. That smoke actually gave away his position because it only covered this part.
Of the half. Boom, desperately looking to try to get themselves to a 3-9 scoreline.
And it's really some good flashes again from Shiro that allow them to take the space towards Secret that they really needed to break this round open and give themselves a good chance. And Astra v Astra in a post plant, very tough for Persia in that scenario. Lost 9 plays it very, very nicely there. Gradwell understands that there's really only one spot based on that smoke that the player can be defusing from. Easy blast through. Donby gonna grab an op in this round. Has the overdrive in the back pocket. Still Cosmic Divides for both Astras.
Forward op.
Early smoke.
Op's been good. It gets broken immediately. He was in that cubby earlier. That's why they're scouting for it.
Once again, unscouting him, but the jiggle peek.
All right, he's going to change his angle. He knows he's been spotted.
Trying to give himself a better angle. Oh God.
Oh, still gets Famous. He's going to go for another. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yep. Yeah, that was. They wanted him dead. But util, I mean, look at the A site. Look at mid. You're good to just delay. So you bring Persia and then with the Vice as well. Arcros. It is set up on A. Doesn't have that, so really it's just a crossfire. But you have double stars, so it shouldn't be too bad.
Absolute
Francis is
nasty
taking a
setup
very
trying to get through.
risky position, but if he can get that first kill, they can then do a counter delay with the Razor Vines. It's a nice fake out, but nothing following through. Margaret still reading into it, and then they realize, okay, no one's come in, so he still wants to activate the alarm bot. Francis just needs one, and then you activate Sheer and Razor Vines. You know you can jump up. Oh, but DOS9 gets the first kill. DOS9, he was really good last week as well. But now everyone's arrived, right? NC Slasher has to get here in time. Oh, never mind. Berserk's is going to buy him the time. Oh, DOS9. NC Slasher's got to get here. But he's not going to want to give away his position yet. Oh, okay. Good fight from Berserks.
It's just finally, Boom's able to work the map a little bit better, get into those positions, but it takes DOS9 just coming up with some big kills to break open the space on A. Honestly, the setups here, I'd say other than Donby sticking around a little bit too long, gets caught by the Nova Pulse as well. But, I mean, you have a great defensive setup, but DOS9 able to get up on that.
I don't think it's so much. I think Nongshim just understood how Boom was adjusting their rounds, what their prep would be, and also the fact that Boom would probably try to target what they saw from Nongshim last week. Right? Because that's how they were almost able to beat T1. They picked the map that they saw the most, and then they went for it.
Defender side is really, really nice. So, Boom's defender side, see what they can dial in.
Now, DOS9 waking up in the last rounds.
Just really reading them nicely. Had some great
huge.
Some great trades.
I mean, you know, it's 9-3, as we all know.
It's a hell of a deficit to try to work yourself out of. Nongshim able to find that first pistol. Boom. Really
Francis taking a nap. The IGL.
To say the least.
Shin Ramyun. Dude, the neon Shin Ramyun is so good. Oh, that's so good.
Like professional quality. Nongshim hire her.
Yeah, if you're gonna start
that's so good. The neon version is so funny. Holy.
There you go. I think.
Yo, Margaret, relax during halftime, man. His eyesight's gonna get so bad. He's like already leaning in.
This is gonna be so challenging. A little bit of a.
All right, so Ivy on the lurk here with the sheer wall, just waiting for information. Turret should still be active, so Ivy's ready to react to it. Prowler comes out. Turret activated. He's just gonna let it pass. I don't think he shot, so they have no idea. That doesn't go through yet. They just want to clear it. They know they have the momentum, so they will just fight it, waiting to buy time, and yep, that's it.
Gives them a hope, a shout, but Francis will bring the round to a conclusion, much like he started at Nongshim. 2-0 on pistols here.
Bright blue noodles, holy.
And this is why a lot of people have been very high on this player.
Eating Nongshim while watching Nongshim, the only way.
The neon Persia is just one of those.
You know, Shiro always has bed hair on stage.
For the last couple of years, but Ivy here is.
I wonder if he like takes a nap before. I want to know what his ritual is. It's like always the same. It's always in the back. So I gotta imagine he's taking a nap in the team room or something. Or maybe it's how he puts his headset on. I don't know. Yeah, there's quite a few people who play like that. Face to monitor. Nice attempt at a multi-push. Turret was still online as well. Now what's the reposition though, right? I love the re-clear at the same time from Nongshim. They actually don't use the drone. I thought they'd use the drone. They're not going to use the drone. They're taking their chances, assuming that Boom would have cleared, but they just want to be sure. And that way they can make sure that they have the angle advantage. They still have Persia on the lurk as well. So he's keeping people tied up. They heard the spike being planted. But now these two guys are like, okay, well, do we rotate or not? Like, where do we go? And then at the same time, what that does is that puts pressure on, can we even die to the spike, right? Because you're like, well, there's a guy coming from the flank. Like, we don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if I think he might have fired a shot once, so you would know that it's a Marshall. Margaret only has a ghost, so he'll hunt for kills right at the end. Boom is still going to hold strong. They still have to watch the flank. Same here. Margaret, here's some footsteps. Oh my goodness, one. Okay, good shutdown from NC Slasher. Now you just go to the spike.
They'll be happy to come away with a bit of a consolation kill there. Ultimately, will go down to the spike. Nongshim now up to 11.
Yep.
Helps you smell your opponent.
Other than, Boom's
Did you see Egg's alignment chart? I did.
If they push through mid and
Yeah, I mean, listen, I can see it. Although I don't know about Sliggy as true neutral. That's crazy.
essentially what they do. So now let's see what we're gonna get.
Sliggy as true neutral is insane. That's too much credit. That's too much credit to the man.
Nice in terms of weaponry.
No, Lawful Evil is 100% where it's at. He's showing his true colors. We all know. Real ones know. Sherwell's still on A main, but this time they're gonna wait for it. Okay, they heard the fade, so they know there was a push out. They heard the gunfire as well. Oh, creeping up. Only one person spotted. He caught sight. Oh man, the fake smoke. It ruins him. That's rough. That is rough. They were already ready right inside.
And they got a quick peek into A, didn't see anything.
This is a little rough because, I mean, whoever said it earlier, they are also just losing in duels. Like, that much is true. But Nongshim is also always prepared as multiple. I think Nongshim's giving a lot of respect to Boom in the sense that they are not ever taking 1v1s until the spike is planted, right? Until it's necessary and it's really just for pressure, and even if you die, it's just for time. Like, let's say Ivy, he's gonna fight once they get up to the site, so that even if he does die, it's just to delay the rotate, right? So those are the only times they're giving 1v1s. It's always a multi-man fight. Meanwhile, Boom, not really, except for ecos, and I don't know if Boom has quite caught on to that, but they don't have many chances to figure it out. Oh, dude, Domby's just, oh my goodness, he's just keeping them on their toes. NC Slasher's trying to come back online, but that is rough.
Shuts him down, and Nongshim get up to map point.
I just love the way Domby plays. He's so selfless. Yes, he gets some kills there.
Dude, nobody above 10 kills. That's rough.
That situation isn't about getting kills. It's all about buying time for the Ivy flank. He's not over-committing to any angle unless he's got the drop on somebody like he has on Berserks. Berserks ain't looking at him, so he's like, oh, this is an easy one. I can get this kill. And then it's just bouncing back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, I think also they've just kind of reeled Domby back in and they figured out a different way to play. He's still 19-7, by the way, so it's not like he's still just being sacrificed.
It's all about setting up for the rest of the team.
So I think a little bit of adjustment from Nongshim on how they were playing last week and how DRX punished them, but also respect to Boom in that if we take 1v1s, we don't know how it's going to go because Boom has come prepared, right? So I think it's just good counter prep and knowing that Boom's going to try to come in with set rounds to counteract Nongshim's setups.
Not feeling confident enough to make this hit just yet. Plenty of time here for Boom to react. So you have to use the
I mean, I don't know if it's I wouldn't say it's so much as aim diff as I would say it's actually more teamwork diff. It's like on that retake too, right? Boom, you had multiple people, but you're not actually all prepared to cover for each other and trade for each other, right? So you're exposing yourselves because you're each trying to take space at a different timing, where you're exposing yourselves one by one. So it's almost like Boom actually maybe not respecting as much in the ability of, going for these 1v1s and things like that. Ooh, dude, perfect timing from Persia. Holy, right at the half too. Yeah, just to wrap it up, that is rough. That is rough. That's a rough one from Boom because I can only imagine that they really wanted to come out swinging in this match to prove to everyone that it wasn't a fluke. And I don't think it was a fluke. I just think that was their peak. But
so good on the neon, and this time it's not just us praising.
Yeah, no, I think Nongshim just played with really good teamwork, and they never really had to adjust their game plan of we go as 4, right?
After that DRX loss had been their first one in a while. Well, certainly didn't look like it here on Pearl. They were
PRX versus ZETA, who do you choose? I mean, I think you have to choose PRX. I can see a world where ZETA wins, but
3 rounds across.
But I cannot, like, I can see a world where ZETA wins, but I can't see a world where PRX accepts the loss. You know what I mean?
So maybe this comes in being somewhat anticipated, but that is still going to be, you know, a hell of a
Is Boom stylistically the same? So far, I would say yes. So far, I would say yes. They just have a potentially stronger read on the meta, but I don't know if that was necessarily like Meow's fault. I mean, I don't really blame them for the Meow, you know, releasing Meow. Either way, it's been a very long time. But I would say so far in the 2 matches, stylistically, it is the same. It's much more about set. I guess, okay, the only addition would be that because of the way they prepped rounds, sometimes they have a bit more varied, like, default play. But it's still very, like, we prepped this round, this is what it is. Like, you have a flow chart. And then at the end of the day, the goal is to fight. But today, basically, Nongshim didn't ever let them fight as a group because Nongshim was always grouped up first, right? And they basically kind of beat Boom at their own game.
I can defend myself. Big time, I don't know how you're going to defend yourself for voting for Boom.
It's just a slow start.
Okay.
We've got plenty of
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Big Time changed his vote for Boom. I forgot.
No. Look at the Ascension Grand Final. They started slow in that series, and then they pulled.
Yeah, that's true. Except it's a BO3 Big Time. I even considered that. I was like, is there a chance? And I was like, yeah, but it was 2-0.
That it was going to be a best of 5, is it not?
Oh my god, okay. Is that what we're doing again today?
We've seen this a lot when map 1 looks bad for one team, and then they come out.
Yeah, no. I think this one, Nongshim was just in control, and Boom, they couldn't. I just don't think Boom could adapt, and I think that's going to be the weakness they have to fix the most this year.
That kind of difference in first kills, it's very, very hard to play.
Can we not talk about the 19 first kills?
They roll you, you know, if Danby doesn't get dealt with on the entry.
Makes me so upset.
You know, we heard it in the coach interview, they really want to be
But they played really well. I mean, I think you just have to give credit to Genji. The whole time, like, my wife had to bear listening to me talk about the RQ match for like over an hour after I got home. And every time, the only conclusion I could make was, this is why Genji won an international trophy. Like, the way they're able to hang on, the way they're able to still adjust their calls, the way they're able to figure it out without actually full information, and then, you know, still having members that can pop off. It's like RQ played well, but Genji's just better. Genji's just better. Yesterday, I don't think was a case of RQ. Like, a lot of past cases, it's RQ overheating, RQ overextending, and really slipping up. Yesterday, I don't think that was it. Yesterday, I don't think that was the case. Yesterday, I think, I mean, you know, there were mistakes, sure, but yesterday, I think it really was just Genji was better.
Nongshim is just always one step or a few seconds.
And I think,
yeah, I mean, I think for me, the story of this game, I think this game.
Potatoes, get out of here. What RQ beat 2G? YouTube's going on a crazy rocker again, chat. I can't.
Look at this. This was a huge tail of the match for me. They're trying to get into this B site and they're just getting shut down. The util. Look at how much.
Yeah, what's up, Twists? I think Nongshim's going to be a contender while Boom is middle of the pack. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I would say that I still expect Boom to have a couple good matches this year. And I don't know if you should necessarily look at this and be like, wow, now I have even less faith in T1, because I think Boom just prepped really well against. Like, there was so much tape on T1, and I think they just knew how to ante that really well. Whereas, yeah, we saw the Pearl, but it was only one map, right? So not as much ante available for them. So I think that's where they're showing their weakness just a bit. Ban the RQ doubters. No, we keep him around. We keep him around. Just so I can laugh at him one day, maybe. Alright, chat, I'm going to run some ads. Did I set up the prediction? No, I didn't. Let's set up prediction for map 2, which is Bind, chat. We're back.
I would say, you know, Boom looked good on Bind against T1, a game where no one really expected them to grab that back. So I think if there's, even though it's not their pick, I think that they'll be feeling okay about.
Alright, predictions are up on Twitch. I'm going to run some ads and put away the dishes, and I will be right back.
It wasn't that bad, right? Yeah. But I wonder, as you know, we were watching back those replays, I wonder if there's almost this like aura of fear that's causing their hesitation, right? Because you can see how they throw in the util, but then you see that kind of Should we not?
Yep.
And you see how suddenly Boom is desynced.
Yeah, they're completely out of sync on their attacking side. The thing is as well though, like, I feel like you watch the last few maps of the Ascension Grand Final and the way that it ended, you can trick yourself into thinking that this is a close matchup. Historically, it hasn't been, especially those first two maps. Go back to the upper bracket series between Nongshim and Boom. They absolutely dominated them, and they dominated pretty much everyone in Ascension outside of those couple of maps on the Grand Final where Boom was doing some magic. A lot of people said it was magical because they made it look something that wasn't meant to happen. They made it happen. It was kind of unbelievable at the time, and this now on Pearl is a return to the regularly scheduled programming that I think is how this matchup usually goes at the end of the day.
Yeah, if I can do my best Morgan impression, what are you doing? You know, that's what we're doing. What are you doing?
I'm shouting in the green room. I'm trying to ruin my predictions.
But yeah, you know, looking at this map, again, as you mentioned, it's a very historic map. It's a fateful map indeed. You know, there's got to be something else at work here on, you know, the minds of Boom. They know what this means, and they know that this is their last chance once again. How are we back into this, Pilski?
Yeah, Boom, I mean, you can see their composition there. It's a comp that they swapped into in the off-season recently. It went very well for them against T1. They had a great read. It felt like they were very well prepped for that game against T1, and they had a great game on it. I know it says 0 gains for Nongshim here in the Map 2 data, guys, but Nongshim kind of even innovated the bind style that everyone copied. They are kind of the inventors of that, or at least popularized the Cypher Deadlock comp that a lot of teams play with the Neon and the single init. Bind might be their most comfortable map out of the pool historically, and this core has been together for a very, very long time. So if I'm scared of Nongshim in a game that they can knock me out of the tournament on any map, it's definitely going to be this one, despite the fact that there's no data there.
Yeah, we talk about the prep as well for Boom. Against T1, it looked very good. It didn't seem to come to light in that Pearl match much, but their anti against T1 on Bind especially was very, very nice. So, and they're going to know exactly what Nongshim are going to pick. I mean, unless Nongshim decide to really change their comp, but I don't see it happening.
I don't think they need to. I don't think they have that fear factor. Although, to be fair, sometimes they do. I think in the lower bracket, I don't think they're going to be playing any games, is what I'm going to say. And I think at the end of the day, as well, they're playing different enough. Like, when was the last time you remember Danby opping? And then all of a sudden in that game, he's opping and it's working so well. He's not getting hit by any flashes. He's getting so many chances at taking openers. Even just seeing that shows you that Nongshim is playing different enough to throw Boom off a little bit.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm not feeling too good, especially since, you know, for Boom, you gotta question the pressure now because it's all on them. Nongshim, as we
Welcome
just
back,
saw,
welcome back.
You know, they just don't have to change anything.
What's the Despin
really,
yapping
really
about?
Calm. I don't think they even broke into a sweat in that map.
No, they didn't have to. I mean, what was it, like less than a half-an-hour map, it felt like. There was very, very quick in and out.
Excuse the, if you hear me
at the end of the day, it's just going to have to come down to that
chewing on my
magic
cough drop,
factor.
excuse
Like,
me.
you gotta do some, you know, voodoo, witch
My throat
doctor
is
kind of
freaking
stuff
shot
and say,
after yesterday.
Wow, Boom has got to conjure something at the end of the day and, you know, be able
Both
to
bangers back to
come up with
back.
something amazing again, or they're going to be out of the tournament.
Yeah, now is the time for magic for Boom. You got to turn it around, but it's much harder to bring that magic when we're sat in Seoul and we're not sat in Jakarta.
No, I think Zeta won't. I mean, I hope. Based on the last match, I don't think Zeta will flop. I just think PRX
crazy amounts of support. So
they've always been, and they still are a cut above. And I don't expect PRX to play like they did last time against T1. And also T1 was playing really well against them. You know what I mean? Like I think you always have to remember there is a relativity thing.
You're a talent now. You can't do that. I kind of tell this guy all the time. It's like, you're a talent now.
No, but I think
Off drop ASMR. What's up, Exco? What do you usually do to recuperate your voice from a cast? I usually don't stream the very next day or the day before I have to cast. No, literally, what I used to do is if my voice, like if I've really strained my voice,
Here's what I want to see. Like,
I just like don't talk at home for like the whole day. But
defense, their attack start was very shaky. Like they clearly had some ideas.
that's back when I was like living with my parents. I just give my parents the cold shoulder the whole like 2 days or whatever it is. But obviously not possible anymore now with my own family. And then also obviously I want to watch parties, so but outside of that, obviously lots of water, warm water, trying to avoid any like ice cold drinks.
Vice deadlock going in for
Obviously,
Nongshim,
everyone has
so
their own stuff, like honey
backing themselves with the same
tea.
practice style. Raise for Danby.
There's like
No
Perrin
more
root
Neon, changing
extract.
things up into the Raze over
That
on
I
the side
but
of
that I
Boom,
always just take
playing the same
normally.
comp that was quite successful for them against T1. So very similar kind
And then
of
depending on how
feels from
severe it is,
both
obviously
these
there's like
teams,
other
a couple of key
supplements as well.
Yeah, I like the Vice over the Cypher. Now I think Vice is in a really, really strong point, especially on this map. It is worth noting, Boom have the...
What if ZETA
have that
defeats
KO
PRX?
to
I mean,
cancel out the Vice, which
I think it would be
can
crazy,
definitely
but
provide
given
some
how
value,
both teams
but
played, I don't
still
think it'd
trying to
be
able to find them.
ridiculous. I don't think it'd be like,
Still a Sentinel comp.
holy, that was out of left field.
Margaret's on the Vice.
But,
You know, that guy
oh,
for
Margaret on the
him to
Vice.
change
Yeah,
up
yeah, yeah.
what he
Okay,
knows
yeah,
and
so
what
we are
he's
playing
comfortable
Vice Lock.
with, what he's
Okay,
good
okay,
at.
okay.
You know, this means that, like,
We're
he's
playing the
that
good
he
Vice
is
Lock
tournament.
I
comp.
think he's been a little bit more flexible for a while. I think in Ascension you even saw him pull, I mean, let's not pull out Yoru again. That didn't go well. But, you know, the Killjoy... we've
Something's
seen
in
him, as they
TMV's
start to
YouTube
flex more
chat.
into Icebox and some various other maps.
Yeah,
And
Nongshim's got
Vice,
the
I
GOAT
mean,
comp.
the Sentinel role is definitely
Do you drink a lot of
evolving
Purita?
little bit, and
Actually,
seeing a lot
no.
of
I'm
teams
not a
starting to adopt
huge
couple
fan of
of different
Purita.
things, whether you are going to double down and play something like a Vice, or maybe even you start to play
Throw Dombi and
with the popularization of
and have him
KO
carry
as well. I
Nongshim.
mean, you've even seen a little bit of Sage and things like that, but those are mostly picks coming in from
Vice
flex
KO.
players like you would see
Honestly,
in Ivy as well with the
I
Deadlock.
personally like KO on Bind, especially in the meta of double sentinels, but I think you have to play it really well. I think it's a very high skill ceiling pick.
And this KO are both designed to help take long. So we have that grav net that we're going to see being launched in to clear the garden area. In the same vein with Boom, we have that knife that's able to come in and clear all of that long area. So they're taking a slightly different approach.
The problem being that if you use the knife to take long or showers, you give them a timer on where to position themselves before you go for the execute on attack.
It might be my favorite and probably
On defense, it's fine. You can use it to take it, and then if you need to, you back off and use it for the post plant. But
change for Nongshim as well. The thing that really defines their team is Danby's neon movement, his ability to circle jump, to check angles, to scout information, just being able to run.
oh, I mean, if you use Sky as a solo initiator on Bind now, I think you're kind of trolling, to be very honest. In the current meta, like when everybody's playing double sentinel or some variation of it, if you're playing Sky, I think you're trolling a little bit. But if you're gonna play it, I think you have to play very aggressively. Obviously, Francis switched over from the Fade to the Sky for the final game against Boom, and it worked out very well. But generally, I don't think that should be your default pick. What if you're the Lakia of Valorant? Well, then you'll get benched by DRX and only play that one map of Bind as Sky and not have any impact. So I love Lakia, by the way, just so we're very clear.
That's gotta be a recurring nightmare for Boom, and Boom are saying, hey, we are right back in it once again. Also, that combination.
What do you mean too soon? Dude was benched by DRX, what was it, 3 years ago, chat? It is way in the past. He's won an international trophy before DRX. It's fine. It's not too soon. No, the Sky nerf hit really hard. Bind was still the one map where Bind and Split would have been the two maps where I think her as a solo initiator still works, and I think it still works.
See, now you know what it's like to be me in my old age. Everything's
But,
just new all the time.
Yeah, wake up and you're just like, oh.
New day. I'm still alive. All right.
Wow, Paper Thin, that got dark real fast.
Yeah, definitely.
But I think with the Vice coming in prominently, I think the Sky is not as good.
Boom are going to be able to extend this.
Dombi on Raze, get excited, chat. We're gonna see non-neon Dombi. Didn't Dombi play Raze last week too, though, on one of the maps? No, because I was like, we need to see him more on non-neon, right?
Desperately trying to backpedal some covering fire here from Demi at range, but he will fall. Francis similarly going to be taken down. Ivy
Wait, no, he did, didn't he? On one of the maps against DRX?
A very solid start here to the pistol for Boom.
Yeah, that's just a numbers exchange.
What do you think about RQ versus Team Secret? If RQ loses a Team Secret, I'm going all in on Nongshim.
From the rest of the team, but
I'm ending our friendship.
Boom hitting better shots. Found the odd man situation.
I don't know if I'm actually going to keep to that, but that's how I feel about it.
Still have the Vice wall and some of the utility to deal with ahead of you on this A site. A little bit in the post plan available.
Still the sheer wall, but this one you can jump over. Obviously, it's a little risky, but they're going to try to just go over it all together. Ivy, my guy. Also, Persia got grabbed. Nongshim, what's going on over here? What is this lack of teamwork right here?
Are going to send Margaret out a little bit deeper. They're going to use the wall to try to cut off.
Okay. I like the arc rose, very aggressive. Work off of it for the barrier mesh, except
The arc rose is going to be on the other side of that.
the timing drop from heaven is going to be the one that he has to worry about.
The real danger man here for Nongshim.
They have their own arc rose as well. It tags people, so you know that people are hiding somewhere here. It gets taken out, so I think you presume, yeah, it's going to be Lamps. Ivy. He's going to make it look like it's just him, and it doesn't matter. 4-man hold from Boom. Good early kills on B main. That's huge.
Yeah, just good patience from Boom. After winning that early exchange, they don't overcommit to that pressure. They get their couple kills, and they say,
okay, yeah, he did just play Neon, you're right. But he's going to be fine, chat. Have faith.
Just that. Nice angle there for DOS9. To just isolate one player himself, make sure he can get that kill. Yeah, not much left there. Try to find the swing outs and the timing's not able to do so. So we'll see if Nongshim's new
Alright,
has a
3
bit
sheriffs.
magic into it as it rolls on. Going to be on the eco with 3 sheriffs being purchased, outlawed for famous. So that's going to be something to keep an eye on.
But we got the outlaw, so we'll see how much value that gets
right now,
across both rounds.
really
Waiting for a push out, which there isn't really any reason for from Boom either. They're not a big push out team to begin with.
I mean, this is something that Nongshim was talking about in one of their post-match interviews. Was they need to be a little bit more adaptive with comps. They need to be a little bit more creative potentially. As
so after you wait, you're just gonna go in. So you try to go for you see what the reactions are from the shear. I like that. You see that a 0 point comes out, and it was pretty quick to land, right? So you have to assume that he's somewhere here. It wasn't like a crazy lineup from spawn.
Very much to a halt here, keeping
so now that you know that the 0 point is on cooldown, the shear wall is gone. Nongshim's going to try to go for a pinch onto a site. This arc rose gets so much coverage, though. It covers all of this. And here, too, if anyone's peeking out of Lamps. Good arc rose.
On the drop. Nongshim running the clock, 30 seconds. All smokes now.
So full smokes. Just to get through. Shiro, okay, a bit of a high-risk position, but it's still good trades. You're dropping a couple weapons. I mean, you're not too bad, right? DOS9 has a ghost, so it's not too bad, but you did give over the plant. So Nongshim's not too miffed either. But if Boom wins without losing any more weapons, it's fine. If they lose one more weapon, then it's maybe a bit iffy. Domby just waiting for someone to push up on him. Oh. Okay. I mean, Nongshim's fine with that, I think.
We'll feel that going into the next round, but they still get the 2-0 start.
I like the patience from Nongshim. Able to just kind of wait until the right moment, put their smokes through, try to make a go onto the site. Yeah, Shiro gets one. Then he's dealt with
I think because you have the Spectre, I think holding close there on the smoke is fine. Kind of as that curveball. But there is that risk of someone picks it up and immediately swings out when backup hadn't quite arrived yet, so that was the only danger. But obviously if you didn't get in early, you wouldn't have a chance. Good sheer wall, it's gonna find him. Oh, Shiro with the crouch, barely avoiding it. The smoke's gonna run out soon, Margaret. Oh, doesn't tag anybody. And so they just hold, right? Because you haven't been really spotted. You didn't trip this sheer wall. So you expect if you can push them out elsewhere, that maybe they'll actually just walk right back into the trap. It's the best decision Boom could have made. Margaret jumps up, trying to get ahead of it, trying to bait them into a peek with all of his util being down.
Push out for Boom is really intriguing. The spike's right by them.
Still anticipating that further pressure coming.
Okay, Margaret still spots them all. Do they expect the third? Not quite. He'll get one. Bulldog online. But dude, Domby is in and Famous is ready for it. It was a good flight path. Holy cow, Nongshim, come on. Come on, Nongshim, let's pay attention. They trust that he's gonna respect the smoke.
Stops him in his tracks, but the spike is still stranded all the way back over towards Link.
He has time. Oh, dude, that jump peak actually ruins it. He would have had time to run over it. Oh, he does with the stim pack, actually, I think. But they should just be able to storm him if they want.
Joining in on the site, looking to try to shut this down very quickly. Land onto the corner. Fragment thrown down. Shiro tried to disrespect.
Ooh, Shiro, once you didn't get the kill immediately, you needed to back off, I think. Only 25 HP, though. Dust9 should be good for this.
Desperately fishing for any kind of kill that he could possibly get. Persia cuts noise.
The wraparound. I mean, Dust9, you have to suspect it, right? But he still has to clear Cubby first. Yeah, Dust9's ahead of it. Just given the timing.
The movements, and that is going to be a bonus conversion coming through for Boom.
This is just a little bit sloppy from Nongxin.
Yeah, it is a little sloppy. I think Domby just had way too much faith that he would actually get the jump on him with the momentum. But Famous, what Famous does really well is he actually goes into Hookah to meet him, right? With the Bulldog.
Towards Market, but they lose both players there, and then Famous just starts.
Yeah, because you can look at Domby. Domby was already trying to peek out in towards the TP. And Famous just comes out to meet him. So that's just really good play from Famous.
And he thought maybe he could just barrel stuff him with that Vandal, but that ain't Neon, my friend. You didn't have a shotgun, so pay him the price.
I mean, credit to the flight path, but a little bit of disrespect for Nongxim, and then disrespecting the smoke from Famous as well to get that 4th kill onto Ivy was really good.
Here by Margaret, who is slowly creeping forward. Just that Sheriff in hand. Does find the shot off screen. Meanwhile, Famous, you mentioned Outlaw back.
Oh, no, you saw it. Goes for the pre-fire. I don't mind the pre-fire. You've already been spotted anyway.
Going to be picked up, though. Now online for Margaret. Flash through, caught a glimpse.
You know he went past. Oh, the re-peek. That is... All right.
One more shot available.
I don't know if that was necessary. Okay. Oh! Domby messed up his own paint shells because of Famous's, and he was already too close to it. Famous is definitely diffing Domby a little bit right now. But I think if Nongxim can just rein him in just a bit, just like they did with the Neon from last week into this week, it's gonna be okay. Like his movement stuff, it's not that it's bad, it's just a little too aggressive and way too far ahead of things. But at the end of the day, it's still a 3v1 on an eco. Dust9 2 points away from the ult. You have creds. Shiro can't buy, but you already have 4,400. So I imagine you try. But oh, actually, with the Berry Mesh, maybe not. Maybe not, unless you can fish for that kill. But yeah, I think you have to just save. It's just the timing is already so against you.
Just go ahead and save the weapon, not give anything else over here to the side of Nongxim. They'll know that Ivy is one away from having that annihilation. So
okay, Orbital Strike already online for Persia. That's good. That's big.
Oh, they're still hunting a little bit. Persia's
like, well, might as well. Don't necessarily want to.
I mean, I don't know if Persia. I don't know if you need to do this with you having. I'm going to be very honest. I don't think that was necessary. I don't think that was necessary at all. I mean, I know he had an outlaw, but in the grand scheme of things, not necessary.
Wait to make sure that they've got that ultimate there. They've got everything they need to make this execute as clean as possible. Good grab neck, even though the paint shells went maybe a little bit deep for Domby, still able to clean up the kill anyway. Now you've got the orbital strike, and like you said, one away from a couple big ultimate showstopper.
Okay, good setup from Boom. Good read on a potential A hit, doubling down on the Vice detail as well, just really working with it. They trust Dust9 to anchor, just get info nice and early from NC Slasher, and then worst case, you can delay with a Nightfall as well. So I like the setup. They're ready to try to catch him who tries to trip the sheer wall, and also especially if they try to jump over it. You have the 0 points good, not able to fully break it just yet. Oh, it's a huge flash. Good trade from Persia, but that showstopper knows now that they've been jumped over because you got that info. 2v2. Persia's still good for it. He's got the orbital strike as well. Boom shaking in their boots right now. Persia's got his orbital strike. They planted on A site. We've seen this before. But it's only round 5, so they shouldn't feel that way.
Persia re-clear showers. He's
It has to be 1v1s though. But oh, the respected DOS9. I like it from Persia. All right, you know where the other one is. It's a good timing hit. They know that because of the nightfall that it's going to be towards Francis. That was a bit too hard of a tell from NC Slasher, I think. Prowler. Yeah, that's a good hit. A good setup for Persia. You would love for Francis to get that kill, but you take the round wherever you can. Oh, that's an ace.
God, he's just so clean.
What's up? What's up, chat?
A couple of kills on the players coming out of shower. So good. A great flash for himself for Shiro. Trade is
How do you have 2 streams open, Tron? I could never.
Just start knocking players down. Breaking open space. They have to commit the nightfall to one player or another. To go for Francis, nothing they can do after Persia. So good to cover that.
Oh wow, a reaction.
You can make a highlight reel. I'm pretty sure that after every single clutch play, Persia has the same expression, which is just he looks up at his teammates and he just goes like, "You saw that?"
Yeah, he just smiles. I mean, this time he smiled a bit more than usual. Actually, I was just thinking the same thing.
He's just like, "Yeah, just did that." Oh, okay.
What?
Well,
dude, Nongshim, can we give some respect? So much respect's given on Pearl, and now they're just like, well, we can just win. Like, this is, yeah, I mean, this is not very clean, even if they catch up.
Make sure that that isn't going to be a problem again. Oof.
I mean, right now, Nongshim are just getting absolutely picked apart.
Yeah, they're going for these. In that case, at showers there, they went for kind of an individual play, a little bit of a peek out, and it just got shut down.
Okay, good jiggle.
Final shot would have actually had it there. Dambi able to answer one back.
Ooh, they choose to save it. You have the showstopper as well, though. He's trying to spray to make sure they don't actually creep in during the orbital strike, but where's the cover? Where's the cover? Okay, there it is. It's his own Razor Vine. Okay. Oh, had me scared. I was like, dude, who's covering Margaret? So Margaret's going to play on site. Showstopper to buy time. He launches it right before the null command comes through. Ooh. Oh, do they have the read on him getting past the shear wall because of the null command? It looked like Dambi was suspecting it, but they're already pushing in too fast. Yep, now he knows. He wants to take the fight. That's crazy. That's crazy. Dude, those are decisions only Dambi makes. Dude, that's crazy. Holy, what a call. What in the world?
You got to give Boom credit. They played that round pretty well. Hitting some good shots with the
I do think,
yeah, exactly.
in hindsight, I think that might have been the best chance to keep the initiative. I do think that was the best chance to keep it, because otherwise you just have to take the 50-50. But damn.
You can't take the neon player out of the. I don't know where I'm going with that.
Yeah, I was just letting you sit in this.
Yeah. You know what I meant.
Can you turn the volume up? Sure. Yeah. You guys let me know. It's hard for me to tell exactly what it sounds like for you guys. So.
How long is overall his most played? As Famous up on top of the truck, able to find an opening shot. Persia dead. Makes for potentially a solid round, but Dambi very snappy with a replying headshot.
That's your smoke's gone.
See if that's a little better.
There's that wall right there, too.
That is something Jing would do. Ooh, yeah. See, these 1v1s, Boom's still very good at.
Solid little minor flick.
Nongshim was giving a lot of respect on Pearl. It is a lot harder to just like group and move here, but... Oh, he's creeping in.
Very, very challenging. Gonna pop the wall there for Dambi.
Okay, so just lets them know that he's already passed it. Takes the ult orb. Puts a lot of pressure because the team's going towards B. So Dambi basically full commits past the wall, but the thing is, it's still a 2-2. You should expect this. Ivy was spotted. Well, he's definitely spotted now. But you can always go for that TP. So now you know that there's members waiting for you on B, so they go back, trying to keep the numbers control. B, he lands on the box. I don't know if you quite predict that. Swings out before the weapon gate taken away, but Ivy not able to do the same. That's unfortunate. That should be the round. Okay. NT. Let's see if it works out.
Does he invest the nightfall?
I think you just launch it as soon as you get this.
Flash up over the top.
Never mind.
Sent checking.
Oh, the observer's lagging a bit. One spotted. They hide the other, but you know they're close. Oh shoot! What is that? What is that drag across, man?
It might not count as a clutch in the game, but good God! What
Holy!
Into the lead.
It's the individual plays now for
Dude, yeah, the heroics are coming out, man. The heroics are coming out.
Any of these executes, any of these pushes that Nongshim wants to make.
Holy. Dude, that drag across as he's peeking back in to isolate the 1v1. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know if that's fair, but
Oh my God.
I don't know if that's fair, man.
Called here by Boom. Roaring start, getting that bonus.
No, I don't think you can blame Boom there. I don't think you can blame Boom there. I think that's all Francis, both skill and a little bit of luck, I think. Yeah, I mean it was a run and gun. He was moving and he jiggles a little bit and he just drags across.
Theoretical combos that you can put together with Nongshim's.
I mean, given the distance, I wouldn't say it's a lot of luck, but it's definitely luck.
Grab nets into, you know, the seas or something like that.
But the way he isolates the 1v1 isn't. I don't think you can blame Boom for getting into 1v1s there. I think that's just Francis taking the run and gun RNG over the I'm gonna get both of you RNG, right? As soon as he doesn't get the lineup, he immediately runs inwards as he's spraying and dragging across. And that's how he isolates the 1v1s. I mean, and then the shot is the luck, but the positioning was not Boom's fault. I don't think you can fault Boom for that one. I thought they played it well. I think NC Slasher trying to spray was maybe not the best play because Shiro was already caught by the haunt, so you kind of had to take your pick of like, do we want to just push Shiro in, or that's hindsight 2020. That's very, very nitpicky. At the end of the day, they still made the choice to try to swing out to him and then one going, super wide. I think that was fine.
He's had a little bit of trouble over on the A side, especially at times holding.
But that's rough. I mean, it's heroics, it's luck, but it's 3 in a row. So at that point, no matter what you call it, it's Nongshim in the lead now. That's unfortunate. Orbital strike and Nightfall ready. One away from the showstopper again. Judge. How many can he get? He gets one. Okay, they don't want to peek him. They know he's weak. Oh, okay. I mean, that's as many as you wanted. Hard to take more than that. It'd have to be crazy. So you know the judge just dropped there, so you don't want to go back to it. But now, I mean, surely they check this, but they don't have the fade with them, so.
Slow approach.
Ooh, they're going to wrap all the way around. Okay, with the shear wall here as well. They don't want to deal with that. Okay, they don't want to deal with this cubby. They'll deal with this corner instead. Nightfall to sell it. I mean, Nongshim, they do this. They do this a lot. Do they hear him as well? No, so they're just going to smoke themselves. The peak. Oh, Margaret thinking that he was much further. It's good from Famous. Very good from Famous. Welcome, Tony. How was it casting RQ? I mean, it was a banger of a match. Couldn't ask for more than that. It was a banger of a match. But my throat hurts. My voice is gone.
You don't have a ton of ability to do so either if you don't have the fade there. Francis is all the way on the other side of the map, so you don't have those prowlers to clear those corners. And Boom can lean into things like a judge to really punish the way that Nongshim has to play with this composition on this attacker side.
If Boom keeps this up, honestly, I think it's a good half. If they tie up, I think it's a good half. Nongshim, I mean, because it's Vice Lock, the defense is a lot stronger than it was on Cypher, but we'll see. I gotta imagine that you've got some good stuff. I mean, they showed it against T1 as well. So I think against T1, the KO didn't really shine as much as I would like it to, like where it feels like it's a good counter. But surely they've prepped more afterwards.
Best Zombie on the Neon, not going his way on that first map, but certainly square up. It comes down to this raised battle.
Dust9 is look at what they're able to do, right? It's the same thing with Fox 9. It's the same thing with Meteor. Like, they just trust Dust9. And look at their positioning. They're able to take such an aggressive position because they say, all right, Dust9, just try to hold and then try to survive, right? And look at him, he just bails. And then immediately it's a switch up. Okay, doesn't get the kill. Zombie is weak. He's separated from the whole team. Now do they expect another one, though? I don't think they do. I don't think they do, because you just saw the raise pop out of there, and there was no follow-up. It's a good setup from Boom. I mean, you can use DOS9 as the anchor, the bait. I mean, everything combined. Shiro doesn't quite want to spam it, even though the info was given. The uncertainty. He pays for it a little bit. Okay. He can still spam through the wall, so at the end of the day, even if he went main, he could fight. But looking, that berry mesh, very interesting. He just has no idea where they're coming from. So he's going to choose to go into elbow. I mean, that's the safest position, right? Because then you can actually just hold this angle until you hear it. You just hold that corner where it's not going to be as bad of a flick. Berserks, though, surely you go for a tap. Okay, he's just going to stick it.
Decides to pull off of it.
Oh.
Ivy with the peek in, knows that he's now just tapping away. He's gonna look to try to play this out.
Ooh, nice from Berserks.
Pushes the corner, doesn't give him the opportunity to back off, and Boom will regain the lead.
Because of the plant position, elbow was not great, but it was the only safe position, so the fact that he felt he had to rush to plant is unfortunate.
Opened up so much space here.
Yeah, I see that barrier mesh.
Didn't go as far as
not going
like.
deep enough.
Yeah.
It's a Forsaken lineup right there.
Wouldn't a Gen G RRQ Grand Final be hyped though, chat?
Poor Jason. Gotta do him dirty like that. Sitting backstage listening to this.
One can hope.
He's probably shaking his head. Yeah, he's
13-7 for Famous. Op out now for the last 3 rounds, hopefully. They can't keep rebuying it, but we'll see. Yep, just a fast hit with the Bucky. So you imagine that with the double blast packs, he's into showers, the smokes are covering things up, so you basically just let him have it. That is going to let the barrier mesh come out at some point. Yep, already launched. Oh, they launch it towards showers. Okay. Because they're going to hold close with the Bucky anyway. Different variation. This way, they're just not going to fight for showers at all. Oh, huge shot from Famous. Not quite sure if he saw him through in between the smokes. I think he might have, given the angles, but smokes are going to clear. Okay, Spike still goes through. All right, Persia has Orbital Strike. He has Molly as well. Boom needs to keep track of that. They need to make sure someone's watching the wraparound. Yeah, okay, they have it. They have 2 people actually on top of it. Okay, Nightfall being used as well to try to push through. They can't actually quite get it just yet. Here comes the Molly. Shiro just going to get the half first. Dude, Famous just got a kill with the blast pack. Ooh, but they already got half. Yep, he's going to use it ahead of time. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness, the calculations. Doesn't matter if the half is done. Dude, Ivy getting the kill with the Annihilation was huge there. It buys just enough time and space.
That Nongshim had available nullified their gun disadvantage. You can use that Steel Garden, and even though it doesn't go so good, in some ways here, Famous plays this so nicely.
It's
using that blast pack to push them back so he can throw the paint shells in. And NC Slasher just whips. That's all that was.
No, you're not tripping.
Was not ready for
nope, it's me. Chat's just trolling you. Chat's just trolling you, Luna. I mean, that was some PTSD for Boom for sure. Persia playing off-site with the orbital strike? Not like this.
Player push up over towards showers.
A new look from Nongshim. They do this every now and then when they feel that they have control of the game, where they just go for a full fake right off the bat with Francis. Boom. Let's see if they remember that pattern. They seem to have, because the backup was already starting. They just wanted to make sure they could try to get the kill, but it's already too late. Dombi's in way deep. Rough. Rough. I think Boom realized it. It's just Nongshim was still one step ahead. And then you've got just the classics and the sheriffs as well. I do think if they were in position, though, the sheriffs, I mean, they can do a lot of damage on that entry in from showers.
Swing out, Francis. Solid on the punish. A couple kills suffered overall, though. Not too bad here for Nongshim. Ahead of the last round of the half. Let's see Slasher, if you can find some more eliminations here, some more damage, would be solid going into that 12th round.
A Joe Biden FNS moment is
so damn low, but just cannot find the shots.
That's a very heavy statement.
We'll just have to go ahead.
Yeah, I mean this is a very standard. Once we feel we have the momentum, we do this to push the lead, Nongshim, right? Just a full fake right from the get-go. Francis goes for full. You take Shower's control, that way he can TP anytime he wants. And then they don't oversell it. They just buy info, and they don't like wait to see how many there are. You know you have the gun advantage as well.
They're happy to just take those fights.
Op comes out for the last round. Again, if Boom gets 6, though, I think they're totally fine with this half. I think they really are. You have no command, too. So, other than barrier mesh, you can really use that for the retake. Yeah, the flash to try to get Famous in position. They should know this, though, right? Because of the flash that came out. They should know this. Oh, they bait him into anteing it.
Margaret just takes his head clean off. Famous, it felt like the deck was stacked in his favor.
The problem here was that Famous, I think, basically autopiloted the ante into swing. So he was like, I'm going to ante. But first of all, you're an op, so you have to scope in. So, yeah, a little bit of a mistake. But second, they just full bait him.
See if they can recover.
The push out, however. Quick shots, 2 taps. Persia Dambi on
DOS9 still good. That's a spike dropped as well.
Spike is noted.
And he's wary of Ivy. So Margaret needs to make some noise. Margaret needs to draw a little bit of aggro. Double swing out. Oh, Margaret needed that.
Ivy goes to the both here in this position, finds the first. The frantic spray, the swap to the shorty.
Oof. Okay, that's my vice goat right there. Oh, Francis. Oh, they hurt each other. Both of them they just take their knives out. They're like, hold on. Okay. So you know that he's back in sight. You know you've pushed him back in. Oh, the Shearwell comes out. He knows that Francis came through. He's trying to throw it. I think it goes a little too far, but only 10 seconds left. He's already TP'd. Berserks. Oh my goodness. That's a bad assumption. That is a bad assumption. It's a panic move. Oof.
Just laughing watching that.
6-6.
That barrier wall go flying through the air as he just is realizing he made.
I'm really sad with the loss to Talon. Should have closed it at Abyss. Oh yeah, someone was asking earlier, should GE be banning Abyss? I think there's an argument for it, but I think you've now shown your hand, right? Because you banned Haven against Team Secret. Okay. Secret, a very well-known Haven team. I get it. It's a respect ban. You know, you take the risk of playing Abyss. But then you ban Haven again against Talon. So either you think you only need to bring it out when you really need it, or it's not really any different in terms of prep. Because you changed your comp for Abyss as well, which I don't think the comp was bad. I think the comp was fine. But you know what I mean? Like you're trying to retool Abyss while still banning Haven. So I don't know if they have a choice. I think I don't know. I mean, I guess if they retool Haven in time in 2 days, but yeah, no, I'm not saying the comp was bad, but what I'm saying is your draft already showed your hand because you banned Haven again against a team that, I mean, Cruz has always been pretty good on Haven, but I don't know if I would argue that Talon is like a very strong Haven team. You know what I mean? Like we haven't really seen them play much Haven, so I don't know if there even is an option of like should they ban Abyss because they've just been banning it. I'm gonna assume that that's Margaret's family because it looked like mother-daughter and they kind of looked like Margaret. So that's cool. I think Margaret's mom has actually been to the Challengers Stadium several times. I think we've seen her there several times. No, I don't think GE fans should panic. I mean, listen, first of all, they had to retool things with Darien. Overall, the team still looks good. They're still putting up a fight against, you know, the teams they're playing or beating them. I don't think you should panic. And also, like, chat, if teams have to change their entire draft and everything about their setup after 2 matches, then, like, nobody would win. Like, Gen.G literally played the same comp on every single map for the entire year last year, and they won an international trophy. So, like, I don't think you need to really worry about it. But, you know, if you're just curious of, like, oh, what do you think about the map draft? My opinion is that I'm just going to go ahead and assume that Haven's not exactly any better. So I think they'd rather just retool Abyss with the experience they're getting, which is fine, but it does show a weakness in your draft. You know?
Yeah, I like this call from Nongshim to spread the map a little bit. Make sure that they are definitely
Elevator said Abyss was their best map with Patrick and Anders chat, so maybe they believe in it. I mean, but I mean, I think he's just explaining the situation, right? So like the other 4 players are more used to it, but I don't think, whoa, Francis, I don't think Elevator and Juvenile are going to be sitting there thinking like, well, it was best with that, so surely it's going to be one of our best now. Like they've also admitted that they've had to change a lot with Darion coming in, so.
Yeah, just that 2-man push.
Hot take, kickoff is Mickey Mouse, just getting reps in, broadcasted scrims. It's a hot take. I'm not gonna say, I'm gonna say no comment, but it is a hot take. Yeah, what's up, Scree Talks?
Now are they gonna be able to take that into better second half here? Really run away.
Do we think stream volume is low? I mean, you guys tell me. I can always raise it and adjust my own volume, so. Obviously, there's a fine balance because we have the casters on as well, so we don't want it to overlap too much. But if you guys want it a bit louder, I can't change the game and caster volume separately. But if it still feels a bit low, okay, yeah. Well, a cut shoe. Everyone just needed someone to speak out, and it was you. So props to you.
You know, this should be relatively free. Real question is Nongshim gonna attempt to die to the spike, or
how's that? It's definitely louder, but let me know if that sounds all right. Just give me feedback whenever.
I think die to the spike is the play.
Yeah, you definitely die to the spike here.
In this round at all.
Seems very likely.
I'm honestly worried about Patrick. He has to step into the shoes of Yudo.
Just classics across the board.
Yeah, but I think you just have to give him time, right? I think you just have to have faith. I mean, we'll see, right? We'll see if he has a. Does he have a, you know, I mean, I think it's hard to expect a something-like debut, but does he have a, I would say, like a Foxy 9-like debut, or does he have a GN-like debut, right? And those are the different ends of the spectrum.
Send anything out there. I'm just going to let the spike explosion happen.
Francis? Okay.
There you go.
Say, Francis, you need to die to that. It's in a little bit late, but still within the time limits. Now 2-round lead here for the side of Boom. Can they get another bonus conversion?
Here,
like
I'm near max on the game volume, so I'll lower my mic volume, and then you guys can raise the stream volume a bit.
Over to Lotus. Take a zoom in here.
I'll try listening back to today's VOD a little bit too.
One more timeout available here. The coaching staff of Boom not needing to intercede quite just yet.
A smattering of weapons.
Yeah, just let me know as the rounds go by.
Try to convert this bonus. Clear the haunt. Trying to hide that there's an angle being held. But Nongshim not going to challenge it. Dambi though, getting so
Nongshim, they're doing what the Chinese teams do, right? Where they're just holding hookah.
Boom, just enough.
And then they hold one side with this wall. They have a barrier mesh that they can throw down onto Garden if they need, if this gets tripped.
Against weaker buys.
They're going to peek out with their gun round.
Doubling down on that. And that's kind of sent them out.
DOS9! Clean with it once more.
Kills.
And now that bonus conversion looking almost certain. Francis, however, maybe unanticipated. But it seems like Boom.
That's a rough one.
There he comes.
I mean, you kind of cut your losses on this round already.
Surrendered, give it up for free.
I think there's a good chance we go to Lotus, chat. If Boom is able to get this bonus, especially given that it's the side switch, you're already ahead. I think there's a good chance.
Tremendous. I mean, you aren't able to upgrade the guns, but not really that big of a deal right now. As long as you don't get hit in the back.
Francis, you have to have contact here against Berserks. He does, and Berserks wins it out.
The 1v1s are not necessarily in Nongshim's favor. I don't know if they're quite 50-50, but So Boom can definitely carry this all the way through.
Hunting a little bit.
I think they should. I think we should say that they are favored at this point, right? It's going to be 9-6.
Going to move up now, 9-6.
They can't buy, so it's going to be
great reads again.
Quite frankly,
Boom.
a 10-6.
Absolutely insane.
By the 10th round, you should be close to getting. You should be able to format it where you're getting either steal, probably orbital strike, right? So DOS9 should get at least 2 with 2 plants, and then maybe an orb. So at least 1 away from orbital strike.
Kind of that PTSD here. DOS9 wasn't there.
So I think it should be pretty good.
No, he doesn't have that. He doesn't have those recollections, those memories of being 0.15 seconds away from closing out a best of 5.
Our Chinese team is just as good as other regions now. I mean, I think the top teams are going to be very competitive. I think EDG still obviously has the same kind of vibe and atmosphere as we saw them at Champions. I think Trace looks stronger. So yeah, I would argue that the top like 2-3 teams maybe just top 2, but on average, I think they're still weaker for sure. I think the mid-tier and bottom-tier teams in China is still weaker. I think the gap is still biggest in China, but I think that if the top is getting universally more competitive, then gradually the region will catch up for sure.
There's quite a bit of weaponry in the hands of Boom still, the Bulldogs and the Guardians. So I think you need to be a little bit more aware.
Did you know T1 is in charge of causing 2 failed second-round conversions out of the 6 so far versus the
really been putting the pieces together in terms of comboing some of that utility,
well, that's quite the stat.
That space control that it really gives you. And instead, they're just kind of continuously challenging Boom in some of these open air situations.
Yeah, I mean, I think Billy is decent, but they showed their weaknesses obviously in the lower finals.
They're good enough to go toe to toe with anybody.
Same with FPX in the lower bracket.
So
but I think XOG can quickly rise up.
And play more into
and DRG will see. I think DRG, they have to figure out if they want to change their style or not. But
see if you can get those concepts and ideas to land. 2 rifles are what is carried over. Dombi's got a frenzy.
All right, so you got Sonic Sensors this time on A, basically laid out to trap the Rays.
Both teams from any of that.
Razorvine's just a hold. It is a bit of a very default position, but obviously 3 pistols. You are going to go for 2 rifles. Ivy's going to buy down to 600 as well with full armor. So both rifles holding down on A. So the idea here being we're going to delay on B, Razorvine and everything. Right? We got Sheer Wall on B main. We're going to show early on Hookah. We're going to push him back with the Prowler. You're hoping that one day they go back to A because we haven't tripped the Sheer Wall. But boom, they now realize, okay, there was a Sheriff here and there's a Sheriff here, but it is the Vice. Curious to see if they just choose to break. Yep, they're going to choose to break the early util, clear out the close angle as well. Okay. Dude, the Razorvine's ruined it. That was a good Razorvine. It ruins the jump onto the sheer wall. Yeah, check to see if they're still outside of B main. What the? Whoa! Francis.
Shiro dead as well.
Well, now they're in. Oh boy, they thought they could get over to. Dude, that's harder than you think. Getting over it together. Ooh. Dude, Francis sometimes makes these just absolute balls of steel calls. As the IGL, the plays. All right, so you know he can't safely exit out the other side. TP in to try to distract him. They're going to push out. This is a good call. This is a very good call from Boom. I can't believe they get both, but that is massive. It's a huge decision. There's a sheriff right next to you. There you go. There you go. Yep, let him know. Let him know that you have a good weapon. Ooh, good position by DOS9. It's going to be hard to tell. Even if Berserk gets caught, so Berserk just has to really play time. Yeah, nice play from Boom. The push out, very decisive and very well played.
I love this round for Nongshim until the part where they got killed.
Why is Nightbot lying?
The reason
What's Nightbot lying about?
Something that Boom did a lot in the offseason.
It's not it. It said it was approved.
They don't want to
what? Chat, I'll look at it during the break.
Opportunity to even get set up
YouTube
for the
memberships
retakes.
aren't
They want
live
to
yet?
shut them down before they begin. And Nongshim wasn't
I'll check it during the break.
prepared for. They paid the price. They had no info on what was really going on site. And that was a great recognition from Boom, understanding their situation.
All members of Nongshim do a Sheriff to Radio challenge.
What looked like it might be an eco win for Red Force, but they're able.
Yeah, there's something going on. I don't know if it's an update or a bug, but there's something going on with the observer. Okay, attack operator. It's a good way to try to break some of the early angles that this comp's going to try to hold. Something that Boom's been successful in doing is not necessarily tripping the Vice Util early, but basically really forcing a lot of the others out early, right? So Barrier Mesh comes out nice and early in Hookah. And you draw out the positions of everyone else so that even if need be, you can basically just kind of try to run over it. Obviously, the run over failed last time, and they kind of got saved by the push out. It was a good call.
DOS9 just clears out the barrier mesh.
But, you know, the results so far are not negative. I would argue the macro isn't the greatest we've seen, but they're making it work.
Doing a great job of dissuading.
He should have been tagged, right? Domby should have been tagged by the 0 point.
Spotted, some shots going in. Not much contact going to be found there.
All right, you see that nobody has crossed over.
Tiny little scrape there on the NC Slasher.
No Prowler, so you got to wait for the Haunt for Francis. I don't know if he just used it again. He might have, actually. All right, so they're going to just keep Shower's side, which isn't bad. Where does Famous go? He's got a Vandal in hand. Oof, gets shut down by Francis. He wanted to try to extend reach even further. That's rough. And now DOS9 trap. He's just going to try to buy time. But now they know that the Molly's out of the post plant. So you know he's trapped there, waiting for Domby with the flank with an op. Kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. He's not going to expect a close angle, I don't think. Yeah, because you heard the op and Cubby.
The re-swing, the nearly aligned form gets the flick.
Oh, you got to go for the peek. That's rough.
Takes over the round.
Domby gets totally baited in by Shiro taking the shot.
Do not allow for Nongshim to get themselves back into this half. A monstrous 5-round win streak here on the attack.
Huge.
Goodness. They are just so sturdy. This one looked like it might have Nongshim all over it. They read the beginning of this round so well. Again, forcing Boom to the side that they want them to play at. But Boom's able to fight out of it. They're accounting for that lurk. That's the op going for a lurk there. So again, I kind of feel like Nongshim just hasn't quite been able to put the pieces together with this.
I don't think Nongshim is as used to their Vice luck. Yeah, yep, I agree with what Paper Thin saying. I wasn't sure where I was going with it, but the util setups themselves aren't bad, but their timings are not as good as some of the Chinese teams. And their rotations and their basically their memory of like what areas are clear, what areas are safe. It's not as clean as it used to be with the Cypher lock, right? So.
Looks like yes, but Berserks is here, and he is going to gun down two, maybe for the third, and he's got it! Ivy dead across the map. Pick your poison, pick your
I'm going to be very honest. Not quite sure where this one was going.
Is your oyster right now, Boom. This is them getting up to map point on bind.
Spike planted.
Removing that thorn from their side.
Chat, I'm gonna be honest. You guys showed me what it looks like. I still don't notice the color bug when it happens.
But ultimately, he is going to have to end this.
But I'm literally. I mean, yeah. I think it's just chat. I think you'll just have a much better viewer experience if you just stare at the minimap.
Either way, it's not ideal for Margaret Hurd. He has his ult built up.
Here, this way you'll never notice the color bug, chat. This is the ultimate viewing experience. You may not like it, but this is what peak VCT watch partying looks like.
Nongshim finding no purchase whatsoever here on this defending side.
Bigger cam, bigger map.
6 chances now to try to take this into overtime if they want to
make it a vertical stream. Yeah, let's just make it a vertical stream. There we go.
Seems like we are destined for
and then we can have one column of Subway Surfers, one column of VCT, and one column of something else.
Shutting it down for Berserks. A little bit of a stagger for Nongshim trying to come through from the B-side teleporter. Kind of makes it a little bit easier, to be honest.
Just have the minimap behind me, just a giant-ass minimap.
Still hanging on to his. Have the Nightfall, have the Steel Garden. Both Vices
Zombie still gets spotted, so they suspect it. They don't want to deal with it.
Very solidly set up there from Shiro. They try to disguise the operator.
They're going to push out and they're going to go for the rotate. So they're not really utilizing the comp that well, but they will utilize the op to maximum efficiency. But will Boom strike before Fade gets there? That's the big question. He has Nightfall online. You also have Steel guarded. Oh, Persia's going to take a big risk here.
Along the side of this.
Okay, waits out.
Oh,
how does he get all three?
Shutting them down when they so
yeah, they're waiting for the peek out. Whoa, 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 Margaret, remember the mission. Your mission is not to take out the KO. Your mission is to take out whoever tries to swing Persia.
This Boom trying to go for a concise strike to bring this map to a conclusion, but Persia has other ideas once
all right,
again.
Nongshim gonna try to bring it back.
Keeps Nongshim alive here on the map.
One column of mukbang, one column of subway surfers. Dude, I didn't even realize this whole subway surfers was a thing until Sideshow kept mentioning it.
On the kind of side of the map where you're stacking some of that util. Instead, it's a trap play that they're trying to push them into. So even though that information is given over to Shiro,
last kickoff was single limb. This year's double limb. I mean, this year's kickoff is way better than last year's. It's still just a tournament, but unless they switch the entire calendar, I mean, this is as good as it's gonna get.
In the hands of Famous, we'll see if that's gonna be the call coming through. But flawless when Nongshim so desperately needed it the most.
I mean, I don't think this year's is Mickey Mouse. I think that is a bit of a hot take. I get where it's coming from. I would not say it's Mickey Mouse.
5 rounds in a row is what it would take.
And it's just a tournament is all, right? I mean, it's like if you were playing online qualifiers and you got here and there was a new patch and this is just a tournament and you're in a double bracket. Like, that's just what it is.
They want, but
it's a Minnie Mouse. It's a Donald Duck tournament. That's what we'll call it. It's a Donald Duck tournament.
Somebody makes a mistake and the whole thing could go awry. Well, okay, you get that info, but that's just the Vise. Doesn't give you a ton. You know they're
anything's Mickey Mouse if the team you like didn't win. No, you know what? That's an infallible logic. I can get behind that. All right, 3-man setup with full stack of util. So you're really just trying to hold on to Hookah. The fact that they are okay. I mean, they're using the operator basically as an extra barrier mesh, so I'm okay with it. But the barrier mesh is getting drawn out very early. Right? There's still 50 seconds left. What else are you gonna do? You don't want to use your Gravnet early now. So you have to just hold. Margaret, I'm curious if he's just gonna try to launch the Steel Guardian. He's not in an angle to do so. He's in an angle to punish the jump peak. And now so much time has passed, and the smoke as well. That draws out the rotation. This is quite good for Boom. But they are prepared to rotate. They're setting up for the rotate. Nongshim has to realize that the timing, something about the timing's a little bit off. Oh man, Domby, all alone. He just goes forward for one. I mean, I can't blame him. Doesn't have a way out because there's been no information on short. Panic Nightfall. Ivy, is he ready for this? Nope, not at all. They keep forgetting about this corner. That's a rough one for Nongshim. That's a good win for Boom. They played very well. I mean, the first half was kind of 50-50, but that's all Boom really needed. Very, very good attack.
They win by 13-7.
Oh, wow. I mean, just dominant on their attacker side. Solid defensive side, but an even better attacker side. Really good awareness from Boom in a lot of these rounds. Some big-time plays from the likes of Famous and
last one was a flawless, I believe.
To break open some of those rounds. Berserk's having a tremendous performance.
Oh, we get a map 3 chat. I'm down for that.
Really solid. I mean, that first half was so scrappy. I thought maybe we were for sure in store for an overtime.
No, I think unless you play, I'd be very curious how Boom looks against the likes of Trace on this map. Very curious if the way they're playing the attack works against a team who's really got the timings just pat down on the Vice Lock. Because Nongshim's Vice Lock not as clean. I T1 they have their own styles and they don't play this full Vice Lock, but they have their own take on the Vice. But Boom had very good ante.
And Boom was already starting to run away with things anyway, and then they even won a few of those rounds. So for Nongshim,
do you want to play Pokemon Showdown? What is Pokemon Showdown?
Things a little bit more prepared here for Domby in particular. You know.
Yeah, no, Boom's bind looks pretty solid.
Neon and everything, so trying to get him some experience with different, agents as well. It's a good idea.
Well, it's a very different look, but as far as buying is concerned, Boom has
we also have to consider that even in the first half, Nongshim got 3 rounds with heroics, right? So the writing was kind of on the wall unless he could continue that.
We're going to see that in that next map. For now, we'll pass it over to the analyst to break down the action from behind.
Wait, is that the same one that people have
is it complete? Not quite yet, because we
told
are
me
going the distance. We are going
about?
to
No, this is
map
different.
Number 3, as is customary lately in Pacific.
That one's like a
hey,
a Pokemon roguelike or something. Pokerogue.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, luckily we're not going to have to sit through all of that.
Pilsky got nervous.
It almost killed me last time.
He started
All right, chat. First of all, let me set up the
noodles from
predictions.
yesterday, But honestly, I think Boom. That if anything, that was actually a fire came at Bayern. That the first half was very hit or miss, but compared and contrasted completely to what
Third
we
map
saw
is
on their Pearl attacking
Lotus.
side,
And then let's run some
absolutely
ads.
lost. Here
While
on
the ads are
Bayern,
running,
their attacking side was fantastic. The way they were running that information
I'll figure it out.
really running the clock down. It felt like Nongshim never really knew exactly what they were doing. They caught Dambu with his pants down there, solo inside of bathrooms on that deep info line with the operator in that last round. And I think for Nongshim, you know, it's the first time that Dambi's played Raze in 6 or 7 months, and it did not look fantastic, not only from the individual performance aspect, but also like their ability to aggress on defense and be fluid.
What the?
Like you
I have to
normally
translate it?
Nongshim to be. It just wasn't.
It looks
the
like it's
case.
in
They felt
English.
very static, and they felt like they were constantly behind the 8-ball, and Boom was kind of calling circles around them in that second half.
How does this work?
It seemed like a watered down Nongshim. That's the best way I could
Oh,
describe
that's
it.
not good. They
It's
added
just-
too much water to the noodles,
too
mate.
A
much.
watered down Nongshim. Wow.
Full credit to Boom. I thought they looked so much better on this map. A great turnaround from Pearl on that first map. And didn't we expect this any less than to go the distance? I mean, if you
Oh, it is in
back
French.
2-0s, you got to go to a different region. We're not getting that this kid.
Yeah, this
What
is
the-
Americas. Come on now.
I have to go into the.
This is
Oh,
the
dude, it is
entertaining
forums though. I
region.
like.
Of course, it's
I like
the best
forums.
region. It's
Oh, I
the
have to-
best
I have
region
to
in the
fight-
world
this
because
is
you get matches
PvP?
like this, exactly, right? But there were certain rounds where we
I don't know, why
thought
is it
that
in French?
wasn't going to go this way.
Yeah.
I mean, you were like, what are you doing? No. That's what you're doing.
The first half, they worried me in the first half.
Oh,
It
it's
was close,
PvP?
back and
It
forth.
was.
It was a little bit more scrappy. A few
Format,
execution
random
errors
What am
from
I
both
doing? Oh
sides.
my
But
god,
then as we
chat.
got through the second
Just so
half,
we're
I felt
clear,
like
I don't know my
really
Pokemon.
flipped that switch. It seemed like they were playing together like a team. They seemed very confident there.
Yeah, and you can see here Famous was a big part of why Boom was able to get this momentum back, was able to
Do
close
I
out
need this? Do I
map.
need notifications?
Yeah,
I don't want
Famous is a
notifications.
really
Can I
key
block
player. When
this?
he turns it on, he's amazing to watch, and he is that duelist presence. And it was the same thing against T1. I said Famous needs to activate in this game the way that he did against T1. And this is a man
I'd
that
love
when he
to
gets
beat
into his
Sideshow,
head that
though,
he
with
wants to
zero
play with
knowledge about
confidence,
my
he wants to
Pokemon.
swing, he can be a force to be reckoned with.
Absolutely. I mean, no, this is something that I spoke about in the just before the
Random
agency
battles are
like
most
here,
people
when
students
using this
not paying
deadlock,
attention in
look at the
class.
long power they have. This was a big
I'm
part
gonna
of the game
block
plan for
this.
Nongshim in that first half, but they didn't seem to go back to this too much, and that's when it seemed to get a little bit scrappy. They were much more prepared for this first half than the second.
And this is where I was getting worried.
How
We
does
were
this
seeing
even
moments
work?
like this, Mika, where this is the inability to train here from Boom in the first half. These were the kind of rounds that you saw in
Mute
the
sounds.
Ascension Grand
The
Final
volume's not
that,
working.
Really got you worried about Boom, and the way that first half elapsed.
Oh, now it's working.
I was feeling like it was Groundhog Day once
There
again.
we go.
The second half, though, was a bit of a nerve settler for both me and I think all of Boom's
Wait, what?
fan base.
Okay,
We were talking
dude, I don't.
backstage and it was a 6-6 first half. But
Is there a
essentially
timer?
This could have been 8-4. This could have been
Oh,
9-3
absolutely.
If
Yeah.
Boom were on top of their game.
Dude,
So
I don't know,
it was
dude.
really nice to see them tighten everything up in that second half. And that
Oh
was
shoot, man.
so much better.
What, dude?
So
What
much
is
more
this? What is a
confidence.
mighty
They
Enna?
have to bring that into map 3. I can barely talk.
What the heck?
I'm such a fan.
Oh yeah, I mean, like this match has definitely been delivering, and because you know it is.
Poison's
so
always
familiar,
good.
We saw
Poison's always
shades
annoying as
well
hell. Dude, I
of,
just got
you know,
crit.
what happened in Ascension
But it's not
Pass.
very
There were
effective? How did I
several
lose so much
rounds where
health
you
if it's
thought,
not very
okay,
effective?
I kind of saw this round before.
Yeah, has anyone seen, I mean, a
Dude,
few
what
people
the-
have seen this round with
Once
the
upon a
Persia
time.
clutch.
Is it older
on
Pokemon?
the orbital,
I've never heard
running the
about
clock
it.
all the way down to win the grand final. I did not think that Boom could recover.
Fails
from
if the
this
target did not
happening
select
to
the
them
physical
a second
attack. Oh, I
time,
feel like he's gonna select the
let
physical
alone on a
attack.
50 round. Like,
He
this is just
resisted it.
fantastic stall.
Dude,
And
I don't know
also,
what
I
I'm
have to
doing,
say, a bit of
chat.
a misread from Boom. They took way too long to get back into the site here. You could see
I can
they
turn
were
on time.
cognizant
My
of
timer's
the
on, no?
Molotov, but this
Dude,
is
I-
just a
dude,
beautiful
I'm
annihilation from
This
Ivy,
is
and
like
then
sensory
Persia,
overload,
he's got
chat. The
molly lineup
music's
on
all
top
over
of
the
orbital,
place.
which stalls it
Gregor
out for long
Pilski's
enough
yapping
for,
on the
unfortunately,
desk.
a defused denial, and this was what I thought would break Boom's mental, but credit to them for sticking through that.
Yeah, it's got to sting. losing that
Oh, I
round
can
in
s-
almost
oh, I can
exactly the
switch.
same
This
way
guy's
they
water.
lost the Ascension final. Huge credit to them to turn it around. He didn't look like that effective.
Oh wait, he
at all,
changed
which
his
is
Pokemon too.
Really, really
What the?
nice for them, Mental. It really shows that they want revenge.
Well,
in this
I'm
game.
not paying
They're not
attention.
content
What
to
does
let
this
it
guy
go the
do?
way
He's
it did
oh,
last
he's still
time.
fire too. So I
mean,
win.
We had Fields on earlier, and he mentioned how when they saw that rematch happening, when they saw the bracket being updated,
Dude, what is going?
they were
What the?
excited.
Yeah.
You know, you had that
Fired up.
fire. Yeah, you had that spark in their eyes too. They were
What
so
is
excited
going
for this match.
on?
And I like that they are learning from
Oh, it's a
you know, their
chess
previous
timer.
matchups as well. You know, there are
How did
some
he just die?
clutches that maybe
What the hell?
a Boom from yesteryear would not have been able to do against Nongshim.
Dude, what am I
I think
doing?
they've definitely grown and learned from that experience. They've learned
Yeah,
what it takes for them to be able to step
this is
up,
kind of cool though
time
that you
and
can just do
time again. And I
Pokemon
think that
battles. That is cool.
regardless of what the result is of kickoff, we're seeing Boom
Wait, how come
stepping up to new levels and showing
I'm
the
so
fight to be able to stay in some of
confused.
these series. Now, Lotus is an interesting prospect for me. Nongshim, this is their, you know,
Water
path
and
to what we've
Dragon?
seen time
What's
and
strong
time again.
against
For
Dragon,
Boom,
chat?
They like to play the meta comp, but switch up the Sentinel role, which
What
they
is
did
this?
a couple
What
of
is
times.
Terrace?
And it's worth
Dude,
mentioning that Nongshim was kind of flattening people on Lotus in Ascension. And
Dark-
Boom,
Dark
it was
Terror
the
plus
third
Stab
map, and
plus
it was
Houndoom
really
is
where they
good.
turned around that
SP
grand
attack
final
base
was on
stats. I have
Lotus,
no
because they
idea
were
what you
already
just
down
said.
0-2, and they won Lotus in fantastic fashion after being down in the first half, I believe it was, and they won that one in
Ice is
OT.
good.
So
Oh yeah, that's
actually,
right.
the
That's
last
right.
game
We're
on Lotus between
friggin'.
these two teams is a game that Boom picked up.
What-
And it
what?
was off
What'd you
of
just do?
Berserk's
Thunderwave?
fantastic performance on the Cypher. I think he dropped.
It's paralyzed. Oh, that's not
in
good.
that game,
Yeah.
swapping from the Killjoy onto the Cypher.
Yeah, absolutely. I really would like to see them go with the.
Ooh, yeah, we
Cypher.
intimidated.
Feel
Hell
like
yeah.
Danby's gonna be
That's
on the
right, get
Neon, which I think
intimidated.
Danby will be,
I
especially
don't know.
after that race performance. But like you say, much happier memories for Boom on this map to
Yeah.
draw on to kind of
Wait, this
power them through.
this is not very.
It's
This isn't what I
interesting
wanted.
because, for me, the Rays versus Neon Danby kind of represents the team.
Oh,
as a
the
whole.
Incineroar
Not
is
only I
back.
talked
That's
about
annoying.
the,
I've
you
been
know, the
intimidated.
stylistic
Oh, but
difference of
he's
their
been
defense,
paralyzed.
which
That's
felt a lot
right.
more static
Get
than what it
wrecked.
did when they were playing the Neon on Bind, where they had these really snappy set plays where the Neon
The target
would
is
just run
forced
in
to
with the
repeat
one
its
piece of
last
util
move used.
that
If the
had these
affected
very
move
fluid
runs out of
kind
PP, the
playstyles.
effect ends.
I think it's the same
Dude, that's
thing
way
where
too much
Nongshim,
text.
in the meta of the Neon was the strongest that we've ever seen them. Now it's been nerfed down a little bit. They've
I
gone
don't know,
back to the
chat. What am I
Rays
using?
where,
What am I
you know,
using here?
The last time Danby played Rays
Fairy
was
is super. No, that's an old chat.
It was in the grand
Just click
final,
buttons.
which is 6 or 7 months ago now. And the thing is, I feel like they struggled.
Dude,
more
what the
in
heck
that
is this
tournament than they
guy?
did in Ascension. Like when Danby was.
How do you even
playing
read his
Rays, I
name?
didn't feel like they were as strong as they were
Annihilate.
throughout
Oh,
Ascension.
I read
So
it. I'm good at
wondering
English.
If he takes a step
Rage
back,
Fist,
are they
that
gonna
sounds
be able
cool.
to play the same style as they did with the Neon, and are they going to
Oh,
be able
dude,
to play to
Rage
that same
Fist was
level?
the
Yeah, I wouldn't
play
doubt
chat.
Danby
I'm a
on the Neon. I mean,
Pokemon
it's
master.
It's just a player and an agent that makes perfect sense, right?
Oh,
and I feel like, you know, Danby
shoot.
going back on the Neon is going
He
to
just threw the entire moon at me.
So am I
Oh, he's
favoriting
immune.
Nongshim here? I'm still not sure. That's the thing. 'Cause
What the
Boom,
hell?
You know, they have this momentum ongoing.
Yeah.
that
So is
I
this guy
feel
still
like
paralyzed?
now
How do I
whatever happened on
unparalyze
the
him?
First map, it's kind of been ironed out.
Yes.
They
Time to find
do
out.
Have, you know, you're feeling
Nope,
good. You can
he's
feel
still
it in the
paralyzed.
way they play as well.
Dude, this
So
moon
does
is
that carry over to
OP.
Lotus? Perhaps
why does
it
my
might,
team
especially
suck?
since they know they took this one from
Yeah.
Nongshim.
You cannot understate the value of momentum, to be
Mhm.
honest, in this game,
No,
especially
this
at
this guy's
level,
just the answer.
feeling
Dude,
like
this
you can
moon
win
is
just as
OP.
important as being able to play and like
What
to
the
that
heck?
level. So now that they've won that map too, as you said, they've shaken off their demons from Ascension. They know this game is theirs for the taking if they step up and grab it.
And suddenly it feels like we're back to zero as we go into Lotus. We have our agent comps here. What are we thinking?
Margaret off the Cypher.
Oh, wait,
off
Asian
to
comps are out,
the
chat.
Vice
This
here,
kinda
so
matters.
Really backing himself.
Yep, we're
on
s-
that
okay, it's the
Sentinel
same
role.
stuff,
So on
alright.
the side of Boom, once again, it's
Dude,
not
what the
onto
heck is
Cypher.
Gumshoes?
Berserk's
What the
going
hell
to,
are
similar
you?
to the Pearl, play the Killjoy, but that's where
What
once
is
again,
this guy?
Neon Danby, he's going to be running around. There's no trips that are going to really be restricting his movement too much. But both of these teams really backing themselves with the same style they've been running, even all the way back to Ascension.
Yeah, no trips.
I have
but
no
there's also-
idea.
There's nothing for them to really break this Killjoy.
Dude, all my
usually.
Pokemon are
Volleys will get
slow.
value, it's just how fast the Neon is at getting
I'm
past
taking
them.
them out
So
though,
it
one
might
by
not be able
one.
to stop Danby,
Oh
but they
wow.
should be
Yeah,
able to
okay,
stop
we
the
got a little
rest of the team.
teapot. We're
We
going
spoke to
full
Fields earlier,
friggin'
he said
Sleeping Beauty
their
out
whole
here.
game plan is about
Why can't I use
shutting down
anything?
Danby's
What the
entries
heck?
and shutting down these lurks from
'Cause he's a
Margaret. So
ghost?
if they don't
That
mind
doesn't sound
letting
very
Danby go,
fair.
if they can deal with him while stopping the others, then I think they'll be feeling good.
Yeah, perhaps that will work, right? It's like, okay, go through. We'll deal with the rest of the team first, and we'll deal with you much later.
The
Perhaps
hell?
That is the key, but we're gonna find out if Boom indeed has.
Oh, he got
figured that
speed.
out.
That's not
As we
cool.
step into Lotus, we're gonna go into our final map for this series. We're gonna toss it over to Paper Thin and Achilles.
All right, chat. How do I give up?
Effectively a best of one to see which
How
one
do
of
I
these
let him
teams
win?
is going to be sticking around here at kickoff. Have an opportunity to go on.
We need to get to the
Run here
game.
through the lower bracket, and which one is going to be sat back at home?
I was just drain the timer. sorry, whoever you are. Oh, I just closed the tab. Okay. GG, mate. We call this a draw.
Neither. Be wanting to miss out. Season
Forfeit.
be sent here off the rip.
GG. All right.
Receiving any
Never
damage there.
again, chat.
It's a slow kick out and fan across
Oh my
level
gosh, that
from
was.
Nongshim.
I just feel like I've had massive sensory overload. This is crazy. He had an item? How do I know he had an item? How do you guys know this?
Trickier, a little bit harder to get some of that info to kind of throw your
What
body
the
out there
heck?
a little bit more. But in
That's
theory,
crazy.
Like some of the combos you can set up for control.
All right.
Of a
I
rebel
feel like
a
my
little bit
eyes
more
are.
impactful,
Chat, what have you done to me?
especially on the defender side. But see if it comes down to all that right now. A lot of that KJ.
Okay. We got the taskbar. We got everything.
Double push out of timing here onto Margaret. It's absolutely destroyed. Famous.
Submissions are gone. People are voting for Nongshim. I love the faith. It's not paying off. It is not paying off.
Francis is good for one, but Famous finds three. Spike now stranded here in B. Everything to do for Ivy. Already has been spotted. Tries to line up that headshot. Cannot make it happen.
People actually play Pokemon. No, I played Deadlock. Dude, Deadlock has less sensory overload than that. That thing was crazy. No, Pokemon Showdown was crazy. Deadlock's so easy to look at. Deadlock's only hard to watch if you don't play. If you're not playing. When you're playing, it's not that bad, chat.
You can't have that camera to check. Things like that. Make things a little bit more difficult there. Prowler was just a little bit late. That allowed Boom to get that easy first kill, fall back for the second. Dombi tries to slide in, but it's kind of an attempt at a hero play at that point. Nobody's really there to back it up.
Four-man push out, trust in the Killjoy. There's no raise on the other side. You think you're going to get full value out of your util? You generally are. It's not a bad play. The Neon's going to be focused a lot on this Rebel fight. Okay. They bait out the alarm bot, and there are the nanos. Oh, only one nanoswarm, though. You realize that there's no sprint 3, doesn't activate the last one. That's very, very good of Berserks.
For what it's worth here on this eco, they've set themselves up decently.
Learning the items in Deadlock is sensory overload. Okay, that is true. The items are a bit of a pain. I should go back and check out what Deadlock looks like these days.
What we can tell, having the all-seeing eye here on the minimap, would have been a very solid read.
You know one's in the back.
Now push up forward as
But there's the snake bite. It's the classic fight for Killjoy on C site. You still have 40 seconds. Yeah, there's no reason to force this. There actually is no reason to force this. Oh, okay. Oh, but it's a high-low. It's like, oh, it's good. It's good from Boom. Baits him out.
Swing out from NC Slasher is swift and clean. Ivy on the floor, just the one casualty so far. No economic damage dealt here.
I mean, I think Deadlock still has a pretty hardcore community in the West, but I think in the East,
swinging out, does go ahead put down DOS9.
I mean, there's just like no one's running official tournaments, stuff like that. Dude, what is that third kill?
Getting the weapon.
I mean, this is already pretty big. Yeah.
Double push gets ready to come through Baby Door. Reload can come through. Francis is going to have to deliver a couple more nasty shots like that if he wants to somehow clutch out this round.
I mean, you expect the tree, but do they peek in one by one is the big question. They do, but Shiro's good with it. Trust in the Spectre.
Go ahead, get the kill, wrap around to scoop up the Bulldog. Carry forward as much firepower as they can. As the defuse, looking like it's going to be handled.
It's pretty fun. They're trying to focus the game to be more ability-focused than gun, but other than that, we're good. I feel like that's what Deadlock always wanted to be, though. It was basically like a
more about, again,
more advanced Smite.
I like the early idea to clear out some of that util, but there's still extra layers behind what Boom is doing that's really, really good here. The high-low setups, there was a
the real big question is on buy rounds, how are you going to get past C-Site, right?
We can't just run in there with that shotgun. They're going to be anticipating something like that coming through.
When does Nami show something other than Neon? He just did, and they lost. I mean, I don't know if his Neon individually looked bad. I just think... Like, I don't think his Neon mechanics looked bad, but, you know, positioning, teamwork, timings, kind of rough. But again, like, having seen his past games, I'm not concerned about him playing other things like the Rays.
they're putting up solid figures here today.
Those guys are destroying in bingo.
For now, A side.
Okay, creeping up with the judge.
Feed out Berserks here at drop.
No, he's just gonna give space. He's gonna play on site. Okay, just wants to respect the util. So he puts the pressure on, so they have to use some of it. So the paranoia is already gone. That's kind of big. Counter paranoia just to buy time. Nobody actually gets hit by it. It's a good scout out and a good check close. Good smoke just to keep him tied up. Lots of delay. This is a lot of time bought for Margaret to try to come back.
He was right back into it. He thought it was going to be expired, but Shiro,
That's unfortunate.
maybe scratching his head.
It should be enough. Oh, okay. Yeah. Margaret not even spotted.
Clean up the kill. Famous and Shiro both go down, and Nongshim will
Yeah,
be
Dombi
able to
dying
get
was
themselves around
that's
the way.
unfortunate.
Well, that's just Dombi being Dombi there. The judge in hand. That extra
Dombi, chat. Hold on.
Cash as well, really nice.
No. None of that. None of that. We won't have Dombi slander in this chat.
Even with a judge being bought down to, they're able to come through with a
That is
really
kind of
nice
funny though.
hold
But we
onto the
won't
site.
take it. We won't
A little
take
bit of
it.
sloppiness at the end, but Margaret was making
It's the
his sweet
far
time,
sight
getting some
line
time to
set
get
up,
onto the back flank.
and then the close swing out.
So, without some of that extra cipher control, still
Seeing
able
more
to
and more
wrap around
teams
to
do
find some
that.
extra space. Something that
And
Boom is not
Nongshim
gonna
always
be
kind of
aware
liked it.
Oh, Ivy. About to be greeted with a
Ivy. Oh, he actually gets bit by it. That's rough. They know he's bit by it. Relay bolt. Showstopper actually gets dodged. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Okay, so Navi's just going to pick up the gun. They just reset. But the thing is Boom, I love that Boom sticks to this. They just say, hey, unless they keep pushing, we're going to hold so that we have the information. You can still delay. I love that the alarm bot is deep as well, right? So the only thing Berserk has to worry about is the Neon jumping through on the side towards Waterfall. And then he can really hold. And this Nanoswarm keeps him safe from being pushed as well. That's a lot of chip damage. But while we were talking about that, DOS9 gets picked off, and that's a little rough.
I think part of the game plan here for Boom to
You
try to
still
deal with this
have
Neon
the
play,
Viper,
go
but
back again to
everything's
the-
already
some
laid
of
down,
the
so
best
no
ways setting up for this is
smokes
to try to get ahead of it. Try to put
for
some
Boom
pressure
Esports.
onto these flanks.
You
Particularly on
gotta
Margaret on
expect
the
that the
right.
Neon's pushed up. Oh, that was a very wide jump. And sure, getting picked off, that's a little rough. They needed to win both of that, because otherwise Berserk's had free reign on when to push Dombi. And that's going to be the save.
The weapon, 2 casualties once again here for the side of Nongshim, but it's going to be 2 rounds, 1 overall as they tie things up.
But again, Nongshim absorbing pressure really, really nicely. Ivy played that as well as he could, and Donby so good to react there with that Neon, using that relay bolt to buy a little bit of extra space. And has that judge in hand still. And on that sends Boom
Crystal
packing.
and Cushy looked like
Nongshim
we
the
expected.
opportunity
Yeah,
to
I would
reload
say
for
so.
another
I would say
clear
so.
day.
I think Cushy, I had high expectations, but I think he might
Fight
still even
there
look
and
better than I
they
thought.
Catch DOS9 trying to get out. That broke things wide open. They're able to get through with that round.
I mean,
win.
Chad, a lot of you guys are still saying that you think Nongshim is automatically like, still in the running for top 4, but I don't think we can write this game off. I really don't.
Nice shot by the IGL Shiro, but Nongshim responds in kind with a 2K of their own between 2 players. Tommy going to be still maintaining a judge. It's going to be a weaker buy.
I do like that they're leading more into the Vice, though, away from the Cypher. That's good. Hopefully Margaret continues to show a little bit more fluidity with it. Okay, so Razorvine already used to combat any push out on the rubble fight. That's gone. Weakens the post plant just a
I'd like to see
bit.
them work the map a little bit more now. You didn't find any of that contact at rubble like you wanted. I know you've got a judge. I know you've got Dombi.
I mean, Nongshim basically trusting that if they go in and they get full contact, they could go for a full rotate onto B, given that there's no push out from C, but it looks like they are going to be baited all the way. Boom does a very good job of hiding info until it's way too late, but it's a judge, so... Oh! Okay. Oh, jeez. Yeah, he noticed it too. He realized it too.
Margaret, but Dombi is just completely unnoted here.
Hello, Dombi, just running amok.
Once again, Berserks on his lonesome.
Oh, you said 2026. I see.
The lead here, 3 rounds consecutive.
It's even with a good read, even with the right players in place.
Foya was taken is eating their first bowl of Nongshim Ramyun, chat. Let's all give a round of applause and congratulations to finally seeing the truth.
Even when
Your
it's
life will
been the
never be the
biggest
same again.
Focal point of some of your prep for this series, it's really hard to shut down Domby.
I mean, Tommy, you don't even need this kill, man.
Trying to do it right
Just give it
here.
to somebody else. Yeah, yeah. Get ready to run in. Guys.
As well to come away
Okay.
with those 2 kills. Stop the economy from Nongshim from getting completely out of control, but cannot turn the tide of the round. Still 2 players left standing.
All good. No, all good. It was all part of the plan to make sure that Ivy or that Francis was able to get close to his Nightfall chat.
Great paranoia, by the way, from
All
Persia
part of the
in middle
plan.
Of all that to set Domby up. Absolutely insane stuff. A little bit of fade util from Francis as well.
What did he say? I couldn't hear him clearly.
That was starting to feel good. Things are right back to
All right,
comfort
one away
zone
from the
for them.
Nightfall.
Just
You've got the overdrive, so
laying
it's
off
still
the Domby.
judge time.
Going for
Okay.
quite a big push
Just
out
going for the
toward
flash
B.
right away. It's just going to be a fast hit.
Bypass a lot of that util.
Yep. Relay bolt. That's a good relay bolt to push him back in. Oh, yeah. Was shaking a bit too much, but he didn't actually get much movement on that shake. That was a rare Domby miss on the movement play. Good hold by Margaret. Persia. Okay, no one's close, but it's good cover from Ivy. So Francis able to reposition just a bit. They know he's heaven, but he can now hide away and jiggle. Nightfall used. Okay, so one getting pushed out. So they know one's on site. You know one's outside by waterfall. He's weak. Ivy.
Last pack cleared.
He knows he needs to fight Berserks first. Whoa, Francis. Ah, yeah. Rough.
Is able to hold it down, ties it up at 3-3.
I think he was scared. I was trying to think what was going on there. I think he was scared about the repeat from Famous, right? Once Berserk spotted him, but he didn't die, he was like, oh, is Famous also going to swing me and make it a 2v1? But Famous just had full faith. Good on Famous, though. Good on Famous. If he peeked out and Francis actually got the kill into Famous first, they might have lost that. So, good faith.
So they have the crossfire set up. They understand where everyone is from Boom. Just can't hit the shots from Ivy. Had an opportunity.
Oh. Ooh, that shoulder peek out. Berserk's
Oof.
swung the corner wide enough to get any information.
Yeah, you got the round, but the econ's still not great, right? Everybody's still in half armor. Still 2 Guardians left. So that Outlaw has a lot of value. You now have to respect that a lot. You now have to kind of fill up Seaside. It's either that or you have to empty it. I wouldn't mind them emptying it, but you have to empty somewhere because none of the Killjoy util is up. But if you empty B site entirely, that's kind of tough. Whoa.
But Ivy comes up with 2.
Where?
Yeah, where?
They're trying to get the punish on the Neon, but oh, it just bites them in the rear.
Oof.
Unreal. Hello?
Oh,
Shiro.
Nongshim.
Thank you.
Boys, can we please go back to Pearl and give some respect?
They'd already evacuated.
I mean, it's a reasonable
gosh.
But, okay, in the end, because of that kill, they get the pit out. Minor consolation prize here for the side of Boom.
I get what Margaret's doing there. Like, with how much space had been cleared on A. With how, reading the
It's a
map
shame
and
that Boom and
understanding the
Nongshim have to
situation
fight
there
each
in
other.
terms of
Both
the
teams could
numbers of
possibly go on a
players.
run.
It's a
I mean,
4v2 at that
yeah,
point.
for sure.
You have to expect that they're already rotating, but
Margaret lost
the round
looking
was
for
basically
right
over, in fact, so Boom
piece.
was already,
Oh, the
just
Margaret
considered
memes. I wonder if Margaret's
anyway.
aware. I wonder if Margaret even knows
You know,
who
the
Margaret
economy's
Thatcher
already
is.
so
Probably
weak.
not.
they can't afford to keep having these deaths, to keep dropping guns. They need to start stringing together a win or two to get theirs back. Kind of in a fluid
Yeah,
state.
they've been a little bit too crazy.
They don't invest the pit here on the side of Nongshim, so there is a slight takeaway. You know, in Boom's favor there, but
True.
Okay.
Still going to be called.
Timeout drawn out.
A very good time to bring that.
I mean, I think it's a really good timeout, especially if, as far as I understand, as far as I can tell, Boom is still quite a prep-heavy team.
I'm pretty
Using
curious
it before
what this is
things
gonna
go
look like
awry,
after this
right?
timeout, because
To
I feel like
secure
Boom has
just
shown
a
us
couple more
quite a few
rounds
different
here on that
looks. We've
defense.
seen aggressive push-outs
Because if you go
early. We've seen
5-7s, it's not bad.
try
I
to
mean,
play
given the
for a little bit of
compositions, I
rebel
think you would
control.
want
We've seen
more. I think you
try
would
to
want to be
play,
on the 7 end
you know,
rather than the
contesting
5
on
end.
B,
But
try to shut them down. A little bit of retake
Excuse
here
me.
and there, but it seems like
a
so far
5-7 is
it's
not
just,
bad.
you know, Nongshim is able to find the slight advantages in a lot of those moments and then snowball the rounds out of control off the basis of that. course, you know, Dombi just
Malanalysis going at it. We'll see if the timeouts are good. I'll be very honest, the timeouts against DRX, not very great. Or DRX's timeouts either. Nongshim's timeouts did not see really great adjustments in that match. So we'll see.
So I'm pretty curious what the plan is off the back of this. And right now, okay, you're sending a couple players over, the Viper and the Fade, to try to contest the A Rubble space.
That Steel Garden
Snakebite Seize combo.
for that post plant. Obviously, you could use it to get in, but that seems more like a
slow march
we
forward.
need to do it. I mean, especially in this run, obviously, you wouldn't need it. You have Lockdown, though. Lockdown and Nightfall, so boom, if they're able to get a pick. Retake is possible.
Create a little bit more resistance. Really fully sell it. Maybe
So they're going to ditch
throwing out the poison orb. Kind of buy a little bit of
and basically try to make them feel like, okay, there's a play here, and they could be set up for a trap play as well onto Mound. Oop. But getting spotted by that flash, that's going to make things a bit more tricky. So they can't set up anymore in B main. I like that idea, though, right? If you're able to tuck in here, you can watch for B, but also set up with the Paranoia on C Mound. It was a nice attempt. But now that that's been torn, what's the choice? You got to stack somewhere. Nongshim not taking chances. They're just going to draw attention and go to B. Big kill, though. That lets people know that it's B. 2 people get hit, I think. Okay, Lockdown as well. Ivy has to wait for Shiro. Pretty sure has to watch out how he exits here. Yeah, he needs to just hug the wall. Clearing out Heaven. Steel Garden. Oh, it doesn't quite get into the edge, but they're trying to refill. They want to push out. With the shear being activated, they want to push out. Nope, they know one's close. Oof, doesn't check the close corner. Oh, huge shot from NC Slasher. That wasn't opening, but the smoke, man. The timing smoke from Persian. Look at the angle he's holding, because he knows that the pre-fire is going to come out either close or down here. So he just holds straight on. That's like the toughest angle to pre-fire right there, because you're usually looking at where they're standing here or here.
It was all a ruse, and Boom did a good job of recognizing it and
Does PRX play today? Yes, they do.
Donby gets in a tree, and Shiro just
what if we had an agent who could spawn a COD nuke as his ult and kill everyone, including teammates?
Finds a good angle with the Guardian. Then, you know, Nongshim able to get the
right, and what would the balance be?
Right before that lockdown is able
what if we had an agent who could just turn off the game?
In terms of, do we not? They're already committing to that plant, so they're able to retreat to safety.
I mean, unless you mean that they have to drop a 30 bomb to end the game, then, you know, that could have interesting implications.
Out into the open. Oh god, Amos backing away. Not too much going to be taken there. Does have the regen armor.
So trade of Util and B. But both presume that you've backed off. But Nongshim's going to be the one that re-clears it. So it's again an A to B possibility set up. So Boom's trying to get ahead of it. Famous wants to get ahead of it, but the smoke is really blocking it in. NC Slasher peeked out. Famous needed to go out a bit earlier, I think. But at the end of the day, it's an overdrive, so I don't know if he would have won. That timing was a bit unfortunate. It looked like Famous wasn't quite clear if they were committing or not. And then NC Slasher had to go fully out of the door before Famous was able to get out. Famous was always meant to be the one that cleans up, I think. But it just seems like it's just a tad bit late, but it was an overdrive, so.
Not much for anybody else. Not sure to.
Cove saves you. From the nuke. The one counter is hard. This is how they buff Harbor, is by bringing in an agent who can drop a nuke.
You want to try to set Francis up for this if possible.
Here comes Dombi, sliding forward, and okay, not going to be able to get in with a double pump there on that shorty, but they know that he's so very low. Just trying to whittle away at him through the corner, but eventually on the swing.
I mean, I don't think you can say that RQ threw on Haven, guys. RQ was, I mean, it was tied neck and neck up until 12-10. I don't think you can say RQ threw really hard.
Very plentiful.
I think that's a crazy take, and I think that disrespects Genji a lot.
DOS9 trying to create an extra angle, gets dealt with quickly. Nongshim just reacting so well to things.
Don't just saying, why don't they die?
12-3-2 here for Francis.
Jeez, 12-3, 4.0 KD from the IGL chat. Francis really just said, I'm gonna win us the game.
Couple sheriffs, classic for Famous. He does have the showstopper. Love to see if you can maybe find a kill with that. Pick
So
up the
Boom
gun.
just gonna go for a trap play.
Yeah, this is going to be a brawl.
They're gonna throw the haunt. How many pistols get fired? Only one. That's very good patience from Boom. Oh, and the showstopper. The showstopper. It finds him. It should get 2. Yep, that's a huge one. That's a good chase in from Famous. Domby, calm down. Domby, they didn't pick up one. Domby. Domby.
Right as he goes for the swing up.
You're way too far ahead.
He gets taken down. Now Ivy trying to continue to break out of this position and snap for that second kill, but suddenly Margaret across the map. His last one standing, and he just has an outlaw in hand. A weapon picked up. NC Slasher now a phantom in hand.
I have the spike.
When you go plant.
To go ahead and back away. Wall going to be set up. Plant can come through, but can he somehow?
What is respect?
Will be collected.
I mean, Domby definitely kind of overheated there.
Got that showstopper to find.
But I think he also expected Boom to stay and fight, which a lot of times they would. So
A little bit of util left.
I don't think it's excusable, but I get where it's coming from.
Some of that vice stuff.
I think it's bad, but I get where it's coming from.
Still has an arc rose as well, but
Oh,
this is.
well, NC Slasher,
This is gonna be tough.
you're on your own for 8 seconds.
Prowler dodged for now.
The 1v1.
Has one player isolated, sends out the first shot.
Making it look like it's only him. I like it. I like it.
Narrowly clears out
He had
the
to
Prowler.
shoot
The Hunt now
again.
lobbed in. He's
Whoa,
revealed, and
whoa.
He has gone down. Just cannot break those lines of sight quickly enough. Boom. Will stem the bleeding. Get themselves a 4th round win.
Why is Chobra treating Domby as his dog that needs the coat of shame?
I like the idea from Boom. I think this is a bit of a blunder.
You know
from
what? A
Noshi
coat of
because
shame would be appropriate.
Knowing that the showstopper is there and fully committing 4 players bunched up like that in A lobby is a risk. That haunt is so good. It is so good from NC Slasher. And Ivy just trying to fight for his life, but so many angles to worry
I
about
mean,
there.
I get what at that point Ivy really did have to just win the fights, right? Because you didn't want to go into a
Great for
2v5
chasing
for the
down a player with
retake.
Just an outlaw in hand.
You don't know when they're going to
He's got an op
chase.
For Famous, finally able to get some money into their pockets. See if they can turn their
Hop
tides.
online. Oh, good patience. Waits for the neon to come back. Doesn't get fire off right at the beginning.
Into sight and get picked off.
No shit.
Not going to connect here. On to Famous. Tries to hold the line. The second
How do we plan to push this? Okay, Persia's in. I don't know if he's heard him. Yes. They're watching. Persia takes a lot of damage there. Oh, Persia purposely waits for that shot. He's creeping up. Good cover from Berserks. And a crossfire from NC Slasher has him tied up. So both the Notion members, they're busy watching each angle. They would love to take out at least one more member. That's a massive paranoia, though. See, when Boom, once the fight starts and Boom is ready, like Boom gets in position for it, they're very good because they always try to get ahead within the fight. The real question is can they always get to that position before the fight?
So well handled by Boom. His last couple of rounds
30 seconds left.
had great reactions, great reads on what Nongshim wants to do. Famous there in a great
All right,
position.
Francis. Show us what you got.
Zombie in a spot where he's got an easier op shot. He's the first jump out, kind of anticipating that.
Does he go heaven?
Second jump might land, holds the angle nicely. And then from there,
No, but he will go stairs.
fighting retreat.
Kind of the same concept.
You know,
Stairs gives him a little bit of a different way to wrap around. Also allows him to kind of wait and wrap around them from the back. Oh, that's a good turret, Berserks. That is a heads-up turret.
He swings back out from stairs.
That's good. I respect it. Oh. I mean, he was waiting for the other peek outs. NT, but that's a good turret. That was a good turret.
Another 6-6 half.
Well, the last time these two teams squared off on this map, it was an overtime win for Boom in the Ascension Grand Finals. It's like we might be heading in a similar direction right
Dude,
now.
OT? Dude, the games have
good
been
for
very close in Pacific.
and you have to press forward there. You're trying to catch that operator. off guard, but Berserks is so ready for it. He's so aware of it. Shuts down Perza's push.
Nice.
Timeout has to be played for the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, well, is Saucy going to do it anymore, Denji?
rounds in a
Didn't
row
think
that have
so.
Kind of wrecked any
He's a
momentum that
retired
they were
old
building
man.
Up, and all of a sudden, I feel like maybe Boom might be able to take a 6-6.
I don't think
out
that
of this
argument
half.
stands in our chat.
That's pretty solid for sure.
How dare you bring in Saucy's name to try to
especially given that the last
disrespect
3 pistols
Francis?
have
That's
gone the way of
crazy.
That's very true too. It's tough right now for Nongshim. They're starting to get red a little bit. The tendencies are starting to get down a little
Curious
bit.
why
Like
they're. I mean, I guess they just really want the
Zombie
7-5.
stuff
It's a
has no
very
longer been
non-Nongshim like
Boom's been able
timeout,
to
but
finally adjust and nullify the neon. And now let's see
can we have the Japanese
what kind
cast for the
of
culture?
ideas
For
that
what
Nongshim wants to bring
culture?
into this last round. I think I'd like to see a little bit more
I don't understand the Japanese
spreading
cast.
of the map, but
I can't laugh at the
map.
jokes they tell.
I read fast B hit.
Well, it took all the way until the 12th round, but there is an Odin now in play as well. In the hands here of NC Slasher. And guess where
It's
he's
going to be
positioned?
from the shadows
Here on the
to
B
push
side,
them
Perza
back.
with the TP forward.
My God.
Going for a scout. Does go ahead.
Oh,
Cancel.
a little bit too far ahead, yeah.
Been heard. It's got to be around that corner. Not quite getting tagged up.
I
so
was
far.
thinking that the from the
Damage
shadows would be
on
here,
either
and he would
side.
just auto-cancel it no matter what on a timing, but
Tap the door,
goes
Berserks.
onto the site
That
before
off
the rest of
already.
his team's able to get on.
Spot for the
Draws out the
knockout.
reactions, though,
Here does
so you
down
know
the
that it was a
full
two-man
shot.
stack.
Rotates across, but double up setup here. It's famous up on top of the box. He's not been playing this position. Might go unread. Looking for the multi-man pace out. They're able to do it. It's famous.
Trying to
With
spray
one.
through.
It's gonna be taken down now.
Oh, the
Swap
judge
This
swap
might
is
be
nasty
really
here.
anticipated the pit
And the
now.
pit as well.
Now,
Pushes them
Berserk
into
flushing
B.
down, open things up on that B side a little bit more.
Oh,
Philly's not gonna
Push
do any
out with the
much. Then he gets taken
decay.
down. Shiro
A little
collects
bit
two.
ambitious, but doesn't really matter.
Famous the only casualty thus far. He's
It's a
playing
good
his
play
best
from Boom.
shot
Boom's playing this
possible for
very
the
well.
side of Nongshim.
I don't know who said it earlier, but they're also
setup
being
here was
very
so good for
composed,
Boom.
very step by step.
that pit to force them into the nightfall to cut off the rotation into B. You seed over that rubble control in a little bit intentionally.
That gives them their own pit.
Oh,
Oh, I think Saucy's great. I think
He
Saucy's
invested immediately here.
one of the most impactful that we've had so
Towards
far for
upper
sure.
TP. Cross towards that connector door.
All right, Persia outside of the pit. He has to go big.
Playing up close. Just in the corner here alongside
Oh,
Berserks.
Ivy's gonna get spotted. I think
Little bit
Ivy's
also.
not ready for. Oh,
Back is turned here for the moment.
Yo,
Pushes out.
dude,
Ivy
Berserks
taken
was
down.
so
Berserks
fast
able
on
to find
that.
two, however. Playing here within the smoke. Odin shot coming his way.
Ah,
36 HP. He just cannot get it
NT.
done.
NT
6-6.
tried
We
to
are
wait.
tied up at the half. Boom.
That's a
fighting
good
back.
half for Boom, IMO.
this is just
It's a
such
good
great
half.
round for Boom off of the timeout. They put up a bit of a fight.
I'm
and
getting a little
obviously
worried,
the
chat.
Multi-layers with the guns there. The operators, two of them. They have the judge to fall back to for famous, but it's more about the way they use those ultimates. The
Getting a
Vipers pick
little
stop the
worried.
A hit. You know they're going to go through B because you've given them that extra space. The Nightfall to cut that off, and then Shiro cuts a couple players down. Ridiculously good.
Had that pit been able to hold, this would have been a very different story. But for Nongshim, this is not the track they thought they were on.
Do we throw
It's
away the
looking like a
Ramyun
7-5,
if
8,
Nongshim
4 even.
loses?
Midway through that first half. Great stability found here.
No,
from
we
Boom.
can't throw him away.
No, shifting over.
Mukbang
on
them
the
all
attack.
at once, dude. How many is left?
Question is, which side of the
I've
map
had
gets a big favorite
4.
here? We're still in Pacific. We still often do see.
And
a
then Wife's had
defender
like
side coming up with
2.
an immense
So
amount
that's
of value.
6. There's like 14 left. How am I gonna eat 14 packs of ramen all at
For the
once?
side of Nongshim, in the past, we've seen them be really good.
Would you be
On
more
the
side if
defender side
Nongshim
on
goes
this
or
map,
RQ
where
goes?
Zombie is
I
able to
mean,
make retakes
it
so much
depends.
more
Does
doable
Nongshim
for
plan
them.
to sponsor me or not?
So far, Boom has started to adjust. They've started to kind of figure him out, keep him under control.
Is there a box
Hot
of Shin
start for
Ramyun on the
sure.
way or not?
Since then, Boom players have really been working off of each other very nicely. The push and pull on the map hasn't really
And then lots of Nongshim fans.
bothered them. They've been able to account for it, deal with it. So now another big question here is, Margaret switching over to the Vise. How is he going to be able to navigate
If Boom
this-
wins this, is it considered an upset? I would say
He's
so.
gonna be
I would
tasked
still
with
say so.
kind of putting into play.
I mean,
quite
given how
often.
Boom played in their very first
gonna
match
be
against
just
T1, I don't think it's the craziest
getting
thing,
bullied
but
a little bit,
I
or is he
think,
gonna be able to
you
lock
know,
that down and they can
I think you still have to consider it an upset.
utilize the extra speed that they have to maintain this rubble control and kind of cut Boom apart piece by piece.
No, Notion still has a timeout. No?
Margaret, but
Yeah, they do.
the wall and the other util
The
is
very
there
first
to
one was used by Boom
delay this,
at
and with that
4-3,
A
and then
rubble
Nongshim used
control,
one
you
at
just kinda need to
6-5.
hold the line here as Nongshim.
Yo, Denji, you gotta chill out on the use of the word throw before we time you out. I've been pretty lenient with you guys, but you guys are starting to just
They're not moving a muscle.
literally throw that word here silly-nilly.
Players here. There's the wall. Fading it out. Smoke falls. Ivy pulling back away from the corner, not wanting to get caught. Persia.
Getting rid of the Vice Wall early. Boom. Picking that up. Lots more teams are going to start doing that.
Get cycled forward. Shiro start working their way across over towards Seaside. Famous trying to open things up, trying to push forward, but Margaret's
Yeah,
able to
it's
find
still a
one.
good flash and Razor Vines. I mean, it's still kind of the same idea as the Killjoy and Viper setups, right? Razor Vines instead of Nanoswarms. Ivy is surviving for a very long time. I was about to say, surely you do not let that go to waste.
We'll get Nongshim tied up on pistol count and get them back into the lead.
Jumping the Vice Wall? Yeah, it takes some
They
practice.
played that round so well.
Devaku, thank you.
Control so
Yeah, I'm
good.
just standing in for the for kickoff, but after
Execute
that
came
we'll be
through.
here.
Margaret gets one, and then Ivy's able to step in.
YouTube chat,
Big,
we're
big kills,
chilling.
buy enough time for the reinforcements to arrive.
Yeah, I mean, I think basically what we're seeing from kickoff at the very least is that you're right. Like there's no like multiple tiers. It's really like
Francis just dialed
3 tiers. Yeah, I guess it's the safest way to put it. But like the gap between the like C and B would be very small, in my opinion, for Pacific.
Saving up for a
I think that's a
bit of
good way to
better
look at it.
bonus, potentially.
So while there are upsets, I don't think there's any like, wow, like we never saw that coming. You know what I mean?
Berserk finds two. Francis putting that sheriff to good
Dude,
use.
what is going on?
Put him down
Why are
now.
we
Suddenly
just?
the dust settles. It's a 1v2 NC Slasher. Will eventually get picked, but weapons
Why are we
quite far
just
away.
full
Not sure
fighting
if they're able to juggle
nonstop?
anything back. Bulldog gonna be thrown
Why do people
over.
end up
Does get scooped,
autopilot?
but in the end, it's just gonna be that Spectre.
Oh, you're talking about your own ranked
Ends up
games.
being lost.
This just gets
Yeah, I mean, I would say until like Plat Diamond, it's either just your own aim or just your own positioning. You just have to play your own game. You can't like try to play a team game really. I mean, obviously, if you want to practice calming, that's good, but it also depends on the region. Like some servers are better about calming than other servers, but
same setup off the rip for the side of Nongshim. Gonna keep challenging this A-Rubble control.
I mean, Nongshim kind of has to. There's not too many. They can have a couple trap plays, but the Neon really shining here with the speed to try to get ahead of things. He's going to hold it close with a Bucky. So there's not too many options for him to do it and rotate unless he's going to try to get ahead of things, right? Which you could. You could leave Persia here, but he only has a Sheriff. They didn't give him a rifle. So they'll have to wait and hold. Judge on this side, Bucky here. Judge here, Bucky here.
Completely boxed in, and they've got that Bucky tucked right outside the A door if anybody were to try to push through.
And the Vice Wall's still here.
Hasn't been popped yet either.
Yeah, but they still got time as long as you pop it. Oh, Margaret.
Challenging them, saying, yeah, come on.
Actually, I'm okay with that. Show them the judge so they don't try to trip the Vice Wall so you get free info for the rest of the round. I don't mind that, but how are you guys going to delay them on B? You have the C's. It has to be a... What?
Wow. Flushing him out. Instant headshot found. As Francis getting ping revealed here by the Haunt Famous.
Well, that surely slows down a lot.
So very close on that peak to being able to find the punch.
They still filled it. The judge is back.
With the judge in hand.
Yeah, Boom senses something's up, so they're going to rotate. But they didn't have the shear wall popped. And there is a arc rose available.
And now cut back in towards B.
Okay, the fake. But Margaret's still here. He's going to hold an off angle. Oh, the distance not really great for him. It's a great spread out from Boom. Huge swing out. That was actually so good against the judge.
7 seconds to spare as the spike gets planted. Everything here.
That was... Wow. Well played, well played.
On the deep flank, rotating around through stairs towards
I mean, at the end of the day, if Boom drops another weapon, it's really rough for them. But they shouldn't because Shiro is purposely the one on the flank, and they still have the double stack here.
Tap on the spike as Shiro,
I don't know if you peek out first, given that you only have 10 HP.
A little bit more more costly here for Boom.
The whole point was to not drop another weapon, my guys.
Lineup for him, but DOS9 will be able to hold it down to find the kill. Brings the gap now just down to 1 round.
It's pretty good damage done though. By Nongshim.
The observer bug, it just happened. Chat, I give up. I trust you. You guys have screenshots. I've seen it. Everyone's talking about it. I trust you, but I'm gonna be honest. It's clearly not bothering me.
That judge might get a little more damage, but Zerx is having none of it. What a phenomenal entry from him to kick the door in for the side of Boom. That was huge. That round could have gone very different.
All right, 8-7.
If he doesn't hit those shots.
A bulldog and a half armor. That's how they're gonna nullify some of the econ damage.
A phenomenal run of it.
It's gonna keep them sprayed down. 1 away from Nightfall. So one of the things that Nongshim has been doing well is with that Rebel fight, they're always collecting that ult orb. So Francis will try to get ahead with those ults. Nongshim kind of needs to win this themselves, though. Look at their creds.
Oh, Francis in trouble.
They've been very good about these double swings.
It's double faced into the B side. Downbeat.
You have to imagine that someone snuck in, but they don't know for sure. He has to re-clear this. Dombey has to... Oh, where's the call? Yeah. The Haunt just got broken. Sure, just not paying attention at all. That's unfortunate. Arc grows to buy time, but the sheer wall is going to go down. So Margaret has to win this 1v1. He wins it in time. And then the snake bite here as well. Persia with the flank, and then he runs back. I love it because there's still 50 seconds. You don't want them to suddenly rush you back. You don't want to take the risk of rushing forward just to pinch. And so you will just hold far just for info, because as long as he doesn't see him, unless they pop the door, then it's going to be just C-mount the whole time.
Either side really wants to press too much further forward. Money's tight for Nongshim and Boom. Be a little bit careful in this scenario. May just be kind of a hold for everybody else on this, but these are the problems that Boom is going to be facing.
Apparently it was happening in a couple of the off-season tournaments, the latest off-season tournaments too, like right before kickoff. So, but I think it's just not a super strong priority fix. But I mean, they're working on it, so I'm sure it'll get fixed.
Not exactly sure what went on with Shiro there. Didn't hear the gunshots behind him. Wasn't just footsteps. There's a lot of noise made there.
Nightfall online now.
Call it a C9 moment.
Chirp.
Same map and all. Either way. Timeout.
Timeout.
Called here.
Boom's been calling these early timeouts. They want the adjustments to come through. Again, given what they're good at, I like their early timeouts. I think it suits them.
Yeah, that Haunt had to be cleared. I don't know. Anyway, but the map control is.
Speaking of which, Persia and Dustline were both top players in South Asia, so maybe that's the meta. Picking up crash controllers, picking up crash controller imports in South Asia.
He's got to bait that wall out sooner as Boom.
I think Dombey just got told off because I think he was running around jumping, and they told him he can't move during the timeout.
Cleaned out as possible. And that Nongshim
that's what it looked like.
A little bit more, so they can't make these aggressive pushes sooner. So they can't react as quickly. Give yourself the ability to get into those post-plant scenarios a little bit sooner. Put some extra pressure on Nongshim.
Oh, you mean the meta is for people to go to South Asia? So it's like they just enter the chamber and then they come out really strong as a new rookie. It's not bad. It's not a bad meta. All right, Nightfall now online. All that ult door picking up. A couple of those early kills. Still 17-9. Doing well. One away. Yep, from the lockdown. But only 3. Yeah, I don't know about the Bucky. 3 sheriffs. But there are 2 rifles, so there's definitely a bit of a curveball. Okay, but hey, he trips the sheer wall nice and early, so there's that value. I like that they put it in B.
And so that's going to allow Boom a little
right, given the weaponry, you believe that you're going to be able to fight with the Razor Vines and the Flash here. Oh, did not expect the Raze to get all the way through, did we now?
Ends up falling. The weapon now going to be passed over 3 rifles here for the players.
Good save from Francis. Huge save. Backup arrives.
Ends up falling. The flush out comes through. It's only Ivy as the casualty. As Nongshim will get themselves up to double digits.
And it's off
now stretching.
It's off the timeout that Nongshim comes up with a bit of a different look. The early part of the round looks pretty similar, but it's the setup.
Oh, that's true. It goes gray. So why was he? Why'd he freak out? I don't know. It looked like he was told to take his hands off the keyboard.
Trying to take that C pressure because you know you have the Nightfall. You know you can get great value out of it. It's good adjustment.
I don't know.
From the side of Nongshim.
Maybe he was typing away. Maybe he was trash talking in chat.
Potentially off the road. You can't quite see. There's a toxic screen in the way.
Okay, waits for the haunt. Little aggressive. Set up for the Persia though.
As the dust settles, 3 players gone here on the side
Super
of
aggressive. I don't mind it just because it's 2 rounds after the timeout, right? And they had an eco the previous round, so it's a C hit, so you want to hit a fast. They even waited for the haunt. Overall, the read was fine. It's just the shorty. Not sure about that.
Well, that was probably the right idea from Nongshim.
Yeah, no, as a team, it was a good read.
DOS9 dead to rights there, but just a bit of a whiff with the shorty.
Swing onto the corner. Those opening shots not connecting. Margaret having to back away.
I mean, if Domby gets to kill into DOS9, Persia gets more because Domby's still able to distract for longer.
Holds him at bay for the time being.
2v4. Steel Garden up, but lockdown. That's the big one. So ideally, Berserks waits to use it and use it very late in a position where they would have to get off the spike, but they can't push it.
Can now be planted here on B. You can see still just how hesitant Boom is being.
Spike planted.
One way or another is Ivy here. You want to go in for the cause. You'll have the Viper's Pit in the next round. And Boom not taking any chances.
I don't know if you use it right away.
Try to gun him down.
Especially because of the lockdown.
Snake bite in play for Ivy.
Trading it for the lockdown might not be bad, but
there's going to be a high-low setup right around the corner.
Toxins going up.
All will get re-raised, and the call to save has been made. Ivy will go ahead and drift away from this site. Boom. Going to go ahead and get themselves online a bit more in this second half.
Why did Ivy go A instead of mid? My assumption is that they just figured if it's B, they'll know with the shear wall, and then they'll just have to close in from either side. It's just where they feel more comfortable with, where they think that there might be a higher chance of A just because of the shear wall.
Yeah, I mean, Domby there. Then Francis was
right, kind of like a 50-50 mind game.
And that gives DOS9 just enough time to reset. If you're getting that close with a shorty that quickly, again, normally you're feeling pretty good about that situation.
Yeah, ult's online, 1 away from the showstopper for Famous. Things are looking good for Boom. DOS9 with only 6-13. Wait, are we saying DOS9 or DOSya? Have the casters been saying DOS9 or DOSya?
Response potentially from Boom. They're waiting for this Nightfall. They're going to let it rip.
Sent immediately.
Big Nightfall. Oh, Persia barely getting out.
Jumps back across towards connector door. DOS9 just TPing forward.
Okay, they're still saying DOS9.
Scouts knows that this is clear.
Trying to set up a bit of a combo play off the back of that Nightfall. Using that deafening
Holding onto rubble. This is the Voxy 9 position from Berserk, so he can always go for a late wraparound if he wants. He can hold that and then regroup onto rubble. He can do a late wraparound onto rubble as well. Oh, they were right outside. Okay, still good pinch, and it happens to be the spike. Oh, Margaret's kind of stuck. He just has to pretend. Huge kill against the lockdown. Get inside. There you go. Good trade. Good cover.
Over towards Orb.
And that should be the round as long as they don't give him 1v1s.
On his lonesome. Nongshim, once again, looking to bring this lead up to 3 rounds. Francis on the corner, not going to be able to find that kill. Famous does well to get it, and that's a showstopper now online. If you find one more, perhaps. But there's only 15 seconds remaining. And the spike is still a world away, and he's not ready for this reposition from Margaret.
Couldn't have Boom just pushed up? You guys were talking about the previous round, but there was a shear wall here, right? So you would know once they're in when they're in B. And then it's a 4v2, so there's actually really no reason for Boom to go hunting for more kills, right? When they have the spike. They could clear Link and post up there, but there would be no reason for them to be like, let's wrap around again and try to catch them off guard on CRA when we don't know if they've regrouped or not. So
good at playing off each other's angles. Margaret's so smart there. to get
You
that
can
first
argue
kill
that, but
and
it's
use that
like
toxic screen to get the heck out.
it's like no matter what, it was
Reposition,
gonna
set up
be
his
like
teammates.
unless they had time to group up as
Boom
two, it was
guessing.
always gonna be like a 1v2, 1v3, and
potential
see whatever
dominance.
kills you can get.
Oh my God.
Huge with the overdrive. Yeah, he just gets back.
Still managing to find two.
That's massive.
Some kills of their own, but the rest
The
of the
decision
team
making there
collapses.
to just
They crush,
trust
they
and
destroy.
push through.
And at the blink of an
Holy.
eye, the round is over. Boom! Knocked on their asses. And now down to their last leg.
That is a full send. They
Explosive
haven't
fashion,
done that
take it up to series point.
at
Oh
all.
my God.
Yeah, he just says, "Oh, it's the
madness.
showstopper." He's been
Just, I
paranoid.
love these
Screw that,
set
guys. There's a
plays.
rocket coming your way. What a
In
call
moments
from
like
Domby to
this,
go back.
the confidence
That way,
to take it,
after the
put the
paranoia
nail in the
gets
coffin
out, they all kind of
potentially.
have to turn around. They're like, "Okay, what's going on?" The paranoia
Love
was
that
so
paranoia
good
rip,
too.
and it catches almost everybody on Boom.
Yeah, it's not a great last round.
Unbelievable, dude.
And then now they have somewhat of a read
Down
here.
now. Looking to bring this
Judge
to a
close
conclusion.
range.
Judge
Yep,
in
far
hands,
from
went up to
Persia
one. Pam's gonna be
first.
taken
It's
down
a
the
good
melee
peek.
bolt sent.
Okay.
Paranoia
Yeah,
will
we
stave
don't
off Domby.
overheat.
Tuck back, a bit of damage suffered
We
here.
don't overheat. There you go, Nongshim.
But a chokehold on this B entry.
Good pit as well. They have to clear out this corner before they're able to go
anywhere.
anywhere.
And boom.
And then they just leave A open for the retake. I don't know about leaving it entirely open. Would love to see someone here or here, and probably stairs, just to make sure there's no wraparound.
And they get into position.
It's honestly very doable.
Berserks might get a multi-kill here, and that would be dangerous.
Coming away with two, giving them an opportunity. Weapon's gonna be swapped out. Domby says, nope, I still want that judge. Takes it back up. A-side plant now coming through the pit, immediately invested from Shiro.
I mean, they wanted to close the gap, right? And just make sure that they just wanted full information that it wasn't anywhere between C or B. But that opens up the A site for them.
So very difficult already. Domby, Margaret tagged up.
I mean, the thing is you have to understand, Nongshim plays very snowbally. Whether that is good or bad, we will wait to see. I can dig it. It's not really my style of play, but I can dig it.
Oh,
Oh,
my God.
huge sprays.
Slasher tagged down to 21. Push forward coming through. It's just a shooting gallery.
It was meant to be a setup for Domby, because otherwise you guys would all would all be low anyway. But
Slasher with 4 survives.
And TNT.
Boom. They hold on by a thread.
I mean, this is just kind of a gamble, a hard read attempted from the side of Nongshim. You know, they've been kind of, you know, they hard read on A.
I mean, I think once you let them get on with the pit,
guess where Boom's going to be going.
I do think they
Now,
should have had
kind of
someone
back to the
here,
default.
and then just like jiggle peek this.
Test A rubble with 3
And then,
players,
I mean,
one on
sure.
each
I mean,
other's
dueling
side.
it is fine. They both kind of, they just went out and tried to fight a high-low though with the turret there.
Just gonna
So I do think Nongshim still shows a little bit of their like
Just default
their
setup,
inexperience
lockdown
with
in towards
losing,
the site.
so to speak, right? Where they're just like, well, we always win,
The play.
and the confidence is good, but
wait this out,
there are
take site
certain things
control.
you just can't get away with as much anymore, and that's one of them.
Gonna wait for the last few seconds. Dumps the bite to try to
But
save.
overall, the push out
Did push
itself,
here.
I mean, I think that's just always going to be
Bounce over
Nongshim's
top of that.
choice. Again, it's not. Is it really necessary? No, because you can't really snowball anymore. You just need one more round. But
Domby looking to try to take some space forward here, but it's gonna be a pivot cross. But Domby just closes the gap.
I
and shuts
mean,
them down.
well,
Behind
that's just a
Famous Cole's gonna
classic
be knocked down
Domby
the
setup
park.
right there. You know that they got through. Do you know that it's two? Doesn't matter. Well, now he does.
Slasher able to put him down, but Ivy now
Huge
alive.
from Ivy.
Comes up with one. It's
Not
a
so
Slasher
huge, but
continuing to
huge
fight
again
back,
from
but eventually
Ivy,
it's all
and
on
that
Berserks,
is
and he
gonna be
cannot
it.
make happen. 13 to 9.
GG.
Down to the wire, down to that final map of the series once more. But it is no
This bracket, man, Boom are not a 12th place team. Yeah, they're not. They're not going to be 12th place.
And after a repeat of the
They'll be
Ascension
9th through
Grand
12th.
Finals, it is still
And no, I don't think you can really
coming out
argue
on
that
top.
any of those teams are going to be definitively in 12th place.
Little bit of sigh of relief there for the players on Nongshim. Certainly Boom gave them all they could handle on those second 2 maps.
We'll see how
Pearl,
DFM and
blowout
Zeta
on
look
the side
today
of
and
Nongshim,
tomorrow.
but
I am a little worried
Vibes
for
look so good
DFM.
for Boom.
I'm not really
Nongshim back
too
to Lotus,
worried about Zeta. I
back
think
to the
Zeta
sky,
just
back to
doesn't
cruise
really
control.
look
Yet another
great
win, but
or terrible,
Boom
but
eliminated
obviously
from
it's going to be
kickoff.
hard to tell against PRX.
But
But
still, you
I mean,
have to
Boom
be
played
impressed
well.
with this
Boom
team.
played
The
well.
way they
Obviously, I
pushed
think
T1 in their opening match,
the players aren't going to be too happy because it looked like they really
pushed
should have had a
both
chance,
teams
which I do
right?
think they
bounced
did.
back after a brutal map 1. Gotta like what you're seeing.
You know, try
on
to
this
get
young
revenge.
squad.
So I
Absolutely.
think
And, you know,
they
the
won't be
road
too
here,
happy,
kickoff
but I
comes
think
to
they played.
conclusion,
I think
but
they
there's
played
still
well.
so
I
much
think
more
they've
to
shown
look forward
improvement.
to.
And honestly, I think for a team like Boom,
They have
even if
plenty
it's
of
not that
time.
much experience,
Much
just a
to their
couple bits
chagrin
of this
to sit back
experience
Practice to study the rest of these teams to get ready for that.
And then this long break is going to be very good for them. It's going to be very good for them because now they can focus on, okay, like our planning is good. How do we build up our fundamentals to build up mid-rounding, right?
Still alive in that lower bracket, advancing forward, but for now,
oh yeah, I forgot about Team Secret. They might be actually the current 12th place. You're right. How did G and Talon look? It was a good match. It was a good match. Although I mean, maps 1 and 3 were a little bit of like one side kind of mixing it up. Oh, they have them wearing hanbok, the traditional Korean clothes, because it's Lunar New Year.
This is what happened. Now, Francis, where are you? Francis, oh, hello. Come join me on the stage. 농심 레드포스의 프란시스 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 박수 부탁드립니다.
That is awesome that they have hanbok already.
All right, Francis. Another 3-mapper, full set, going the distance against Boom Esports. Why is everybody laughing? But okay. Now, what was it like playing Boom Esports this time in Pacific? 아, 진짜 손톱 뜯으면서 봐가지고 이거 네일 아트 보세요 지금. 축하드리고요.
감사합니다.
먼저 그 붐 e스포츠를 만나서 또 풀세트 이후 접전 끝에 승리를 했는데 일단 붐을 퍼시픽에서 만나니까 어떤 느낌이었는지 궁금합니다.
어센션에서도 지독하게 만났는데 퍼시픽에서도 만나게 될 줄은 몰랐는데 만나서 그래도 신기했습니다.
Oh my gosh, it's like last year, it was like collision course in the grand finals, but you know, it was new, it was fresh, getting to play them in Pacific. Now, Silkanen, before the match, was worried sick. He said the DRX series actually took a huge toll on the teams, that the mental reset was the priority that he focused on, kind of a conundrum that the team had coming into today's match. So, what was it like for you after the DRX series? I mean, it's been a long time since you guys lost. And how did you and the players personally treat the loss? 이제 실카논 감독님이 오늘 걱정이 진짜 많으셨어요. 프리쇼에서 선수들 멘탈 관리하는 게 급선무였고 좀 걱정이 많이 된다라고 얘기를 하셨는데 선수들은 그리고 프란시스 선수는 개인적으로 좀 그 패배를 어떻게 받아들였는지 그리고 어떻게 마음을 다잡았는지도 들어보고 싶네요.
솔직히 DRX전 지고 어제까지 분위기가 진짜 안 좋았어요. 진짜 안 좋았는데 저희 팀원들 모두 이기고 싶어하고 이기는 거에 욕심 있는 선수들이
Is there any Valorant esports thing in Korea in 12th till the 28th?
다독이면서 했던 것 같습니다.
Challengers Korea, challengers.
Frankly, our team energy and the team vibe, it wasn't really up high till yesterday even. But you know, we really want to win. And we're here to win. So we told ourselves, you know, let's win. Let's keep the energy up. Do not give up. And let's push through. Now, let's talk about the changes, especially in Bind, because no Neon. Raise now from Nongshim. So why did this change come through? 일단 또 궁금한 게 바인드에서
while they're speaking Korean,
신선했어요. 왜냐면
Tron, we'll just take it solo today.
레이즈가 나왔습니다.
YouTube membership should be live now.
이후에 조금 더 이 메타에
If someone
대한
wants to double
해석,
check. Although I
보안
don't
기용에 대한
think
생각이
I have
하셨다고 얘기를
the proper
들었는데,
alerts
일단
set
이
up for it,
타격대의
so
변화를
I
주게 된
apologize if
계기부터
you do
들어보고
sign up
싶네요.
today and it's not ready.
일단 예전과는 다르게 확실히 메타가 바뀜으로써 엔트리가 힘든 메타가 왔다고 생각해서 네온이 많이 날뛸 수 없는 그런 메타이기 때문에
Challengers Korea could be fun.
Well, with the current meta and how
Just
it's
depends on the matchup.
unfolding, we felt like it's a harsh meta for the duelist, and it's no longer an easy environment for Neon to actually dominate the scene. So that's why we chose the Raze instead of the Neon. Now, plus that change on the Bind, I want to talk about the Vice Cypher comp because, you know, with the Deadlock Cypher, you guys were the first one to run it in the world, had so much success. It's like Nongshim's signature pick last year. So why did the change come through when it comes to swapping that Cypher with the Vice? 이제 또 바인드 얘기를 안 할 수가 없는 게 계속해서 사드록이 워낙 또 농심의 시그니처였잖아요. 뭐 세계에서 가장 처음으로 시도를 한
Kami with the membership. I don't know if it popped up. I'll check the VOD, but thank you. I have to double check on how the alerts are set up for YouTube. But thanks for signing up. Appreciate it. Yeah, go cancel your Twitch sub.
그 데드록 사이퍼도 좋지만 바이스가 나옴으로써 사이퍼보다 더 상위호환 느낌인
네.
캐릭터라 생각해서
How
바이스로
expensive is it to go to one of these
구체적으로 좀
games?
어떤 부분이
Good question.
일단 그
I'll just double
혹시
check. Challengers
덩굴이
Korea, I don't know if
말도
the
안 돼요.
regular season
당연히.
games are
네.
charged.
약간 내부 유출을 하지 않으려고 최대한 정보를 아끼는 느낌인데요, 맞나요?
안 돼요.
네, 알겠습니다. Honestly, I feel like the Cypher Deadlock combination is very, very good, but we felt like the Vice is the upgraded version of the Cypher, especially her. When it comes to her C skill, the stalling power is just utterly incredible. So that's why we went for the Vice instead of the Cypher. Now, lastly, it's going to be Team Secret or RQ that you face next. So is there a preference?
Oh my
or
gosh,
any
it's Team Secret
다음 경기가
RQ.
팀 시크릿 아니면 RRQ로 알고 있거든요. 만나고 싶은 팀이 있는지 그리고 누가 올 것 같은지 궁금합니다.
저는 개인적으로 팀 스크릿을 만나고 싶습니다.
이유는?
왜냐하면 이길 수 있을 것 같아요.
조금 더 수월하게. 알겠습니다. I would say I would prefer Team Secret because I feel like we would have an easier matchup against them in the next upcoming matchup. Well, thank you so much, Francis. Good
Yo,
luck.
he just straight up threw Team Secret under, man.
이어서 1층에서 붐 e스포츠와 농심 레드포스의 팬미팅이 진행된다고 하니까요.
Oh,
여러분 많은
man.
관심 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. Well, that's it for us up on the stage, but we have Boom Esports
Oh,
and
that's
농심
funny.
Red Force.
That's
Having
funny.
their fan meet and greets downstairs.
I don't think you can blame them.
So make sure you join them and show your support. That's all for us from the stage. Bye bye.
You guys had several questions, but I missed a bunch of it. But what's important, chat, is that we're gonna run some ads, and I'm gonna take a break. There's gonna be, I think, Pacific does run ads in between the death segment, right? So, chat, I'm gonna lower the stream volume as well, so I don't get copyright struck. So we'll run some ads. I'll turn on some music, and then I'll be back. Next map, or next match, not next map. It's gonna be ZETA PRX. Let's all be honest, I don't expect too much from it, but you never know. You never know. Maybe ZETA wakes up, and maybe PRX hasn't woken up.
Beating themselves up again. I feel like there's a world where they win this game. 100%.
All right, we got ads rolling.
Lost against this roster.
What is this Instagram post? What is this?
We will get to see these teams play again later on in the year, so I'm still excited for that. But this map was another treat.
Yeah, it just says the schedule. It doesn't say the cost, but there might not be a cost. I'm not quite sure for Challengers Korea. For Pacific, you have to buy, but it's not. I don't think it's expensive.
It was pretty lackluster. Then you had the attacking side.
Wait, regular season is online only?
Fantastic. And then again here on Lotus, I felt like it was really inconsistent. Some of their mid rounding was a little bit confused. I felt like they were really kind of.
Oh yeah. I see. So never mind. I lied. I'm a big fat liar. That's unfortunate.
So Nongshim, I think, a little bit more consistent as it comes across the series, and for Boom, look, as far as I'm concerned, more work needs to be put in, especially with the calling and kind of incorporating DOS9. He's been a little bit inconsistent up and down. Some games
Let me find some music here.
Some games, like the Lotus game, for example, he goes missing a little bit. So a lot to work on for Boom. But the good news is kickoff is.
Let's minimize the yapping. I don't mind the yapping, but it's the music they're gonna play in between. Let's see here. What do we want? What do we want? Francis, 21 kills, 12 deaths. Heck yeah. That's my IGL. Artless, can we have some functional filters, please? All right. Memberships on YouTube are better because you can rewind. I know you'll choose RQ against Team Secret, but what's the score? I mean, it better be 2-0. Let's be honest. What was I gonna say? I was gonna answer one more thing. Do I think RQ can beat Nongshim? I actually think so. I think it would be a banger, but if Nongshim doesn't clean up a bit more, I think RQ would actually win. I think so. Genji versus TRX. Let me think about it a bit longer during the break. I'll let you know when I come back. I'll be back in a bit. Welcome back.
Hard to say. I do think
Let's hear them
obviously
yap.
being that first game of the year is definitely a real factor where it can slow you down a little bit, but I don't think they need to worry too much. I don't think they need to change too much. I think they should play what they're known for. I want to see them be hyper aggressive. I want to see them swing in.
Yes, the chat has corrected themselves. Primi is on Talon.
Don't be scared. Bring back the PRX that we all know and love.
Yeah, and Alex was smiling,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
that's a good sign.
Oh, did they have a chat with Alex that you guys couldn't hear? That's my bad.
As we walked by earlier, for now.
We've
So
still got a series in front of
Wait,
us.
are there
You know,
commercials or
let's
not?
go
There
for
is,
ourselves.
right?
It's a good start.
Yeah.
So
But
it's
maybe
like,
there's
okay,
no
we're
music. Maybe I don't have to
working
mute
there,
I just
Pacific.
wonder one day if they're going to bring the camera into the practice room and the desk's already going to be broken, like pretty broken before the match. That might be a little bit worrying.
Like maybe has to let it go
Lotus.
first, and then, like, when it goes into,
Lotus
like,
first
Matt Vito's, he's,
pick.
like, smiling and everything.
then he
It's
will.
like,
Then
okay.
maybe he will be a chill guy.
Yeah,
at that point, you know?
yeah. Shout out, by the way, to that fan that did that
Lotus.
illustration, you know, and during
Zeta,
their match. I feel
okay.
like that was
Android.
inspired by that. So
Yeah.
you're making an impact here. Looking at our map videos though, what are we thinking here? Zeta and Lotus, PRX and Fracture. This was very, very memorable. Of course, you had Forsaken on the Tejo doing wonders, as you know, this Wonder Kid is known to be doing. But Zeta on the Lotus, how are we feeling?
Yeah, I mean, they had a really good game against T1 on it, so they're brimming with confidence. I think it's a map where Depp wants to be playing that Neon, and they play kind of like a Breach Cypher style, so they want to be abusing that. For PRX, what I remember from their Lotus is them playing Double Duelist a lot and that Free Flow Initiator style, but it's not a map that they played for many, many months now, so they don't have the match fitness on that one. Fracture pick, I totally agree with you, Mika. The Forsaken Teo, he dropped
Yeah, I
like
think the
300
Fracture
ACS.
is an
That
easy pick
seems
for
like a lot of people were
PRX.
saying, you know,
Granted,
raise
Fracture
meta,
used to
Fracture
be
coming in for
one
PRX,
of the
free
maps
flow
that Zeta
map, that
really
seems like
enjoyed.
it's
Now,
gonna
this
be
is
their
old
big
Zeta
time
with
in
10, and you could play Double
It seems like a very
Duelist.
natural fit for them.
But
We
I
watched
would
them
be
play, we were
curious.
very impressed. They looked
I mean, I guess they
comfortable
could
the
still
whole
play
way,
Double
and
Duelist if they wanted.
They clearly had a lot of good ideas, so I'm not surprised to see them go back to Fracture. It definitely seems like a little bit of a home ground for them, and I think we might see them keep picking it, especially if it keeps going well.
Paperton's gone for PRX, by the
Oh
way, guys.
no!
So,
Oh no!
that's a
You
bit...
just put the nail in the coffin
I
then.
thought he liked Japanese teams. What happened? Come on, man.
Oh no!
And calling them out.
That's not a good sign. But we're gonna see. We already said.
Wait, no, Zeta
goodbye
picked
to Boom
Lotus.
Esports earlier.
No,
We
Zeta
have to
picked
say goodbye
Lotus.
To another team. Is it gonna be PRX or is it gonna be Zeta? Well, Clinton already said something. So let's send it to the stage and find out. We're gonna send it to the stage a little bit later, though. that was me baiting, okay? Hold on. That was me baiting, just like PRX might be in this, upcoming match. But yeah, I mean, like pretty much all on the board for PRX, right? And as we mentioned, paper thin kind of going over.
Yeah,
and saying
everybody voting
PRX in
PRX.
this
I mean,
kind of
I don't know.
match.
I don't think you can really
Elimination
blame them.
It's-
I don't think you
it's
can
not a
really
surprise
blame
to
them.
have everyone
I was
put it.
casting
surprised?
RQ yesterday.
No, I'm
I mean, it was
surprised
fun.
didn't.
It was a
Oh,
really good
well,
match.
yeah,
It was
obviously.
a
Who knows
little
what he's
heartbreaking,
going
but
for.
it was fun.
But I think I think PRX are the favorite to win this game. I think something has to go wrong for them to lose this. But obviously that does kind of ease up a little bit of pressure for Zeta. If no one expects you to win, no one predicts you, those are the games where mentally it's sort of easier to win because there's no stress for you there. So Zeta, this
You're
is your
coming
chance
from a
to
very
shine.
genuine place.
Lotus
But now we're
Fracture
gonna send it
Pearl.
to the
That's
stage
true.
for
This
our
is like
second match of the day. PRX
this is
and
PaperX's
Zeta. So let's
dream.
go.
Map pool. Not sure how that's gonna work out for Zeta. Is it crazy to say that Energy's rookies are the best players right now? The best players in the world? Because yes, that is crazy. Yeah, something seemed a little off last time. We'll see. We'll see what might have been the cause. Might have been, under the weather. Lots of players struggling with the cold right now. There's a crazy flu going around. Energy's rookies for their team? Yeah, I mean, I could see that. But I mean, it's only. I know we've seen them in the offseason, but it's. There's certain things you can read from kickoff, and then there are certain things you shouldn't, I think. Oh, I misread. No, you wrote it correctly. I misread it. I just realized. Energy's rookies are their best players right now. I totally skipped their best players.
VCT Pacific 2025.
I mean, I think for now, I don't think it's crazy to say, but I think the sample size is also fairly small.
Two of Pacific's most loved teams are facing elimination today, PRX and ZETA. Two of the first teams to put Pacific on the VCT map. ZETA need another
Is it crazy that ZETA didn't ban Pearl?
But when PRX stands in your way, what can be done to stop them? How do you
I don't necessarily think so.
I think they just need to embody the zero pressure mentality today. You know, no one really expects
I mean, I just don't
them to
think
be taking this
you
game.
have a great ban
Everyone's
here.
predicted for PRX on the desk. I think outside of the diehard Japanese fans that are really backing this org and really stand with the legacy that is ZETA Division, I think most people would expect PRX to be taking this one.
Yeah, I think ZETA could be okay on Pro, quite frankly. And I think they have been in the past as well.
International tournaments. They are the outstanding
They've never just... I think they've always been okay with Pro themselves. I mean, obviously, Paper Race's Pro is very strong, but I don't think...
Back to the drawing board, put some prac in before stage 1.
Yeah, I don't think they have to be, like, scared of Pearl so much. I think ZETA just wants to ban out perhaps whatever they're weaker on. Well, maybe ZETA's bind is bad. It's generally always been pretty bad, so I would not be surprised. I think that's what it is. I think ZETA just doesn't like where they're at with Mind. And if it turns into a complete aim duel, then they probably don't feel confident, right? So.
And those are big shoes to fill, right? This is a ZETA that is still getting their bearings.
Absolutely, I think
CGRS versus Laz.
As well. I think that's something that interests me a lot about the current edition of ZETA.
Mind freaky time. Have you instructed the caster to drop the Reykjavik light? No. But I'm sure they've got something cooked up. But it won't be needed because ZETA's not going to win, chat. Sorry to the ZETA fans, but it's just not looking very likely.
But especially in terms of coaching staff, it's been a bit of a meme, you know, on and off for a while. I think bringing in some of those new and different ideas could be transformative, especially over the rest of the year. And let's be honest, this is a long-term project if you're bringing a lot of challengers players up into tier 1.
Yeah, coaching takes time, and kickoff is a fast.
Okay.
It's very early
all right.
in the year, so as we mentioned before, even if you do lose today.
Yeah, Lotus. Let's see what the. Yeah, what do they plan on Lotus?
That's something no team
That's the big question.
As useful as it might be in some
Why is Forsaken looking over? What's going on here?
Sometimes you got to manage the expectations.
But I hope.
Yeah, and I'm sure a lot of teams have been doing that.
I hope that their Lotus.
Playing the field, they go into this
we'll see.
Matches,
I would actually like to see them play both Breach and Taeho here.
Right? But you know, talking about ZETA here, they did have some success in the offseason. They took down some very strong teams like Leviathan, for example. So, you know, seeing that there is some hope here for the Japanese fans, even against a giant, even against a dinosaur, a tyrant that is TRX.
Well, it's going to have to start off.
Why would ZETA handicap themselves like that?
This is a game where PRX
I mean, first of all,
super match fit. They haven't played it in months.
I don't really consider PRX's Lotus very good.
They are once again playing that double duelist Sky style, so staying very
on paper.
To what they
they've found a lot of success on it, but quite frankly, I don't think I've never liked their Lotus. Meanwhile, ZETA, Dev's Neon was always very comfy on the Lotus. They were one of the first teams to play Neon on Lotus last year before, you know, any of the changes, etc. So I don't know if you can really call that, you know, them feeding into PRX's map pool, but you look at the whole map pool and it's like, I mean, what else are they going to ban? ZETA doesn't like the Mind. They've never really been, that's never really been a pride point for them. It doesn't matter if PRX is good on it or not. And then, I mean, I guess there's an argument for Haven, but I think after taking that 9-13 loss, maybe they just felt that they need to retool it. I think it's much more about ZETA is not so concerned. I think ZETA just accepts that if it turns into aim duels, we lose anyway. So we should play the maps that we feel prepared on and we feel that we have a good grasp on in terms of teamwork. And I think that's just what it is. I don't think it's so much about PRX. Are you casting tomorrow? Yes, I'm casting tomorrow. And chat, I don't know why you're so surprised about this PRX count. This is literally what they've always been playing, except the Vice for the Cypher. So I am personally a little disappointed, but it is what it is. Smile, Paper Thin. Just because Alex is smiling doesn't mean you need to not smile. We can have everybody smile.
You possibly can here at the highest tier of Valorant, picking up the Vice for the second time ever.
I think we just need the Brimstone, and then he's completed the circuit.
Possibly.
He's got everything except Brim. But anyway,
it's a weird one to have excluded.
Yeah, it is. It's one that I thought at some point he maybe just gave it a go, but I mean, when you have mind.
Actually, also, it just, it's like not a very. I mean, I guess it's weird to say that when he's played every agent, but Brimstone is a little non-Forsaken-y.
So far here in their first matchup, so yeah, PRX still should be PRX. You're still feeling pretty good.
I liked the Forsaken Breach much better on Lotus. I would agree that if you're gonna play double duelist, I'd rather have him play Breach and then lurk as the Breach with long range, but.
All right. Well, sorry, Japanese fans.
Well, PRX across
they played
board,
Breach for a while and then they went back. They went back to the Sky Cipher.
On the English broadcast here to take this series. Does that bite us? We're not plat chat, so not necessarily.
Not entirely on board with the Sky.
With some curses, but
we're gonna find out.
Not entirely.
What it all comes down to here. But yeah,
1 second.
Coming in, there's a lot of expectations on this team to be able to get through this series with somewhat relative ease. But ZETA could always throw that curveball because in the series that we saw from them, it wasn't the looks from the ZETA that we had seen in the offseason. The one that Miko was just talking about, where they're able to take down some teams over at the right one, Invitational, etc. Things looked a lot more disjointed. We weren't seeing that impact from Chota in particular that we were very much anticipating, just given the hype around this player.
Yeah, you nailed exactly what I was thinking about. That for me, even if ZETA doesn't win here today, I need to see a big step up from Chota because he is kind of that new foundation of this squad. Just bringing in a huge shoes to fill, of course. It's Laz that you're basically taking his spot, right? But he is supposed to be that next guy. He is supposed to be the next player up in Japan that is supposed to be as good as Depp, as good as May, that should be one of the best players in Japan.
Well, you can tell lingering on us here on camera.
Sorry, had to go
slightly awry. So we are going to go ahead and
figure out where the extra cans of dog food
when
were.
We come back, we'll actually get into the action, so bear with us.
Wait, what?
VCT Pacific.
Yeah.
The spotlight is on.
We gotta mute the music. Dang it. Why would you ask if I'm okay? What? But yeah, I mean, this is just PRX playing comfort pick, which isn't. I don't like it, but the Vice makes it a. Does the Vice make it better? I'm actually not so sure. Sounds like they have a tech delay, so we're just gonna chill. Yeah, I saw RIB is back, which is great. Forsaken doesn't play Brim because you can't make an innovative play on him. It's too base. I don't know. We've seen some crazy Brims. How about Brim Astra? Brim Astra for Fracture? Or I mean, for Lotus? Oh, for Fracture. It looks like you guys are talking about Fracture. Oh, you guys are trying to make Forsaken play Brim. I see. When did Run It Back leave? Last year. End of last year. They said they didn't have money and they had to stop operations, but now they've been acquired, so. Saving the playbooks for a better team. I don't know so much about that. Seems like a risky thing to do in a double elim tournament when you're in the lower bracket. But could be. I mean, it'd be a ballsy move. It'd be a lot of disrespect to to ZETA, but the real question is can ZETA get a map, chat? They're the only team without a map. Will ZETA get a map win? Oh, look, it's PRX versus Talon. Is that when they got 13-0'd? Hey, Chobra, felt sorry for yesterday's loss. Thank you. I mean, I don't know if you guys should feel so sorry for me as opposed to the players and the coaches and the team, but I appreciate it. I appreciate you guys taking my emotional investment seriously. Why is it big for Run It Back to come back? There's already VLR. Run It Back provides a lot more data than VLR from an analysis standpoint. VLR is easier to just keep track of games and stuff and like schedules and like you know, kill death, things like that. But even just simply having something like the 3D replay, like the minimap replay, things like that, and like heat maps, and then you can query your own data requests and things like that through the database. That makes it like way more powerful for analysis. It's gonna be Iceland all over again. No. I have no problem. I do have a problem, but I'm not surprised that they're playing double duelist. I'm just saying I don't think it's them like hiding another comp. I just don't think PRX has ever figured out another comp that works for them. I think it's kind of like Ascent where they're like, no, but we like playing this and it can work for us. And it's like, it could, but I just don't think it's good. Like, I think I would hope that they have another comp because quite frankly, it might work against ZETA, but I don't think it's going to work against the best teams. So then Lotus becomes a ban for you, right? Or you just kind of use it all the way up into the grand finals, and once again, it's like it's a messy loss. I'm just not a big fan of the Jet Rays, and I think the only way it really used to work well is with the Breach, but I mean, running back plans to go free as well for all users. So that's exciting as well. I assume that comes with a lot of ads, but we'll see. Does Sky have enough abilities for PRX? No, but PRX has always made it work. Enough.
Which is kind of like Schrodinger's tech issue. Is it fixed? Is it not? We don't know quite just yet, but I believe, we should be good to go. Everything should be taken care of.
Schrodinger's tech issue, the worst.
This series underway. Elimination on the
Why can't you just use Riot's API because they don't hand it out to everybody? And also, not everyone has. Not everyone has the tools to use it.
What we're gonna see from ZETA's Lotus look, with
even as casters, we don't get access on the broadcast to Riot's API. Which there could be a strong argument for that's not how it should be, but it is what it is.
Quite interesting to see how they're going to set this up. I mean, both initiators lined up with depth. A lot of util to dump at this setup that PRX has as well, but they can throw it right back at them.
All right, chat. Second match of the day. Oh, did we do predictions? We did. It should be closed by now. Yeah. Okay, we're good. PRX on attack. We've seen this comp a lot. Well, something seems to be off to a much better start than last time against T1.
As they go their separate ways, but that is
it's a big hit. The revolving door, and then no further push. You're still going to want to clear mound if you want to go there, but a Trailblazer to try to fake them out.
No other pieces to that crunch.
Shota is just going to watch it and just say, no follow-up, guys. Sure, there's a smoke, but you still have a trip. You still have a camera. So ZETA choosing to lean their weight onto C-side. They're starting to get antsy, but I don't think you can. Like, once you're down in numbers and you've made your choice, you got to stick to it. You got to stick to your guns. XTLO kind of ate that flash. That's unfortunate.
As he will go ahead and finish off the enemy fade. Something now. Ford trying to go for the snappy shot, so they will be able to shut that down. Mindfreak will find the second.
Only one person lost.
They will collect all the kills, and PRX will take the opening pistol.
Yeah, it's a good reaction again from PRX. Something on that Jet looking comfortable to start.
Where's the YouTube poll? How do you even do YouTube polls? Can you do it live in chat? Chat, YouTubers, you got to let me know about all the tools that YouTube has, because I don't even know.
Head and hands from something. Certainly after that round, not going to feel
if PRX 13 knows, I will resub. Suddenly, I am the world's biggest PRX fan. They must go 13-0, save us all some time, and get us to Fracture.
Now you've got Jing with a judge. And one rifle and 3 pistols.
They just straight just lob the paint shells, forces them out, collect the ult orb, and then they're just gonna fly in. They're just gonna fool us in, and this is what they're gonna do. This is what they used to always do. He's just full send it. Okay. Something's been playing a lot more carefully, which I think has been biting him a little bit. In the long run, it should be better. But we saw this last week, too, where he's like, for lack of better, this isn't what he's doing, but for lack of a better term, it almost feels like he's baiting. But, oh.
Judge in hand, and there you go. PRX off to a roaring start.
Yep, now it's kind of totally understandable why that buy came through, and this bonus is going to look rather fearsome. This side of PRX.
Yeah, let's get that 13-0 chat. Let's freaking get that resub. What's up, Happy Kitty?
I did it.
I think that's the most excited I've seen Jing.
Yeah, they've tried the neon on Lotus, but that was before the nerf when she was buffed.
He's usually pretty calm after he pulls off some of those crazy plays that he's capable of doing.
Oh, something? Is it versus T1 something? Uh-oh. Okay, but he was always meant to be the bait. It was always going to be C-Site. You just destroy all the util with the paint shells, and then you're going in. Yep, and Forsaken will always be on the lurk. This is just how PRX plays this map. I love the blind fire into the Cyber Cage just in case it's a swing out to try to catch him off guard.
Completely opened up as PRX. 4v4 themselves now into the post plant. Camera still set up on site, so you can get a little bit of information.
4v4. You imagine they'll come in with a double prong. Mind Freak gonna have to hop off. It's a big smoke. Forsaken still concerned about the flank as well, but now they're going to choose to fight on site. Divide with a nice pickup. Where's the trade? There it is. 2 for 2. It's not terrible because you're holding close with the judge, and Forsaken gets it. Let's go, resub.
This round is actually really well thought out by PRX. Yeah,
and now they have Showstopper.
Something out into his death, but he gets so much.
Yeah,
info.
he's been playing careful.
He sees
it's
3.
Interesting.
So that gives them all the info they need that, you know, they can slow push towards C. They've already been kind of leaning in that direction with the majority of their forces anyway. Forsaken lurks, B finds a pick, and then you could just set up. He sets up the wall right.
Okay, well he gets his outlaw now. Now he can play a little careful.
That really allows him to just smother out the retake from ZETA. And I like the way they're managing their economy. A lot of really smart
trap
stuff
play
from
here
PRX
with the fracture, the fault line. Yep, paranoia. Aftershock as well to follow through, really trying to just tunnel vision them in. Good trades though, Divide quick with it. Divide and Mindfreak both good cover. They only lose Jing. And the Showstopper, but he's gonna get to just save it for the next round.
Undefined, I guess I should say, as Divide will be able to find a third. Headshot there across onto XDL, as it's now down to Shota. Kill or a death. There's a neural as
oh, Shota?
Hits the third! Immediately invests the ultimate.
Yeah, but it's the uncle.
We have a round on our hands. Divide.
Oh, I love it. Whoa, 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 Divide, I don't love that.
The reload coming through.
Oh, does he know about the reposition though? He does now. Oh, Divide's playing for time. Divide knows what's important. It's the round 1. It's not the frag. Because you got to get the round win so you can get to 13-0. Oh, he thinks it's stairs!
And Shota has it done! What
Divide!
A round to get ZETA on the board!
That's what you need from this new player.
All right, wrap it up. We're done. I'm turning off the stream. No more resub. GG. Career doomed. No, 6 shots from Shota, really.
Finds one. Put that stinger up on top of rubble, but after that.
But they did all give him 1v1s. Oh, they also just were not looking. I mean, Mindfreak was actually going for the trade, though. It was just Shota playing that really well.
Brain exploding there off the back of the Red Bull clutch.
And the thing is a lot of us, including myself, have kind of said that, like, we'd love to see a little bit more from Shota, right? He's been so hyped up. He used to be so good on that duelist role. We got to see a little bit more of that fragging power. Well, I think that round kind of brings back a little bit of extra hope there.
Holds them at bay, so push forward cannot come in. PRX unable to crunch off the back of this. The Seeker's still chasing forward here.
It's pretty big razor vines.
Trailblazer looks to scout out a little bit more. Showstopper set, but Jing gonna be blinded up, sends it short, not gonna be
Welcome,
any connection
welcome.
off
You're
that.
safe from the
Sugar
Subway
Zero
servers and the hate
blinded up,
watching
ends
and
up
the
taken down,
poop and the
Demon's way to
piss.
trade it.
A bit of a pause from ZETA. Gonna have to let this plant go through.
All right, Shota gonna cover with the operator from up high. Jet, he still has a slide, but there is no fast lane.
Actually, the op gets passed over to Shota here.
And needing depth to be able to try to lead the charge. Doesn't have any relay bolts, so they're trying to clear out some angles.
Here he comes.
Got with
Oh,
the pass.
well,
Jing
no, he
still
doesn't.
with this judge in hand. Shota
There he
4-on-1.
goes.
Mindfreak gonna be taking down some spam into the smoke. Jing just kind of dashed.
Waiting for the he waits for the spray to stop. It's Shota again, but he's done so.
Follow-up round found here for ZETA. Up on the floor, and Cash widely broken down.
Oh, Divide played it poorly, but I just meant the trades before that. But Divide played it confidently, but he played it poorly. He was playing it well for time until he tried to get ahead of it. But also, that's PRX. They'll always play for the kill. They'll always play for the frag. They'll always play for the confidence play rather than, you know, the textbook. What gets you a better chance of winning the round play.
And that's an op picked up for something most likely early timeout here from ZETA.
What do I need to do to get your takes on the poop and the piss? Get banned from my stream.
Here, I think from the reads from ZETA Division, they're just getting outclassed.
All right, timeout from ZETA. I mean, the obvious change is going to be that they want to stack more delay and info on C, but that's exactly when PRX is just going to keep going A again. So
the neon that you could dig deep on these retakes, but
I feel like you just need. I feel like you need to wait for the early paint shells, set up a late trip, and then save the second one until the paint shells come out. Set up a second trip, delay on C as long as possible, and during that time, take Rebel fight.
I'll just take the judge, but just
then tighten up the map, but we'll see.
But with the Rays,
we've been seeing a lot of
what's the favorite international event?
It is a powerful weapon in the hands of
favorite international event?
Especially on a lot of the maps that are in the pool.
I don't know if I have one actually.
Close quarters combat. We can really put it to good use. So
yeah, I mean, I guess Lockin's pretty strong overall. Single elim, right? It's the first time we're seeing the franchise teams. It was all kind of hype. It was fun, but it was hype. And then you had the crazy finals, I guess.
That's kind of decide what they want to do. Depp going hunting, seeing if he could catch somebody through that box, but nothing doing. So it's a defensive setup for PRX.
Carlisle is not head coach anymore. John Ty is head coach, and then Carlisle assistant coach. XQQ also assistant coach, I think, / Japanese coach.
You confirm it, but because Rebel's left wide open, should be able to take pretty easy control. Yeah, XDL takes a scrape of damage trying to make a jump peek.
Yeah, so PRX has that read, right? They assume it's going to be C stacks from here on out because of the pressure they've put in. Good sheer wall on stairs. Forsaken going to turn around. He's not going to overextend just yet. Oh, well. No, but that second one's fine. Backup had arrived. You can get the trade. You're well ahead. You're okay on creds.
Just going to be classic. Repping DFM here.
They're just going to hunt.
Oh, and here's the chase.
Why would you not?
Yep.
Snapping on the swing. Mindfreak finds it, and that's going to be 5-1. Now we'll go into.
This is looking pretty straightforward, yeah.
Going to be able to put the practice here.
See what else he can do, though. Depp, as that operator, he's one away from the overdrive, so I don't mind it.
Last year when these two teams squared off, it was Forsaken and Jing just kind of running over ZETA Division. They're kind of doing it again here. Jing in particular.
You got the op, half armor.
Confidence in his
Steel Garden, Blade Storm.
Another attempted kind of.
It's going to be a push out from ZETA. He's already passed both. Welcome back, Jing. Good to see you again in 2025.
Flash around the corner from Devi.
It's just so smooth. He's just so smooth with it.
Not really knowing what the hell just hit him.
I mean, Clues just has to hold. There's just so much util. Oh, and look at this. They don't overextend. Look at that. Mindfreak waits for his teammates. Creates a double angle. Yep, full flash a little bit. Unfortunate.
XCL able to find one. Devi does a little bit of trolling.
Devi's usually pretty steady. That's going to be the final kill for Forsaken. 6 rounds now for PRX. You know, Devi, usually pretty good with those guys.
My audio's
It was
desynced
it was
again?
supposed to go
Yeah?
around the corner. It kind of got bogged on the
Is
doorway.
a lot of people feeling that way?
Fine.
It could be. I don't know.
This truck has Singaporean license.
But
plate.
you guys got to tell me,
Just
like, when you see desynced, you got to tell me what
running
seems ahead, because
over right
I
now.
can't tell. Because on OBS,
Goodness.
it's not.
And
And you got to tell me, because there's 3 things you have to tell me. Is it my
What
camera?
more?
Is it the game?
yeah,
And, like,
reset or
is it
done?
all
What
of
do
the
you- what do you
audio
want?
or my
2
mic
claps.
only or game only? So there's 4 things. You got to tell me all of it separately.
This is
Because otherwise, I legitimately just can't troubleshoot it, because on OBS,
like
it's all,
early spam. Again, that's
it's all just there. And then I already have delay filters on it to try to line them up at all times, so...
Okay, if it happens one more time, I think it's intentional.
I think it might be.
Even
That would be
smiling about that.
That would be the most Paper X thing ever.
No, I
win
think they
in
just
spite of
don't
Divine actively trying to
care.
sabotage them.
Yeah.
Sounds ahead on video.
He's playing Orb Collection.
Game
Jing
sound
one
is
away
ahead.
from that next showstopper.
Alright, since this round should be a pushover.
See if they give the opportunity for the op to do anything. It seems like, though, ZETA being very cautious right now, and obviously wisely so, but all you have is this tripwire to kind of understand that C is going to be where they're really going to be setting up. So this retake, not much firepower behind it. You do have some ults. You could.
Okay,
go
you guys
for
are
overdrive,
all
maybe
telling me
drop that
all
Vandal
sorts
over
of
to
different
somebody
things,
else.
though.
Nightfall combo.
Some people are saying sounds ahead.
Could be
Some
pretty
people are
powerful,
saying that the
actually.
game
See if ZETA can dial something
screen is
special up.
fine. It's just my cam.
Forsaken out for blood. Flash goes through. 1 kill collected. Forsaken not necessarily reading that there's going to be another player on that approach there from Waterfall, and he does end up getting tagged up. Sugar Zero able to find that elimination, but something holding a line shuts down depth on the entry. Jing
Game sound
still
shouldn't
sat
be
here.
ahead, though.
Over in the corner. Drops back down. Audio list here as XCL is eventually able to find the tracking to get that kill, but cleanup is still going to be swift. 2 players lost, but cash
Well, let me double check.
very much overflowing out of the coffers here. PRX is it's now 7-1.
And I really like that play from Forsaken, because if you're looking at the ult situation, you want to try to get ahead of it. You want to try to take some of those big power plays.
Okay,
that
see if
could
it's
kinda
better
turn this half
now.
around, turn this round around out of the hands of ZETA. So even though it doesn't like
My
do super
camera's
great,
fine.
I
So
mean,
we
he
were
gets
saying
one
my
and then
camera's not.
gets blindsided by Sugar Zero. Doesn't matter too much.
Tell me how it is now. No, it's not the YouTube stream, because for
Putting that
me, I don't
pressure on
notice
the
any of
data.
it.
Making them have to think on the fly, and this is
Something spotted. That tailwind not going to take it very far out. Still makes it around the corner. The blind is there on a
Well,
Forsaken.
this
so he
round's
ends up getting taken
not
down.
that great
Depth
for
has to do a couple
checking, I
takes,
guess,
but
because
eventually
Dev's just
he'll
going to be
reward
running
the kill.
around with the
Now
overdrive.
going to be collected. The neural depth invested here from Shota. Gets the reveal as everybody else from PRX make their way forward onto the A side. 5v3. Nobody.
Oh, you know what? Actually, no. I know what I need to do here.
Strong
It probably didn't apply yet. Hold
Hold
on, because I think I reset my filters, but all right, now it.
showstopper to
Should,
worry
well, there
about,
should be a
though.
difference.
Lots of all towards Rubble side. Wrap around in towards stairs. Do they go all the way around to row?
To be fair, you don't notice the outlet. No, but I'm very sensitive about audio. Audio, I would notice for sure.
Showstopper now going to be drawn out. Jing just widely looking to hold them at bay here, stave them off. Mind Freak in the meantime over at drop, stunt across. Jing going to be taken down as XCL is able to find it. And it all falls down to Mind Freak, and he's just going to get caught off guard on the flank. Flawless round here for ZETA to get their 2nd round win. Much needed.
Oh, that was nice. It's a good push off the rim.
Still, it's getting
And PRX
slower.
doesn't really respond to it.
Well, the
Kinda leaves
screen should
something
be
out
getting
on an
slower.
island, frankly.
I can't
There's no
speed
help
things
here.
up
It's
to
a good
catch up to
flash
the
as well,
audio.
or
I have to
something.
slow
don't know
everything
what
else
happened with
down.
Forsaken. It wasn't a flash, just got caught flat-footed. Dap's able to find 3 huge kills, so
Wait, now some people are
Superstar
saying
duelist
what? Some people are
starts
saying
stepping
it's
up.
better.
well, that's quite the
Oh my
reaction
God.
there. Yeah. I mean,
Solid round.
if they can hear you, I'm sure they appreciate that. Oh. And Dap couldn't even really react.
Well, we're
that
gonna spend
time.
this whole map fixing this
A lot of
audio
control
issue
taken
because
here.
PRX is gonna win.
That's going to be the steel garden used towards B. Is this going to be the pivot? Are they just kind of...
The game
see
screen
what
is
space they can
500
create.
ms slower.
Seems like it.
You know, okay, so
Something getting a
so
glimpse.
here's what's crazy, you guys.
They're on the damage, but Plank now planted.
because
Late linger,
my
watching, see if anybody
filter
pushes over
for
towards that connected
delay
door.
syncing my video was
And once
off.
again, having to swap over, hands the op
So
off
I
to
turned it
XCL.
on, which would add a 500 millisecond delay. So now you're telling me that it's behind 500 millisecond, which would mean that before
Line is something.
it should have been
Peeks in,
fine.
finds depth, just getting geared up and ready to go. Prowler goes in on the chase. Something,
I'm
however,
not
the
quite
back of
sure
that
what to
windup.
do here.
Trying to find another Sugar Zero fighting back, but then traded out as Divide collects a second kill. All of a sudden, it's all down to clues now. There's just no way to play it out. The time not on the side. Nor are the numbers. We'll see if he can find anything here on the exit. Bouncing forward is Divide. Double phase getting ready to come through. They nearly line up for him. As Jing will get taken
Now
down
it's
by the
fine.
spike.
Maybe
Solid
maybe I just had to
delay
delay it
efforts.
and then reset it.
Making it a little bit
I don't
more
know.
costly, but all the
Yeah,
same,
maybe there
PRX
was
still
maybe it was
find
slow.
an
You know what it
equal
is? I think I
mean,
know
you
it.
can
It's
see that
probably the
Zeta's having a
audio
tough time
desync
adjusting,
timer is probably just
frankly, to the
off
speed of
by
the aggression of PRX, and
a
we see
bit.
this, that the first time you
And
play
so
this team,
over
it
time
doesn't
it
matter
got
how much
worse.
you've seen
That's
it on tape,
probably
it
what
doesn't
it
matter
is.
how many times you've watched them at every international event we've had in the last 3 years. You're never quite prepared. And one
Okay,
of the
we'll
things
see.
that
We'll see if we
happens
can
here
stick with
is
this. Let me know if it
it's
gets
just a
bad or
reaggression
if it's
on
like
an
super
angle that you don't
noticeable
expect
again.
was something. He jumped up on top of that box on B, then did it again, and it caught Depp completely off guard. Stuff like that is
I said it to
what makes
just
PRX
10
so
second delay.
infuriating to play against. It's really good.
All right,
paranoia.
let's focus on this ever so close game of PRX just sending it and flashing their teammates and not caring because they're just going to win every duel. And if they don't, they believe their teammates will win every duel. And if they don't win, they believe they'll clutch. And if they don't, they give their third round over to ZETA.
Swinging forward, but not winning out the fight on that second hit.
I may have manifested the third round to ZETA. Literally what I just said happened.
Finds the first. A lot more work to be done. Shota swings the corner, Phantom in hand, gets the headshot. That gets ZETA a third round win.
Yeah, this is a good
Well,
adjustment
well,
by
well.
ZETA. So the last round, they didn't really have much in the way of defenses at B.
All right,
so
chat. How do you
they
want
realized they'd
how do you
given
want
up
ZETA to
team
get
level
their
control.
fifth
They're
round
kind of
win, huh?
anticipating that there's going to be a setup with a crunch there, and they're very ready for Forsaken to come from the B main entrance. And Shota and Sugar Zero do a phenomenal job there, setting up to
This
lock
was
that
ZETA's
site
pick, yeah?
down.
Or their fourth round,
One
sorry.
covering from A Link and the other covering B main. They knock it out of the park, so that's
Divide with the Guardian.
a good boost. Look, if you can make this 8-4, there's still hope here for
Yeah, it's
ZETA.
not bad if you do 8-4, to be honest.
PRX has looked.
Because you know you
I
gotta,
think if
you know
take 4 rounds on this
PRX has
defender
gotta
side, you're not
push
feeling
out on
honestly
A.
too bad about it at all.
Although PRX generally likes
And
pushing
with
out a
that
C
Neon
and then
there,
putting their Cypher
there's
on
a
A. I
world
don't know
where
if they'll
you're
do
able
that
to
with
just
the
kind of break
Vice. I
through
feel like with Vice, you definitely
PRX's
want her on
defenses
C.
consistently. See if they can find this. They've got a good setup.
Got a good read.
Yes.
Here's the orb take. Jingle one away from that showstopper.
So the Omen's just here for the anti-flash. You got the trip to make sure that the Omen doesn't get caught off guard entirely. They're going to push out with the paranoia. He's holding close, though. Catches that one. Ooh, the fast lane kind of messing him up. Depp will clean up, though. And the spike's down. You got to call for support. Clues has to get here. ASAP. Depp's all alone. They check for it. They know that it's been picked up. But where is something? You haven't seen him in a little bit. XCLL. Ooh, barely just doesn't catch him. He heard the noise. Oh, something with the...
Ooh! Gets the headshot. There's the follow-up. XCL puts him down. ZETA
Okay.
will be able to recover the half decently well. 8-4.
Nice.
Yeah. Now they were starting to make good reads.
Yeah, I
And they
couldn't tell
found
you
good
why we're
timings
using a
just
different
to
UI
prevent
version.
PRX from getting those clean executes that they wanted. This round is a really nice example of that.
Those are some nice shots from
Able to
XCLL.
use that fast lane to hide themselves a bit. God, that's a snappy shot from XDL. That is not an easy position to be in. You see it all the time where you're in that
8-4?
little
Doable.
pit on B site.
Doable.
It's tough to keep your crosshair
It is
where
not
you want it to be,
completely
where their
out
heads
of
are
the
gonna be and things
question.
like that, 'cause there's all those little steps and other things. And
Oh, no, I know
out of the
why.
park,
I'm pretty
so
sure we're using a
honestly,
different system
not
this
bad
time
from
around
ZETA.
for
It
Pacific.
looked like it was going to be brutal.
That must be
It
it.
was 7-1.
Yeah.
And they must not have the
Even
newest
if
version of the
Ford
UI on this
doesn't feel
system.
that great, the recovery, considering how things were going, and only just the one timeout invested.
I think they're testing out a new
that's
system outside of
something to at least
barracks.
breathe a little bit more easily about, because we saw the timeout call at that 4-1 score line. It really looked like it was going to be getting exacerbated here for ZETA. They managed to find some stability and at least to have that
All right, let's see if they can identify exactly what the Vice setup is. But the real question is will PRX continue to push out? Because Vice is going to be able to delay quite a bit on her own. Cypher alone is not necessarily easy to delay on, especially if the opponents have a raise. Obviously, Zeta does not, but it's something to consider.
It will throw you off balance, and it'll make rounds difficult for you. Even on this defender side, it's something you have to be.
Oh, I like the skull. Hopefully it'll come back. Hopefully it'll come back.
Of course, it's challenging.
Hope that it means APAC is trying to upgrade their observing team. It's a totally different observing team. This is the same observing team. I mean, I'm sure they've had different members, but from 2 years ago. Last year was a different. Last year was a completely different production partner. So it's a different observing team. So 2 years ago, Pacific was one of the better observers to the point that I know, like both Prius and Sapphire had given props as well privately. Like they had DM'd them and like, yo, they're pretty good. Like they've done some nice things that we want to give shout outs for. So, and this should be the same team. Obviously, maybe some new members, you know, whatever, but it should be the same group because we're back to soup.
Some damage across onto these players on Zeta.
Last year's observing was not good. It was not good, and we had told production as much, and we were constantly giving feedback to the point where sometimes we were giving live feedback on the broadcast. So, and the Korean casters were like,
2v5.
They were kind of going ham about the observers on the broadcast.
Zeta's really taking their time. Figure out exactly.
Why are we pushing? I mean, isn't that what I said? Will they continue to push or not now that you have the Vice? And the answer seems to be they will.
10 HP, forced into the open and dealt with. Tied up on pistols, Zeta.
I mean, it might be, but I don't know if CN is using Barracks and they're just using an old UI, but it might just be that CN and Pacific are both using a new system. All I know is I've been told that it's a different... Like, it's not Barracks, so whether it's because it's an old version that's been imported into the new system and they're testing it out, or whether this one just doesn't really support all the new features, that I don't know. But I don't think it's simply a matter of like, oh, it's the same system, but they're just borrowing it from... Dude, this guy's going crazy. But I'm telling you right now, like, it's literally a different system, so that's obviously a big part of it. Whether CN is using a different system as well, like, I couldn't tell you, but...
Back off Zeta out of rubble. This is concerning.
I mean, his dash is gone now, so he's just gonna hold this. Shota's not really gonna expect it. A little lackadaisical. Good paranoia. You guys are gonna have to hide away. Oh, I don't know about Def and XGLO both kind of waiting to fight that. Would have rather they just wait to see if there's a push or not. Trying to get ahead of it doesn't. That's rough.
That is catastrophic.
Do you know if observers in different regions are paid differently? Because surely you get paid more for observing PRX. I mean, I'm sure they get paid differently because there's different payment laws. But I couldn't tell you if there's, you know, if it's similar rates.
And then they're able to just stack up and spray them down through the door.
That's rough.
It is a death trap for the side of Zeta, and Forsaken just toying with them at the end. Send Jing in, die for the cause.
Okay, so Zeta recognizes that they want to do something with the Vice setup.
Oh boy.
Commonly going to be on the C side.
Careful, stunned up.
It's got the wall though.
Oh, I don't think you suspect the judge. Shota, you got to just keep your distance. Yeah.
Push, but
I mean, I know it's an eco, but still.
Does back away. Forsaken.
But he hears all that.
Again, but yeah.
Yeah, but you guys haven't tripped the wall. Ah, and look at the smoke. A little bit too much space for my liking, but either way makes it hard for them to gauge the jump peak.
Contact from Mindfreak should be a call to rotate a couple players in that direction. I think you could just leave.
So this whole fake doesn't really open rather. PRX is actually going to go even more cautious than they needed to with the Trailblazer. I don't think they really needed that. You still had the. It's an eco, and you still have the shear wall. Oh.
Not getting cleared.
Okay, they kind of trusted in each other. That's unfortunate. Paint shells will push him back. Oh, and you had to get tagged by the guiding light too. So that's info that it's a rotate, a reset at the very least. So you can keep 2 in rubble. They're hearing noise, so they just give up on it. They rotate over to B. Love the door opening as bait. Really a lot of expectations in XTLL, who is not going to get it.
Smoke and Sugar Zero is just greeted. Barrel stuff by a Guardian. Updraft coming in and something. Effectively Goomba stomps him. A flawless round here as PRX get themselves up to 10.
Well, it might be a quick night shot.
But it's really good map control by PRX in this round. They're just doing a phenomenal job.
I'm gonna be honest. I just
really
don't
giving
see
Zeta
this
much to
working
work
well
with.
against other
Trying to
teams,
take
but we'll
space.
wait and see.
Phenomenal patience from something. The barrel stuff from Forsaken on the entry, and then they're all over the place. Like, they're jumping around you. Forsaken's jumping up on the box. Like, they're so active with their movement. Very difficult to track PRX.
Excuse me.
Into the buy round here from Zeta.
Oh, and now
Delayed
they're gonna
much
set up
to
a
their chagrin.
stack next to Vice.
Needing
Prevent a B hit,
close this
right?
out and have it done clean with
Hasn't
the
really
flawless
seen
from
that yet,
PRX,
so I
means
like
they
this
still have
macro
some
read
amount of
actually. Prevent B
firepower,
hit, buy time on it,
as well as
and then you can pinch in. You got a trap play set up over by C with the pop flash and then the paranoia. You're not gonna see it anymore, but you still have the arc rose, so still some support for Jing, even if you leave him alone. Paranoia still available.
Rightly, they should be.
Eventually we'll move over.
Out on that corner. So smoke comes through. Devi sending a few bullets their way just to see.
Sure, well, not
That sets them
triggered
up
yet.
for this C hit. Arc Rose out there. Jing's got the boom bot, the full arsenal.
Zeta
Ready and
sees that
waiting,
there's no
potentially.
shear wall, so they're gonna get curious, and they're gonna be greeted with two people.
Oh my God. Over the
Oh
top.
wow, how does he
Presence.
survive
Oh,
that?
Oh, Sugar Zero does well to swing, get the kill there on a Forsaken, but eventually does end up falling. Swap out on the weapon. Phantom grab now for something. Splash out from Devi.
So they want to repush something because they know that there was a sky here.
Towards tree, the jump up, finds one, depth
Okay.
put on the floor. A 3v3 though,
Where's
with
the
the
spike
A side
going?
still opened up. Devi, the closest member here from PRX.
Spikes with Jota though.
We're gonna
He's leaning
regroup
towards
onto B. So they're trying to draw them all up
Coming back
here.
here,
Okay,
Devi
I
keep
mean
relaying this, nothing happening on that
min
A side.
maxing. Baby door was already
Decent
broken,
sense
so
with 12 seconds remaining, they're about to find
they
out
do
that
their
there is, in
best.
fact, on
But
this
look
B
at
side
this
here,
fast
pretty
reclear
soon,
from
and
Devi. He's actually gonna catch
already
him
hot on
all
their
off guard,
heels.
I think.
Chance to pivot.
Noise
Distraction
being
calls nearby.
made.
Jing gets
Oh,
the swing
Devi?
out. Spike does get planted, unable to deny that away. But now they just flood their way back through and swiftly batter the Zeta players to the side. 11 rounds now here for PRX. 2 more to go.
Yeah, man, the coordination is so good right now with PRX. The communication seems much more on point today.
The cats
It's
have
been
different regions have
something
a pay
that
difference. Oh, I'm
Alex has
sure.
been talking about
Oh, I'm sure.
some of the interviews and some of the videos that were seen during the off season where he had a few choice things to say.
I mean, the
But
conditions are very
communication was one
different
of the
too,
biggest
right?
things. He said, you know, you guys aren't talking, you're not communicating, and you can tell when the vibe
Paper than
starts to
casting Zeta
fall
versus
apart a
Chobra
little bit,
casting
it's like
Arc.
that communication isn't always there for this team. Obviously today things are going well and the communication is there. You want to see that continue throughout the rest of kickoff for PRX, that they're going to run into another team. that's gonna be
Aye, chat.
them a
This
lot
is a
of
bit of a
Zeta's
this is a
able
bit
to
of
come
a
back here today.
damper.
You might see it in this game, but one way or another, it's so important for them to keep this style of play up, because what I really like from PRX is their understanding of the map. When they have control, they know how to use it against Zeta. You know, when they're pushing Rebel, when they seed Rebel over, they quickly understand that it's going to go B. All right, let's leave a player behind the box outside of A main. Okay, they're not pushing there. Devi's calming that right over, and immediately Mind Freak and others
Are you
shifting
having
into
fun? I'm
position.
glad. I'm
Try
glad
to
someone's
cut
having fun.
Zeta
Because
off
I'll
from
be
getting that
honest,
plant
this
cleanly.
isn't the most exhilarating match.
These
This
kind
isn't
of
the most
things are
stimulating
really nice
match.
to see from PRX.
Final timeout call here from Zeta Division. Down by 6. That anti-eco loss. Looking like it may be something that lingers in their heads here. The remainder of this map at the very least.
Here.
Needing to make up
We
for
knew
that
this
now.
was going to happen,
Bluff
though.
Thrifty here.
Yeah. I mean,
Have
I
an
was just
opportunity
hoping it wouldn't.
back into this game.
Like,
Something
not
they'll
this bad. Like, the result,
pause
sure,
outlaw in
but...
hand. Swing out. Yep, not getting caught. Maybe a tailwind back up to safety. Forsaken still playing
Forsaken.
Cloudburst
How
comes
does he
down,
get
though.
out?
Something bailing out. This Vice. They're safely able to backpedal.
Well,
They're lucky to get away with only some damage done to Forsaken there. That
only
was
2
a
stingers.
pretty difficult situation that they found themselves in. Bit of a check on the dog there from Zota.
I don't mind a PRX stomp once in a while, considering the other match.
He's got such deep
Okay,
control.
okay. For the
This is a
PRX
nice
fans,
look
I'm
for
okay with
Zeta
this.
on this eco. And they seemingly
RQ
have
face Nongshim if they beat
convinced PRX
Team Secret.
that
Yes, that is
control
true.
taken, that this is more likely to be A than not. So it's going to be on something.
Dude, I
with
want
the Outlaw
RQ
do some
to
damage.
Flash out, spotting nothing. Smokes now
absolutely
coming through.
wreck Team
Cut off
Secret.
waterfall. Pressure continuing.
They could use the
Rebound
confidence
here, but
boost, I think.
looking to over-pursue.
Also, I feel like the
Door,
revenge
finding
arc for
a bit of
Warbirds is
damage
just
on
so
XCL,
timely.
From the kill. His clues similarly going
Okay.
to be noted out towards Mount.
Shota
However,
digging
Shota
deep.
still on a
Oh,
deep
they're
look,
already
push forward
like
from depth.
super committed onto
Find a
C
kill
though,
for
so he's
Sigurd
just
to
gonna have
take
to
him
get
down.
value as
Dives
that
out,
flank.
up
Oh,
and
does
something.
he
And
get?
he collects 2 quick kills.
Ooh,
XCL
he was
Sigurd
in the
Zero
air
looking
for
to take
so
it down. Move on, onto the
long.
corner, drops down. Oh no! Draws out the short. He still finds depth.
Enemy remaining.
This is now all on Shota. Trying to align the shot. Finds the first. Can he get it? No. Mind free.
Yikes.
Last one standing will get the
Yikes.
defuse and take Paper X up to map point.
Cannon something game.
This round right here is good macro play for the most part from Zeta Division. The way that Shota is able to get so much control over A Rebel and A Main, it completely bamboozles
I mean,
Paper X. I think
twist, not necessarily, not like
one
that.
of the things, I don't know if I want to call it a problem
But
for Zeta,
obviously,
but
generally,
the
you're going to
stylistic
try to put your best
differences, I will
casters
say
on the
this,
finals and stuff.
is
So,
that when we see
you know, is there a
Paper X
difference
take
there?
control
Sure,
of that
but
and a player has a
like for
sniper
league
rifle
play and stuff,
in the
there's
back of
other
that C site, they're
schedules,
pushing
and
them.
I
They're
mean,
trying to
oftentimes they'll consider
get
like,
to
is
them
this
and
like a
get that
very,
sniper
very high
rifle out of the
matchup? Is it a very
equation.
meaningful matchup?
And in
Things like
this
that,
case,
and
Zeta
pick and choose who they
pumps
think
the
is fit.
brakes on
But
C-site
also, generally,
and just
scheduling
leaves
is
something there in
for
C
league
hole
play.
to
It's
pop
much
his
more
blades
about the
and ruin
overall
their round.
scheduling and spreading things out, so no one's getting burnt out. So it's not like a,
Coming
there's not like
through,
it's not like a
something out in the
chart of
open.
like this
There's
tier
the
of
walls
pay gets
fall,
to
so
cast
she shoved down.
T1. Like it's not like that necessarily.
Quick hit, a tap at the door. Something just keeping attention tied here.
The thing is, chat, I can't imagine Secret's actually going to play that poorly against RRQ, though,
So
right?
desperately wants,
They
though.
can't possibly be that
They're trying
disappointing.
to bring this to a conclusion. Never mind. Swings back in over towards main. XCL gone. Shota holding close on the corner, but
And
clearly
to
distracted as
also
Jake
be
goes up
fair, I
over
think
the
G
top.
played really well
Not
that
sure
game.
which
So
way
I
to
know
look.
while we were disappointed in Secret because we expected them to do
Ends up falling.
better,
Clues
it's not like I think
21,
they just
Sugar
flopped
Zero needing
over. I
to
think
be
G
the
played
hero.
well that game. So,
The Boombot will
Oh,
get cleared.
boy.
Showstopper out into the open. Nothing more that he can do. Does manage to find the kill. Clues now. Last one standing. The ult goes his way. The pop flash. The final shots. Forsaken will take
Well,
him down.
GG,
13-5.
chat.
Paper Rex
that was a game of
showing up
Valorant.
in a major way. They kick off this elimination series in dominant fashion.
Yeah, a lot of good things to say about Paper X today. They look a lot better.
I
in a
mean,
lot of different,
yeah, the only thing I would
in a
be
lot of
concerned
different
about
ways.
is does this Lotus
Obviously,
work
something
against
getting him on that jet, getting him comfortable, getting
the
him
best
fired
teams?
Up. Jing came out hot on the Rays.
Do they have an understanding?
the right
Yes,
pieces in
but
the right
but it's
places
also
for
a
the
very
most part for
one-dimensional
Paper Rex.
comp,
Pushes
right?
them forward,
So
propelling them. Find a very good map win over Zeta's map pick of Lotus. So things looking quite
you guys are all like,
shaky
no,
for
it
Zeta
does not.
Division.
I don't think it
Somewhat
does.
as anticipated.
I've never been a fan of the jet rays on Lotus. I've never been a fan. The only time I was okay with it was when they were playing the breach. So
Ace coming through from Jing, Judge in hand.
I don't know.
And they continue to have just fantastic moments around. I mean, Showtime, credit where it's due.
Yeah, I mean,
Fantastic
you know, I
clutch.
think that's fair to say as well that they looked more like Paper X. I think that's fair.
Just didn't quite see more of that magic where it was so desperately needed. And
13-0 resub on the second map.
It was looking great. They get that pistol win, but
Dude, that guy up
dropping the
front,
anti-eco,
poor guy, man.
felt
He's
that
been
was the final
screaming his head off.
red pull.
Yep, that was the end of any hope for Zeta.
But now we're going to Fracture.
Some good rounds here and there. But some things to work
I mean,
on
Zeta's
still
always
for
played
sure.
a decent Fracture,
lot
to
of
be
good
honest.
players,
I'd love
rookies
to
on
wait
this
and see,
squad.
but it's just that Paper X
See what
looks
they
so
can do going
good on
forward.
it.
There's going to be that fracture coming through a map that
So chaotic on it.
you heavily expect Paper Rex to be very well drilled on Zeta. How are they going to fare on that map? We'll have to wait and see. But for now, we'll pass it back over to Mika and the Deaths to break down the action from Lotus.
Well, if you have
All right,
Paper
chat, I'm
X
gonna
talking
set the
about the end of all
prediction.
hope of Zeta,
It's up on
yes,
Twitch.
That's it. But you know
And I will
what?
be right back.
Paper X
I'm gonna
just
play
doing
some ads.
Paper X things. You know, what else are you gonna expect here? And Zeta, you know, they did have some rounds that actually did pay off, but it's just that you have 5 players that are just so notorious at this point in time in Valorant. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, I mean, Zeta got punneled that game, unfortunately. They did have a nice round from Cioto on the Sheriff course, and they had 1 or 2 nice set plays. Like, this is a map that they did win against T1 in the off-season. Unfortunately, they just had an execution-based comp, and it felt like PRX was always one step ahead. They were so proactive with the double duelist comp. The players were playing well individually, and it felt like they just ran over Zeta on low Lotus, and I think if ZETA can't get it done on this map, then onto Fracture is going to be a really rough state of affairs, unfortunately.
It's certainly worrying as we head towards map 2 of PRX's pick of Fracture. As the casters mentioned, this is something that PRX looked quite comfortable on. It seemed a very natural fit for them. So yeah, really not the start Zeta division would have wanted. To me, it felt like OG Paper X coming back, just going as fast as they can. Even this double initiator with the Cypher wasn't enough to slow them down and force them to stop. They could just go wherever they wanted, it felt like to me.
And they're smiling, they're laughing,
so
they're flashing
happy.
each other. That's not a good sign if you're playing against Paper X, when you know they're vibing and they're almost approaching the game as if it's a ranked game.
Yeah, you just need to see them play free flow MVP for something there. I mean, you don't see double duelists on Lotus too much, but it's something that is very Paper X, and something when he's running around doing whatever he wants, it's very difficult to deal with. We talked about some players maybe playing Chamber a little bit on Lotus. It's a similar kind of concept where you just want someone to go aggressively and take some of those opening duels on the Chamber. Something that I really loved. I mean, this ZETA round was great. You put him on your team then.
I was very happy I put him in my team watching this round from the green room. This was a real like, he got them onto the board, you know. This is a huge momentum round. He must have felt so amazing being able to do this against PRX, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, these kind of rounds are pretty good macro play from PRX. You had the initial pick over towards C, and then you deny info on A. You get the Sky Dog with the dark cover across the map, really just applying map pressure while you wait for the rotations to come through. ZETA read it decently. They still have 2 on C, but the C execute was way too clean. You get the Arc Rose up the top, full white on the site anchor, and then the Paranoid to follow up, and the player on pillar side can't see a thing. And they just continue to be active all the time. This is a trend that I noticed so much in this game. You see the guiding light forward with the double satchel, and then the fault line comes through. It felt like every single time PRX was being proactive with the double duelers, was getting a step ahead of the breach utility, and ZETA could not execute on their comp well enough.
Yeah, they were too fast, that's what I would say. And like, this round is a perfect example. It's kind of a little bit of a rule where if you get that site for free, you need more space anyway, and no one takes more space better than Paper Rex do. They clearly have this well worked out. They clearly have a lot of protocols on how to keep going, how to keep fighting, and how to play as fast as you possibly can. And I think just they are the kings of playing fast, you know?
It's something that I remember, like, you practice against them a lot in Pacific, and it's something that I notice a lot. It's like, a lot of people will say, like, they run it down, but it's a coordinated running it down, you know?
Yeah.
You always saw those guiding lights going forward every single time, and then a player following it up. Like, I remember playing against, even when you're playing against Paper X with double init, when they're playing, like, Breach Sky or something like that, you are getting ran at, but you're also getting flashed, stunned, and pressed by utility, and it feels like you can't play the game.
Not to mention that this is a core that's been playing together for so long. I mean, the core of Mind Freak, Forsaken, and Divide, and even Alex, right? Even before Valorant, they're so comfortable with each other. And you have ZETA that just made, you know, roster changes months ago. They're still adjusting. It was, you know, miles apart in where they are.
Yeah, and the players just couldn't really play to their skill sets. Like, ZETA had a couple of opportunities where he could get involved. I liked when they were a bit more proactive, like they sent depth down and got aggressive. They're going to need more of that on Fracture as well. You know, those skill sets will really be helping, but especially when you have someone like Clues who is not having the best performance individually, if he's still not able to find proactive, you know, stuns and be able to line up his utility well enough to set up his teammate, then at the end of the day, unfortunately, he's just not having any impact on the game at all.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. The level of the individual has to come up for ZETA now. Fracture is a map where you have to be able to play fast. That's why it's such a natural fit for PRX. As you say, ZETA showed some brighter sparks when they were able to speed up, take control of that tempo a little bit more, and they need to do that on this Fracture map to even have a fighting chance, I would say.
And we saw Paper X on Fracture not too long ago. You know, just their previous match, they looked pretty good. You know, you had Forsaken on that Tejo, completing, you know, all of the agents. He caught them all. And then you have ZETA, who have not played Fracture. If I'm not mistaken, they haven't played it in years.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is for Paper X as well, you talked about the long-standing core, right? These are guys that are not too unfamiliar with Fracture. And if you actually go back to when they played Fracture before it went out of the map pool and when a lot of teams played Fracture, look at this comp, guys. This is not that different. We're playing Breach, Brim, Killjoy, Raze, and then it would be a Sky or a Fade or something on the Enir. Instead, it's a Taeho. Like, we can honestly take a lot of the ideas and a lot of the meta and a lot of the set plays that you were playing on Fracture back in the day, and you see even teams doing it. You saw it in the Gen G RRQ game where they're doing the tree takes, they're doing the A main control. A lot of the same ideas still apply. So for teams that have experience playing that Fracture already, like PRX, that already fits their style, and you know they even
Dude, Laz has 40,000 viewers on Twitch. Dude, ZETA has to win map 2 just for Laz.
Actively picking it every
If the match ends too early, Laz just
I
isn't going to
definitely
get
wanna
enough
see how it goes
donations.
This time round, I'm expecting a similar
Laz
result,
has to
be
buy
honest.
his second
We're
yacht.
talking about it like, you know, they have
I have no idea if he has a
insane
yacht or
record in
not.
kickoff and Fracture.
Please
They've
don't
only played
spread
it a long
rumors.
time, and don't get me wrong, they look good, and now's the chance to sort of prove it again. But we have every reason to believe it will be scary. And something you mentioned as well, Mika, is how long they've been together as a team, and I think you really can't win, you really can't have the longevity that PRX have had if you don't love each other, if you really don't believe in each other. And
Nobody picked
that's
something I
that's so clear that
believe.
PRX have. You could see how much fun they had with each other on stage, and that's so big for these.
I
really
don't
big
know if
moments where,
something
you know,
was
you said this
listed
could be their
as a
worst place forever,
duelist. I
and they
think
just have
that's
fun,
a
they flash
big
each other,
part
they
of
don't
it.
even care, they just have fun.
Officially, because we have to pick it based on the official registration.
But yeah, you know, you look at ZETA and you look at, you know, way back when they were playing Fracture, and
It's just
they
something
rely
that
heavily on Laz and the Chamber.
We've all said about
And,
PRX,
what
we're
are they
like,
gonna do this time
well,
around? It's a total overhaul. It's just not looking good.
It's a completely different team.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, if I was to put the pieces together, obviously it's very important to have a good Sentinel player on Fracture. There's so much space. You need that really strong anchoring presence.
100% Japanese JDG.
You know, Clues is someone that's very comfortable.
I hate to
playing
say
that
it, but there
supportive
is
agent,
there is
supportive
just not going to
utility.
be
I
as
really wouldn't be
much
surprised if they stick him
need for
straight
it
on
in
the breach
Korean.
again, and then you just need to get Depp into the
Like, it's,
action.
the game's growing in Korea,
like
but
was able to
Japan has a
actually put himself in
way
that many
bigger audience, I
favourable
think.
situations in that last game. He needs to be set up a little bit better. The best rounds that I remember on Lotus from Depp were him running it down in some of the set strats on defense.
I mean, I would agree, but at the same time, I would expect Team Secret to play a bit better. And GE played quite well in that match. Like, everything's relative. So I wouldn't. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a 2-1.
Living up
But
to the same standards that we expect from him in this game.
Yeah, and we were talking a lot about how proactive PRX were, right? You did have that one very proactive round from ZETA, right, where Depp was able to like charge in with a Neon ult. But again, a map like Fracture, where you do need to be very, very proactive.
2026 is the year where orgs start resigning the same old players and try more tier 2 players.
They're just like, they're basically hurting their
Targeted towards BR and LATAM. I mean, I can see that. I think we're already seeing it in 2025, right? But you have some extended contracts, and you're still trying to do things step by step, and etc. But we're starting to see more and more rookies come up. And basically, I think 2025 is when we're really seeing the switch over from tier 1, or not tier 1, but basically like first gen. Ooh, they have their own Taeho and the Chamber, okay. But we're seeing the transition from first gen, or basically like 0.5 gen to first gen. And this is like true Valorant players, right? So I think starting next year, I would agree. I think more orgs are going to do that.
Double flashes, no Taeho for them. Forsaken is back on the Sky, so they are also going to change things up ever so slightly. But it's a very big difference between the Sky and the Taeho.
Okay, so we have Taeho Chamber. I think the Chamber. Okay, PRX is not playing the Taeho.
Running it down. You know, it's going to be Vault Line, it's going to be aggression with followed up guiding lights like you saw from Divide in the last game on Lotus. That's going to be very difficult for ZETA to deal with.
Oh my gosh, it's just two teams switching it up right here on this map, which could potentially be our last map of the night. We're going to toss it on over to your casters, Achilles, and Japanese team's biggest fan, Paperthin.
True.
Yeah, not incorrect, but let's hope that this is not going to be the last.
I wonder why they changed it.
If it is, it means that it's going to be the last map of ZETA.
Why they changed from the Taeho to the Sky? Maybe they just felt that Taeho was actually too slow for PRX.
Abound. We do have a Chamber in play.
I can see that.
Enormous shoes to fill when it comes down to playing this.
Can't wait to see Patrick Crew on stage. I think we all can't wait.
Had some fantastic moments there on that Lotus. Got them online. Can he have similar results delivered here on Fracture? That's going to be the question. Divide, however, has other thoughts. Takes down Depp to start.
Yeah, good hold.
Divide.
They are kind of shoehorned here. They got to position themselves to get ready to get back
Spot out,
into
Forsaken getting a piece of
spawn.
the action.
Oh, the
Flash
flash.
goes to the race swing.
Oh, they
Everybody's
line
all
up.
lined up. Tilton out, sending out a couple of these headhunter bullets. One more remaining.
Dude.
They all go wide.
Dude.
It's going to be a flawless pistol win here for PRX.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of an off angle taken outside of the door. And a lot of Zeta players just walk into it and then, you know, it's
Over
a little
under
bit
on
different.
post-plant
Obviously,
round
like Modesto's talking about, you have a Sky there. And Forsaken's able to use this pop flash, catches XDL coming through on the
4.5.
Tahoe, shuts it right down, and then quickly follows up with a couple more.
Four's a lot.
That's, yeah,
Actually,
about the
well,
reaction I would
no,
expect.
Zeta's starting an attack, so
Different buy, though, on the defense here.
I mean,
for
if you meet in
PRX.
this half, I think under.
Previously, a little bit more firepower woven into this.
I mean the whole match, I think over.
Interesting.
Not his usual style.
I mean,
sure.
Shota on Chamber. Well, hopefully we see him show us a little bit of what he's made of, but otherwise.
Over at A Halls, but we'll
The
start
thing is not having the
across.
Tahoe. They're gonna wish they kind of did, because that would have been easy targeting against the Chamber.
Big
But
push
they
through the
do
sewer.
have double flash and fault line, so
Chamber pickup here.
the
Obviously,
Chamber's
this round
still
comes
not gonna
back to
have
see.
a fun time, right? You got guiding light, you got flashpoint, you got fault line, you got aftershock.
Two, at least in the sewer, one over at Arcade. As Depp rides the rope up the top, Aftershock at the ready on the corner. As Forsaken brings out a warning shot, shoving him back. Now, sights maybe turn towards a cut across this north side of the map. Eventually over in towards
Alright, just
Jet.
trying
July,
to,
we're still
you
hovering
know,
on
bait
that
them
A
into
site.
it, make it sound like they're gonna wrap around sewers, but PRX is ahead of it.
As much valuable as much value as possible.
Okay, so
out of this
Zeta
round.
makes the call to do another
Swarms
fake back,
working
which
the
is
map
like,
a little bit.
it's okay, but
This
you're
way,
on your
they go
eco,
wide free.
and
Instantaneous
this is
with
a
the
much
headshot,
faster
XDL gonna
rotate
put down
anyway.
Forsaken, finds Depp.
So I'd much rather see them, you know,
Over
either
towards
dish or
Arcade.
earlier on B,
Line
just
free.
go in as 5 and fight,
Comes up with
right?
a second.
Unfortunately, now you're going in one by one.
Very
All
much
right.
dominating the round,
Okay,
but
he gets
Cruz,
2.
okay. Starts doing some decent damage there. I believe a Spectre will be left on the ground if they're able to pick up the Bulldog. As they shuffle
What's the
something
top
around.
3 knife in Valorant?
But one thing I'd like to say about Shota's Chamber is
A
it's only, like,
lock-in
the
knife.
6th time he's ever played it, I think. So like, it's not an agent that he's like known for.
Sure.
You know
He
it's
actually
true.
was kind of a controller and at times a duelist. Like before he came over to some of these other teams and started playing a lot more Sentinel. Obviously with Zeta, it should be, you would think, a pretty natural fit for him though. The guy's got cracked mechanics in theory. Saw it a little bit the previous map, right?
Oh my gosh,
Get away
I
from that one.
love the stim there. I love the stim to get ahead of the shots
Crunched upon here,
He's
though.
of the outlaw.
Yeah, how do you get out of here? It's gonna have to fight.
And now
for
you're
it.
trapped.
One
During
bullet
that,
still.
they've already pinched you in from the other
Splash goes
side.
up over the top, not getting caught by that.
Do
but
you
does
expect
anticipate
the close hit?
Close angle here. Tries to go for
Yeah,
the reach,
no,
tries
you
to
don't.
dial in for the headshot, cannot make it happen.
They
Divide
lose
will
something
strike
up
him down
top,
at
but
the
it
same
doesn't
time.
matter.
Notice
They've
something
taken away the
does end up
chamber.
falling by Arcade,
Here
seemingly on his
comes the
lonesome.
salvos. They'll
Salvo
respect
now
it.
Out. The stealth drone hit. Nothing really going to be
Stealth
noted
drone,
there.
nothing's gonna be
This
tagged.
does get instantly popped.
Okay, you're making a ton of noise in sewers,
Now it's
trying to draw their
4v4 as the
attention
spike
away.
still slowly gets
Meanwhile, you
brought
still got
forward through
Divide
tower
looking to
towards this site.
be able to
Swing
go
out
for a
by
hit.
Forsaken.
They just swing out.
Beams in, finds that headshot. Jink
They're
answering
just
one back.
baiting.
Trying
Oh
to drop down, though, as
my.
the back of the aftershock is Clues. Now leaves Depp on his load. Somebody
I
still
mean,
comes
it's
up with two.
Step, guys. Come on, give him some respect.
10 HP to his name. Spike on the floor, just at the base of the rope. Devi creeping forward. Outlaw in hand.
Casters v. casters.
Surely they will have calmed.
That'd be a
how low
mess.
This Neon is. That Depp right now playing this out as quietly as he possibly can.
He's got the spike.
Smite, baseball bat, and Kuronami, Zed, and Glitch Pop. Honorable mention. Man, why is there no love for the lock-in? For the lock-in knife, it's so rare. Nobody bought it.
He's going to have to go sooner rather than later, and that's going to be footsteps heard here in a moment. Sprinting his way forward, the outlaw angle's not going to be great, though, for this plant position. He will be able to get it done with just enough time.
Spike planted.
Fast lane send.
Oh,
That's noise,
the
but
sprint
Divide,
and then the
seemingly
creep.
reading it so beautifully,
Oh,
but the shot whiffs!
Dude, he just
And
stops
Depp
in the
gets the Red
middle of the
Bull
road.
clutch.
Holy, that is
Gets
some
Zeta on the board,
absolute
but
guts on
despite
that
all
guy.
that is still a significant amount of damage.
That
dealt here
was
by
a
PRX in the
sick
bonus.
clutch. That was a sick
No doubt
1v1.
about it. I mean, this is a great read off the rip from PRX. if you can find the chamber, the way it's being run right now by Zeta Division is they're leaving Shota on his own. And that's a pretty challenging thing to do when you have no backup.
Oh, not limited. Not limited. Like store rotating?
Crunched on him,
Then I have no
down,
idea.
but then Zep just, with like not much health, took that one over, and I think Zeta? And maybe pop that timeout when.
Yeah, I think it was popped ahead of time.
And when they were looking like they were going to get bonused.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I mean, you won it off the heroics of depth.
That they suffer there, only the one weapon being carried forward. So no matter which way you slice it, I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt. I think that it was called early, but I don't necessarily dislike it all the same because you're still going to be in a rough spot coming into this next
Perfect
round.
timing. H2 o'clock. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Thanks for using your Prime on the channel. Appreciate it. Thanks for the support. Welcome, welcome.
A few things to go over there for PRX. You know, make sure you keep it tight. Don't get overconfident. Don't give. All
right, I mean, this is such an early timeout, though. I wonder what you do discuss
doing
here.
What you're doing, just comms might need a little bit of help because
I wonder if they kind of tell Shota to take a different position so he doesn't get pinched too easily. This doesn't really change it. If you're getting pinched from both sides, he still doesn't have a way out.
It had to have been Devi who actually got the shot across.
That could be. That actually could be because he was at 10 HP, so it could have been the outlaw shot.
Yeah.
That's a really good point.
You would have to assume that he would have just drawn out his pistol.
Exactly.
Step up over the top. A bit of a delayed reaction there from something, but doesn't get
already on site. You love the speed.
Walk about over towards
Seekers are out. Okay.
The alarm bot clears it.
Using it just to keep them at base. See if there's anything in the close corners. Not going to see it. There's a flash. Delays on the Rolling Thunder. XCLO. It's a cheeky little kill. Stealth drone.
Shut down.
All right, so you have Forsaken stuck. Forsaken is basically trying to bait them in, and then he immediately goes for a fast swing around. They line up, though, for something. Trade's not coming in for PRX. All right, you open sands, so people are looking two different angles. Okay, you found where Depp is. Oh, clues, let's go.
Swings out a little bit wider, gets some sight lines there on the sands. Something falls, and now it is all on Devi.
All right, Shota, do we peek? No. Well, now you might need to.
Down to 30.
Clues kind of has to check first. Just because Shota's only at 30 HP.
Turret revealing one. The spot out, the kill. The swing down, looking for the adjustment, but Clues will be able to get over.
I mean, that was close.
Zeta tie things up 2-2.
But it is 2-2
here from Zeta Division. Fast, aggressive hit towards A. One of the things I was thinking about that the coaching staff might want to discuss is a little bit more A main control. They get so far in, if Jing gets behind them, they're able to use the Rolling Thunder to take him down. A couple unfortunate walkouts.
I thought it was doable.
Crosshairs, but good news is you're able to lock it down. Still need to see a little bit more presence from Shota on the chamber. Had a Bucky in that previous round. Now as an outlaw again it's gonna be
Bucky for Forsaken.
PRX, but they're trying to contest A main a little bit more.
Oh, this is a lot of holding for A. The pinch on A.
We can find a little bit more value this time
B,
around.
you're really just looking to defend the site itself with the Bucky.
Drone. Giving a check. Good hiding spots found by PRX.
But which direction do you go? You know they're coming up into heaven. Yeah, you kind of have to fill that in for the time being.
Here perhaps, but Forsaken does have that Bucky in hand.
No reactions. He purposely stays quiet. Oh, I love the positioning here from Depp. All right, it sacrifices clues, but it secures the space for sure. Oh.
Getting readjusted. Jing is able to find one. Something now on his lonesome. Outlaw in hand. Aftershock sent, delaying the plant, the flash forward. Sugar Zero, quick turn.
Sugar Zero antis it.
Realigned, finds the kill, and Zeta gain the lead.
Yeah, they're starting to find some footing again. A lot more confidence being.
Okay, you have Armageddon online. You got Orbital Strike online for Zeta.
Might just go to an eco. Depp with great reactions to cut down Forsaken.
Oh, last bullet.
Jeez. Well, yeah, they're coming online. Okay.
But
You have big ultis for ZETA. Only have that orbital strike. The operator online for Devi. What's his position? It's going to be B main. He's going to hold on site though. So yeah, if he gets caught out, he doesn't have too much of room to work with. Yes, your turret is watching over on Heaven. So he'll be able to hold on there just for a bit. They're emptying the site, hoping that one of the ults is going to be used to get in just for safety. See if ZETA does.
Really wanting to investigate this position.
Given the matchup and given what they've seen so far, I wouldn't mind if ZETA used one of the outs early. Right, we know it's empty, but just to be sure, especially with so little information.
Checking forward.
The only thing they don't know about is bench.
Just around that corner.
Oh boy. I mean, Devi just needs to hold, really.
Devi swinging out wider and wider.
Oh.
Decides to pull back off the angle.
Oh, no info just yet.
To send a bit of a fake.
Holding in close. Looking for another repeat. Needs a flick down.
Nice flick. Oh, that's long distance, but he gets back just in time.
Away from that relay bolt. Dep at the same time, though, taking some space, taking that spike forward.
Oh, they're just going to break it right away.
Going to be called in just to try to deal with this lockdown. There's the destroy as Mind Freak. Out of charges. His way forward and Dep ends up falling to the wayside.
Yep, counter just to make sure that he doesn't get pinched. He's past it though. Shota, nice swing out. Ooh, Forsaken's ahead of it. That was an important position from Sugar Zero. Well, now it's just a classic 1v2. Big op from Devi.
We are tied at 3-3.
Finally, PRX able to punch back. There's some really good rounds from ZETA Division. It's Devi on the op. Just the one and done. Great flick down. Mind Freak just tucked in behind the boxes, expecting that.
I mean, playing a lot of onside defense on B. I'd love to see ZETA try to punish that a bit, honestly. Right? You force him to pay a lot more attention to A main. Now try to get something going on site.
Now they're back onto an eco. After 3 rounds in a row, it's been so difficult. Jing.
Oh,
it's just a fast push. Oh,
point blank range. He's got that Bucky out the
flashes.
Second taking down the overdrive.
That was not great.
Back here from something back around the corner. The site completely opened up. This Mind Freak. This wraparound, but ZETA are very well aware of it.
Yeah, he's looking for someone standing on that ledge. Devi will get one off kill, but it's 2v4. 2 people are low. So if we can swap to rifles, but it looks like Devi is just going to save already.
Who's going to be noted, but looks like the call to save will be made as he steadily drifts back across through that defender spawn. ZETA with a great hit back in this thrifty attempt.
That we going hunting?
And this is kind of
maybe not. Maybe not after that.
To approach PRX sometimes is throw some of their
a rifle, okay,
right
just a bulldog, not bad.
Dep's able to do that so well. A very strong duelist player, has been for years. And you can rely on him a little bit to open up some of that space.
Oof, just a blind shot. Could have been a timing shot.
Salvo's right at his heels, but not going to catch anything. But like, if you can kind of get
your buys are still a bit haphazard, but you kept the operator, so that's important. Save that over.
That's crazy good.
Oh, jeez, what is that? How does he have the confidence that he's getting that kill?
You can beat them at their own game.
Dep's Neon's been pretty good overall, like even last year. So I think we got to respect it a bit more. All right, another crunch onto A. Partly, I think, because of the buy here with that Stinger. Oh no, that's over on Mind Freak, sorry. I have the Bulldog for Shota, but he should be fine. He's got the Headhunter. So Mind Freaks, yeah, again, see, whenever they have slightly weaker weaponry, it's always on-site defense on B. See if ZETA chooses for a rotate here after noticing that it's a full setup once again. Dep wants to commit to it. He's actually going to wait for Shota to get in, but he actually gets stuck before the drop, so he's not able to support him right away. It's a crossfire ready. He now has to wait for the members of main to do something if they want to go A. So they're actually going to hold.
Something here on the site. This is going to prove to be very difficult here for ZETA. So it seems like they're just going to be cutting noise. Steadily working their way across towards B.
Now it just becomes a question of how quickly can PRX get a read on this.
I mean, I think PRX is just going to stay backed out.
From the KJ.
Jing.
So it's just
Ideally, just gets one and
off
gets out.
contact. Maybe some of the util from ZETA will be their first indication that
Right now, you have no smokes for Mind Freak.
changed
Meanwhile,
directions.
one for Sugar Zero. It's going to be used.
Jing
Perfect positioning against Jing. They'll still have to clear out this close corner, so they can't quite speed through, which means backup is arriving. Something is going to take the long way around. He doesn't have any of his util just yet.
right on
So
top.
on the cooldown, oof, right onto the Neon.
Very solid punish coming through. Player advantage very much now in the hands of PRX 4v2. Seal spotting out the first, trying to find the kill, can't quite confirm it though. Sugar Zero will
I was
be able
about
to
to say
find one
Molly
from Jing.
online, but Sugar Zero gets
Go
taken
ahead,
down.
Play cleanup. Knocks him down. Now 4-4. These teams seemingly inseparable here. Or inseparable, I
4-4?
should say.
I mean,
On fracture.
It's just a good read from PRX. I mean, just their senses are tingling. They're like, you know, I bet they're coming out of drop and dish. And they're just in the right spots to counter it. God, Forsaken just hits a nasty
Chad, I'm getting
step
hungry
shot.
again.
Jing. Very
That was
good
the dinner was
as
too
well,
early.
but
You're getting ate dinner at like
Patience shown by them.
4:45.
Jing just waiting it out.
Why did Nongshim's match have to be the first
Glass
match?
cannon, though, here for Divide.
Are you sad? There's still a shot. Look at this. We got glass cannon off. We got region armor. We got half armor. And to counter that, Shota, he has an outlaw. He's going to start getting kills.
Showstopper for Jing. Something that
He's
has
going to
to
meet
be
him
back
right
in
here.
mind.
It is the showstopper online. Uh-oh. Here we go. Oh, okay.
Doing for Shota.
You heard the rendezvous. Do you chase with the fault line?
Push, getting ready to
Nope,
come
they're
through.
going to chase with the
Trailblazer
Trailblazer first.
Chases in from behind. Outlaw will clear that out. Divide in the meantime, continuing to scale forward. Out towards B main.
There is a world where this backing up constantly actually spells trouble. Jeez, yeah, I was gonna say it's probably gonna draw in his teammates to help fight, but if they don't win, that's massive.
Spike in hand, yes.
And that's everybody
Scratching his
down.
head, wondering where the hell he goes from here.
And I think you got to rotate A. That's the only option you had. You knew that they
Slow
pushed
creeping
out of A
balls in
main.
towards A.
Oh, he's doubling back.
Okay, double back, but no one from PRX making any movements whatsoever.
There's no
there, so
reason.
you're
I mean,
ready to
PRX in a
strike.
rare moment of sanity recognizes that there is literally no reason to move and hunt for clues.
The alarm bot just on the corner.
But credit where
There's the
credit is
alert.
due. That's good patience.
The jig now up. Go for a bit of a safe plant. Tap. Trying to see if he baits anything out from Arcade's side. 28 seconds. Angel's flying. Should know that he's got some time to rotate, but as soon as he tries to go for it, Devi gets the angle and shuts down that hope.
I like the patience from PRX we've seen in the last couple of rounds with the way that
What's
they're
up, Freddy?
pumping the brakes after they kind of win these early battles. They have numbers advantage. They just say, if he goes the other side, it's fine.
All right,
We're gonna hold here and
5v4.
And this
5v4.
is like-
5-4.
wait. Kind of interesting from ZETA where they have a few extra players next to Shota this time where if
All
the
right,
PRX
Zeta, what else
crunch
do you
is
have cooked up?
coming,
It's
they
another
can maybe
pinch onto
react to it
A,
with
but
a
this one's
good
going to be
flash over the
slower
top.
one with the chamber.
I think really
Still the same setup with the rendezvous
blindsided
and the
Zeta.
trademark
They weren't able to
up
help
north.
Shota fast
Seen
enough.
that time and time again.
PRX had the numbers.
But the main force is always going to be that Neon. Okay, Depp is ahead of it. Ooh, they expected it. It's a hard read against the Showstopper, but can they win the other fights? 2-1. PRX in favor.
Jing continuing to poke and prod, but doesn't want to over pursue, so decides to back away.
Forsaken has a read that there's got to be someone else
Quick
over by
swing there
Dish.
at Dish. Shota just no way to find an
And
opening
they're going to
here.
slowly start to
Really love
rotate.
the
They're going to
kill.
cut their losses over on
Keep some
A
pressure on this A side of the map.
and putting pressure
But this is a
in.
solid double back this time from Zeta.
Another double back. But the thing is that it's
So
not really
valuable.
based on any information,
something
right?
there.
So
To get those 2 big kills.
5v4.
PRX
Who's
opting
it?
to play
Who's the
together. This is
culprit?
Where things could get a little bit more dicey. The plant can come through. Shota continues to scout out this side of the map.
He's
I
been
mean, they
grabbing a
should
lot
be
of
able to
buckets.
get in, but look at this. The reason PRX does this, if we can go here and we can clear out and we are confident in our 3v3s,
I like it.
even if they're grouped up, we should be able to win this fight. And if they're not here, we can get a fast rotate that they probably don't quite expect.
For now, plant comes through.
So Sugar Zero will watch the back, but is he ready for a full wraparound? I don't know.
Backing off, trying to get in along the corner.
Oh
but
no.
Barrel, like
Timing. Okay, that actually works out for
Actually with it,
Zeta.
finds the shot. Rolling Thunder now going to go across. Swings in.
Blues had to get that kill ASAP.
Shota at the same time able to find a kill. The Bucky in hand. Swaps over to the Headhunter, but Forsaken
Oof.
finds the headshot before he can. PRX with that defuse will now
That's
put themselves
rough.
up to 6.
They're just so good today in terms of some of their
I hate this. I hate rounds like these because it just tells Zeta that this whole dance between sites works somehow. You know, they're kind of.
Just as well as the Tejo did, to be
They are kind of devolving into their old habits, right? There's no actual solid information, and they keep going from like A and then, ooh, we'll fake them out, we'll go B, but then we'll really double back and we'll go back to A or B or whichever one we started on. And it's like, yeah, you can, like you said, you can work. It's a 50-50 at that point, so it could work. But also, if enough teams watch your VODs, they're going to be like, okay, well, they're just always going to double back.
Setting them up for some of these.
And already PRX has a pretty good read on just tightening the map.
Just going.
I mean, these are the matchups that PRX thrives in, where they're able to just use the map via speed of like fast clearing and pushing out, not necessarily like the execute itself, which obviously the Neon's shining in right now with depth, but he's not able to just hard carry all on his own right now.
Nothing gets caught, so Zeta just trying to relocate to different hunting grounds here.
Over the rope.
All right, rope should have been heard.
Risky in my opinion, but you know what?
It's not going to matter too much just yet. You still have Alarm Bot over by Dish.
They're going to try to set up for the B crunch, but again, PRX is all over.
I promise, 2025, obviously, I'll no longer believe in Japanese team performances. Well, it's too early. It's too early, chat. I mean, they could pick things up. It's not looking very promising. Huge Rolling Thunder just to push them out. That sets up for Mind Freak. He's looking for another kill. They know that the Neon is down below. You know that you've given up sight. Heaven almost kind of works out as bait.
Then put the trade back, but down to 17 HP, leaving Sugar Zero to try to do the lion's share of the work.
1v1, how did it come down to this? Jeez, just concentrating back and forth. Jing, he has his knife out.
The peek on the angle and the headshot comes through. Depp.
2 1v1s for Depp.
Narrow margins and keeps things fairly neck and neck. Zeta, an opportunity now to show they're picking up an operator to make this a 6-6 half.
That was crazy. I mean, I thought PRX was
with orbital strikes on both sides. Sign me up.
Roll through to their 7th round, no problem.
I like the way you put it, though. Does it build bad habits for Zeta?
I mean, to be fair, that's
possible.
Probably the right play. Just an outplay from Depp. Just had a couple big rounds for Zeta. Keep them very much alive in this. Orbital strike. Overdrive, both orbital strikes in play.
Yeah, overdrive available as well. So you should be able to break in and just break them to the site. Again, I don't know if they recognize that it's been a lot of on-site holding on B, but right now it does look like they want to go for a pinch.
Like they were going to be a nightmare,
right? Because you have Dish covered basically, so you could go for this. They're going to back away because of the Trailblazer.
Try to flush him back.
Not sure if they caught sight of him. Looks like it though, right? They left at the very end. They had the jump forward, but I don't know if the angle would have cleared it because you can't turn anymore, but it looks like it did.
In on a very narrow line, that Guardian in hand, staring down in towards A main. No one really on either side making too much of a noise, but something getting legged by that off shot, but he finds the headshot to out-trade
Well,
Shota.
That's the north side absolutely cleared.
Player advantage, healed back to full. PRX wanting that 7-5 half here for themselves.
They're just gonna regroup over by B main. But again, this is zero information. They have literally no information other than something was here a long time ago.
Pops at the dashboard, but Forsaken, he's gone unscouted.
Oh, okay. They call him back. They call him back. But that does stop Depp from going Super Saiyan all the way into enemy territory too early. He has a reset, so he still has a bit more time. Orbital strike a little bit to be desired.
Tickling away at them on the peak. Finds himself a third. Divide able to shut him down. XCL, however, now on the ramp. Finds the first. The concuss, but Mind Freak able to dodge it out.
Mind Freak.
Inside the aftershock, not quite connecting.
Mind Freaky.
35 v 23. The Molly in his hand. Sends it.
Molly to keep him at bay. He gets ahead of it.
Forward, managing to dodge it. The swing onto the corner. He doesn't know.
He checks it. He checked it.
The retap of time is just not on his side clues.
Very well done. 6-6.
Back away, and Zeta will tie it up at 6-6. Mind Freak outdone. As we are neck and neck at the half.
Oh my goodness. This time they finally.
It's not fantastic, but it's still a 6-6.
I haven't seen too much of that. It's been a lot of scrapping on the site, but it's because Depp is being such a nuisance. Big win there for something.
We'll take it.
Okay,
We'll take it if you're a Zeta fan.
Able to respond so fast.
Yeah, Shota has to get a bit more done on the defense side. Obviously, he's going to be primed for it with the chamber, but
Hard time keeping up with them these last couple of rounds.
not only does he get more chances, he's going to land those shots.
Zeta needs. You're gonna need that veteran player to step up.
Don't make me time myself out.
He has been hot in the first half of Fracture, but now it's attacker's side.
So the idea should be that with the Neon, you're able to push out somewhere, let's say A main or tree. Usually that's going to be the easier ones. You set up with the breach as well. And then the chamber should be able to hold one of the other angles. Or you can push out one side with Neon, hold the other with chamber, and then let them use the other part of the map, and then you do a retake. No, Vanish has not been added. I'll be adding that tonight. Because I think the games are going to end early, so I should have some time to add all the new commands. I got a list of commands that are commonly used in a lot of the other watch party rooms, so we'll add all those.
Where's the hand, though?
The chill guy's back.
Not for now. I think that this first half of Fracture may be starting to have Alex.
Yeah, I mean it's PRX on the attack side, but I don't think you can read into. If you're playing against him, I don't think you should let that psych yourself out too much because they're especially in Fracture. They're playing defense like attack as well. I don't think it really makes a world of a difference.
For the most part, I mean, some of these rounds they lost were just.
Okay, so for the pistol, they want to focus on an A main fight, so they're gonna have chamber look at arcade. And you can just have okay.
Well, this is what I was talking about. Into the
Still that trademark.
Immediately delivers something on the floor.
Well, the good news is you still have those sky flashes.
So the group up coming in.
Give you a little bit of extra breathing room, but definitely a lot trickier without that stun in play. Smokes come down. Doesn't seem like Zeta really in a position
digging
to do much about it. So they're gonna
forward.
send 3 players in through the attacker side spawn.
Oh, are they gonna dig through
Make this retake
before? Yeah, before the retake happens. Love it. Now you have a bit of an advantage, right? Because you attack clues as well. Ooh, Depp arrives. Depp is here. Depp gets 3.
We're finally being felt. Forsaken now on his
That's
lonesome.
big. Forsaken, he's already been noted. They know exactly where he's at, so you just hold.
Finds it. The
Oh
fuse
no.
taking a half.
Oh no.
Tucks back around the corner. Expects this wraparound here from Clues. Spots him out. 4 bullets remaining in the Ghost. Just trying to buy time.
Oof.
But Clues will get it done.
Okay.
2-2 on pistols in
Zeta.
the series. Zeta in the lead here on Fracture.
2-2 on pistols.
Man.
That's not bad.
Dude, Depp is feeling it right now.
Alive.
18-9 for Depp.
Great to have
Jeez.
Shota get that opening pick for you on the chamber as well.
I love the push in. I love the push in from PRX. I respect it, but
Clean.
I think they just didn't expect it to be here this fast, right?
Forsaken doing the best he can. This is a tough spot to be in for sure.
That's unfortunate. It's a Neon.
But okay. Some confidence being built.
18-9 for Forsaken as well, yeah. I mean, PRX 12-7, 10-8. 3 members doing well. Meanwhile, Zeta, it is mostly just Depp.
The investment here.
That is.
Are you casting tomorrow's GE match? Yes, I am.
Also not the player that's usually going to be grabbing this gun.
Sure.
But they're trying to sell a fake.
Oh, on that peek in.
That was, yeah, both sides getting some information there. Zeta just respecting it. Shota's, okay, goes for the rendezvous. I like that he chooses to play it safely.
Trademark going to be cleared here from Divide. Smoke's coming down.
Really nice stuff there from PRX, cleaning out. Especially Shota there. First with the flash, then with the smokes.
Planting.
Being patient.
Default boxes.
Forsaken to watch the long
So because of that push earlier, look at how he's holding it, right? Shota respects it, and he says, okay, I'm going to hold all the way back. But that means that you are losing a lot of space. You don't have the line of scrimmage pushed up. You have to start re-clearing that all the way here and here. And this time they're going to try to go for a wraparound. Forsaken wins one. Divide wins another. And now the only 2 are left.
It's looking like a repeat of exactly what we witnessed on that first map. As Shota, the last one standing, knows that he's being pincered. Doesn't manage to hold his ground. Comes away with a 3rd. And he'll make it costly.
Doesn't have time, though.
But he cannot stop PRX from winning out this round.
Well, he's racking up kills.
It's going to be another eco. The force up The Sheriff, the Outlaw coming through, get PRX across the line, denying another anti-eco win here to ZETA.
Yeah, another one.
It's such an
Another
interesting
conversion
idea.
failed.
It's so unorthodox. Like, how can you read this? How can you read this as ZETA? That's crazy good stuff from Devi. ZETA, again, coming alive.
You know, I'm just gonna say it, and hopefully I don't ever have to say this throughout the year.
But the whole problem there is
we
that
can't possibly have slow, no information ZETA 3 years in a row.
That.
We can't.
Except this
We
game.
can't. I mean,
And if you're a ZETA fan, don't be mad. This is just what PRX does to you.
no,
They
be
play
mad.
Mess with you. They are a mind virus.
But we can't. We can't have that. I can't handle it. It's just there's truly not much to talk about when ZETA plays. It's actually so frustrating. It's like it's not even hilariously bad. It's just it's just organized ranked play. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, okay, you erased north side. I mean, at least this time there is movement. You erased north side. Okay, but the spike's been planted for, what, 20 seconds now. So it's like, okay, now you're here. What are we doing? All right, fault line on. Paint shells. It's going to keep you at bay. Good salvos, but now you're all just caught on the site. Surprise, surprise, because you didn't clear out main and you had no idea how many people were where. And that's just the round.
will now gain the lead 8-7. And ZETA, see how they fare going into the first actual proper buy round here of this.
I mean, every offseason it's aggressive. That's the trick. They play aggressive in the offseason. They get it all out of their system so they can play calm and quiet Valorant in the season. I mean, I will say, to be fair, Junta isn't here with them right now, I think, right? Either visa problems or something. So I think he isn't with the team on the ground. So, yeah.
Oh, he's not. Peeks out. Does well to find at least the one kill, but now Sugar's here. XDL.
So maybe there's an argument to be had there, but...
Monster is punished and suddenly just forsaken Devi left standing.
But I mean, we don't know. But Junta's been with the funnel core, so we'll see. A lot of people seem to rate him pretty highly, so
insane rescue missions that we have
we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But like, even when you win rounds, I mean, this one was good. It was a good read. Dev was able to get a nice swing out, but it's just like, I don't know. Let's try to look at it from ZETA's point of view. All right, let's try to be fair. Let's try to look at it from ZETA's point of view. So let's see if we can see it, because so far I'm not really. But I could slowly just be hate watching, so maybe I shouldn't do that.
With the cleanup. Hey, nice hold. Good read from ZETA Division.
Okay, so the idea is you're ready for a push out and a trap play, right? You've got fault line, you've got relay bolt. Okay, you're just gonna hold him off. It's a good trap there with the salvo, actually traps up a push up or raise. Very well done. Very well done. Relay bolt plus fault line has so much coverage on the stun. Then as long as the salvo is able to land, as long as you understand kind of what the spacing is going to be, it's pretty good. The Armageddon, I mean, there's still a minute left, so there's still a lot to work with here. So it's not quite the shutdown you think it is.
XDL looking for the readjust, but I believe runs out of bullets, and Mindfreak is able to go ahead and find that kill. Spike now getting planted, something. One away from that rolling thunder.
Okay, now you have two different angles. Not the greatest, but you have Heaven drop, overdrive to get a reaction out of them. Sugar Zero peeks off of it. I like it.
Fast lane keeps him obfuscated, but Devi here at Sands will find one, swings out, finds the other, gets the headshot, shuts down Dep. PRX narrowly reestablish the lead.
It's always Devi. Whenever things start to go sideways for PRX, when it looks like maybe, you know, they're starting to crumble just a little bit, Devi just has these plays. Time and time again, these 3Ks, these 4Ks.
I mean, it's Devi. That one's props to Devi.
Give the momentum, turn the tide of a map. Is that going to be another one?
Okay,
of those
PRX has lockdown, Rolling Thunder. What does ZETA do to prepare against it? You do have Tour de Force, and so they're going to go very aggressive. I like the Rendezvous as well. It rewards the very aggressive position. The angle itself isn't the best, but he's able to be there. ZETA, they want to shut this down.
Is not going to be destroyed. Swing back through, and Divide ensures it. Clues. Or rather, XDL.
Well, just 2 people left.
Tour de Force needs to deliver. That's the first shot. Something taken down, but 4 more players and out getting through.
This is ridiculously difficult.
Oh.
That it is.
Just spotted him. Nope, never mind. Paint shell here at his
Aye.
the open. Swing onto the corner. Forsaken out wide ahead of the shot. PRX once again. A 2-round lead established as they get up to double digits.
Yeah, I don't know why they tried to rush it.
Once more, the economy
Because you have
broken
Breach
down.
Teo.
ZETA knew what was happening right from the start. Oh my god.
I think they just wanted to get the kills along with it. I mean, yeah, you see the Aftershock go out as well.
Set up Divide there with the util. Just a better reaction from PRX. They had the players there to back.
I mean, I think they just felt that they had the read, so we can fight them and take them out, which is like kind of true, but also
it's a better read from PRX.
I don't know.
Shut that right down. Throwing out some of the util. I think they're worried about a push out from ZETA there towards B main. And then instead,
Yeah, this time no guns for Shota.
Space being clear, a turret behind you to watch your back. Dep left alone on the A side for ZETA. They've got 4 players here. It's 4
Oh, actually, the one they just did purposely on here, I think it is. You have to either have to use the bug where you put it on top of the generator, or you can't reach it. That is true. But I think actually you can do. No. Oh, I guess it might not reach. Yeah. Right. Because you have to put it on top of the generator and then it goes under, right? So it is a bug, I would assume. Whether it's allowed or not, we're not sure, but maybe it's not.
Take the fight. Blast packs forward, gets the 180, gets the kill, and gets PRX up to 11.
Yeah. I mean, there was hope again for ZETA.
Okay. But you can.
It's like now PRX playing as a team a bit better. That's one of the biggest things here. Oh, Mind Freak. Great positioning. Nice
because that also means that there is space in heaven and things like that. So
maybe part of the recipe here for something.
But I mean, I get it. You had the slide, you had the neon. You felt like you could take the fight. You can catch him off guard with the speed.
Gets him fired up. Timeout. I'm assuming ZETA. Yes.
And the last one called. I mean, we saw the first one very early. It was after round 3. All things considered, I think it's been fantastic restraint to not call one up until this point.
I mean, if you can get this next round, try to bring things back.
I'm the coach,
it's anybody's game.
Just go at him. Just let Dep just run around the map. Throw your util in front of him. See what happens.
Just collide.
Yeah.
Just collide. Dep versus 5. W Gaming.
Will it be quite the brawl?
I mean, the reason I say that isn't just for fun. It's because Dep is actually playing really well.
Sure.
And if you just let him accelerate as the neon, maybe it just works. Because a lot of the other
I mean, I get what people are saying, but
in some situations,
I feel like that's a Hail Mary, and which maybe you need. Maybe you need. You know, sometimes you need a Hail Mary, but the thing is there's so much more you could be doing. You have Teo Breach, and then you have Chamber. Like, set up the Chamber for aggressive angles. Then you can do step-by-step delay. Make sure there's somebody here to provide backup once he gets contact. Push out somewhere else with the Teo. Set up the neon. That stealth drone, he had to kind of cancel it early, so he just pings it. Suppresses nobody. They're in on the site. Teo's waiting.
Taken by Forsaken, actually, down to 28.
On the drop.
He stuck around.
Ooh, that drop down should have been heard. Showed that at the same time, able to find one, but
he's lost in the sauce. He's lost in the smokes.
Able to find that punish.
See the feed.
So yeah, the only thing you're worried about really is A main, because if they're coming from spawn, it's not a big deal. That's a good orbital strike, but oh, they get kept at bay with the paint shells.
It'll be a catch on 3 players, staving them off, shoving them back. In the meantime, Shota going to be taken down.
Dude, something turns around and gets Shota. That's rough.
Aftershock now to further hold the bay.
I mean, you can do this because you got Mind Freak watching above sight by Dish.
But they get swept aside. Something with 3 gets PRX now up to match point.
Just absolutely gorgeous util usage from something there. Everything connecting, giving them so much value. They don't overchase.
I'd like to make a formal apology, which I still thought he fed a bit map 3. I was not aware Dan behind map 1 in his locker like that. His game was even more cracked out than I thought. And Nongshim should play every pro. Should play Pearl every chance they get. Yeah, I mean, I really think they just need to learn to rein it in just a bit, have a little bit more variation of tempo, and I think playing more non-neon would help in that as well, right? Kind of finding that balance.
Needing to run back 4 rounds in a row to take this into overtime. Otherwise, their kickoff run will come to an end. Divide pushing forward.
Well, okay, they'll try to stay alive. The Rolling Thunder, that's a panic Rolling Thunder, but everybody's hit!
Absolute mess, but one the PRX are more than happy to be a part of. Swing out, Sugar Zero finding one, but something.
Not like this, man. 0 map win, ZETA division. How did it come to this, chat?
The first obstacle in their way to getting this spike planted, to closing out this series. The swing out looks for the shots, but Mind Freak says no. He's got other ideas.
I've got your trail.
As that insult to injury, the Seekers will be let loose on the chase, hunting down Shota, who just has a headhunter and a judge. Versus 3 players of PRX.
Oh yeah, and Mind Freak has his orbital strike.
Yeah, and it's a judge. And he's been spotted. Oh, wow. Okay.
It will not matter. Something will close it out. 13
yeah, do you think it's pressure or what? What's going on with the rookies?
And they send ZETA home packing.
And while this may be the expected result, I think for ZETA, the second map certainly looked a little bit better, but PRX is just too formidable. On Lotus, they were so dialed in. Coordination looked amazing.
Bit of both.
They were really fired up from the get-go. That's a tough team to go against. I don't care who you are.
I mean, it is. It is a tough. Quite frankly, Nongshim was a stronger opposition than the bracket would make it seem like, and PRX is also really strong, and both of them stylistically really punish ZETA. So like, I get that, but
up against PRX like this for these players, tricky, challenging, annoying. There's so many
you guys are done. You guys got to say your goodbyes.
Describe PRX because they're so creative, so unique. I mean, the one that really sticks out in my mind is that Forsaken Outlaw round. That was really
but this is
that was really cool.
It was a massive curveball that ZETA clearly were just
I don't
not
know.
prepared for at all. Caught off guard.
I wonder how Laz feels about this, honestly. It's gotta hurt. It's gotta hurt watching it. Here's the thing, like, yeah, it's listen, it's against PRX. I think being eliminated is not a big deal, but taking 0 map wins, no matter what the bracket was like, when Boom has already taken a map off T1, right? Like, just pure anti. They're able to just pure anti and get a map. And things like that. I mean,
still are at risk. They're still
I think
there's a long road to try to get over to Bangkok.
I think
this is a squad that
that's when you have to kind of look back at yourselves and be like, do we need to change something?
For a very long time, and they do not want to start
looks deflated and mad
by missing out on Bangkok.
The thing is can he really be though? Because like it's his heroics that carry them far so many times. Like it's like I said, it's just no info. They just play with their assumptions. I mean, I wish there was more to say for ZETA division. I really do.
Win against ZETA division. Congratulations, Forsaken. I'm gonna have you on the stage. PRX의 포세이큰 선수 만나보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
It is a darn shame.
깔끔한 2대0 승리를 가져가게 됐습니다. 사실 첫 경기 팀이 전체적으로 좀 무겁다라는 그런 느낌이 들기도 했는데 오늘 완벽하게 돌아온 폼을 보여줬거든요. 먼저 T1전 이후에 어떤 피드백이 있었는지 그리고 현재 경기력에 대해서는 어떻게 느끼고 있는지 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Congratulations, Forsaken. Now I feel like you guys are back in form. Maybe the first game wasn't the team's best day at work. So what were the talks after the T1 series, and do you feel like PRX is definitely back?
I would say we are back because usually after we go into lower bracket, which is always happen, we just keep improving, and like we know what's the biggest mistake, and we try to learn from it. I would say now we're back.
The angry Rex, right? 페이퍼렉스 돌아왔다라고
Yeah,
해도
angry
괜찮을 것
Rex.
같다고 얘기를 하는데요. 사실 페이퍼렉스가 이렇게 한번 좀 패배를 경험하고 나면 그런 큰
Yeah, I mean, I guess you gotta wait. I guess you gotta wait to see. I guess you gotta wait to see what Jancho's able to do once he lands. But
돌아온 것 같다고 자신 있게 얘기를 했습니다. 자, 그럼 이어서 포세이큰 선수 오늘 또 바이스를 보여주기도 했는데 이렇게 되면서 발로란트에 있는 모든 요원들을 한 번씩 다 다뤄본 것 같고 또 오프시즌 경기까지 합치면 정말 모든 요원들을 다 플레이한 거거든요. 포세이큰 선수 이런 신체 연구하는 게 좀 지치지는 않는지 지겹지는 않는지부터 살짝 물어보고 싶네요. You played Vice today. It's like you completed the game. I mean, including the off-season matches, you played every single agent there ever is in Valorant. Do you ever get tired of studying and running new agents?
I mean, I don't think so because I really liked it. I really like to try new things, you know, and try to experiment a bit.
maybe a bit too much. Yeah.
항상 좀 실험적인 거 그리고 새로운 걸 하는 걸 좋아하기 때문에 지치지 않고 지겹지도 않는다고 얘기를 하는데 자 그러면 이 전문가 포세이큰 선수가 느끼기에 바이스의 최대 강점 현 메타에서는 어떤 거라고 생각하는지도 물어보고 싶네요. Okay, now Professor Forsaken, I'm gonna ask you, coming from a flex player that's played every single agent, what do you think Vice offers in the current meta?
I think Vice is really broken. I would say. In terms
Broken.
of the wall and the flash is really good, and even the wall is really annoying. So sometimes we have to like change a bit of the gameplay if people use.
I mean,
Vice.
yeah.
I think overall it's really good, yeah.
But I think she forces a big
일단
meta shift, I
바이스가
think.
월도 그렇고 그리고 플래시도 굉장히 좋기 때문에 진짜 사기인 요원 같고 현 메타에서는 특히나요. 그리고
Why is she
상대가
dressed like this?
바이스를 한다면
Because
우리 쪽에서는
Korea
좀 거기에
celebrates
대응하기
Lunar
위해서
New Year,
완벽하게
so
좀 플레이 스타일을 바꿔줘야
Lunar
하는
New
그런
Year
번거로움도 있기 때문에
this week.
바이스가 굉장히 좋은 요원 같다고 얘기를
So I think
했습니다.
probably today and tomorrow they'll have the interviewers wear hanbok, I guess, which is the traditional Korean garb.
한 경기
Obviously,
이후에
this is a
태오를
much
좀
more
내려놓은
modern
모습이었는데 어떤 결정이었는지도
variation.
물어보도록
But
할게요.
these days there's like also some modern variations for broadcast and
You
stuff.
dropped him immediately after that one game.
Yeah,
so
why did he drop
was
him?
That? You know, did you feel like it didn't suit PRX's style? Maybe the agent needs a little bit of more study, or you know, what was the reason?
Actually, I just want to play Sky today, since I think we have a lot of comms in Fracture.
Okay.
So
Poor Zeta.
I'm bored after the play Tejo.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just want to play Sky today.
Yeah, played one game,
did
already
get
bored of the
bored.
new
Yeah,
agent.
A little bit.
오늘 그냥 뭔가 느낌이 스카이 하고 싶어서 사실 프랙스 조합이 여러 개 있기
It's
때문에
the same
오늘
thing.
좀
It's just
태우는
it's based on the
질린다,
lunar
너무 많이
calendar, so it's
했다.
Lunar New Year. But in China they call it
많이
Chinese
했나
New
봐요.
Year, and
지쳐가지고
you know in the West people will call it
스카이를
Chinese New Year
하겠다고
because
해서 이런
a lot of the
조합을
Chinese
선보였다고
Americans will
얘기를
celebrate it,
하는데요.
and they'll celebrate it as Chinese New Year. But it's
사실 넷플도 그렇고
it is just
메타도
Lunar New Year.
그렇고 현재 페이퍼렉스에게 굉장히 유리한 것 같다라는 평가가 있음과
But China celebrates it much bigger.
이번 퍼시픽 정말
China celebrates it much
역대급으로
bigger.
치열하거든요. 이번 킥오프 좀
Korea
어떻게
has
흘러갈
gone
것
back and
같은지,
forth on
그리고
like
특히나
whether they put
견제되는
importance
팀이
on Lunar New
있는지
Year or
마지막으로
not, or
물어보도록
just the
하겠습니다. You know, a lot of people say the meta and the map
Roman
rules
calendar New Year,
strongly favor
but
PRX.
I think
At
Korea
the same
settled on
time, though,
celebrating Lunar New Year.
Pacific
But
is
China, it's like a
insanely competitive this year.
whole
So, you know,
like
how do you
week-long
feel
festivity.
about PRX and kickoff? And is there a team that you would like to watch out for?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think the map pool is really good for us, but at the same time, there's like new agent coming also like Tejo, and I think some teams still figuring out how to play that agent and fight as well, right? But in kickoff, I would say maybe T1.
T1? Okay.
Since we lost to them,
T1.
yeah.
Alright. 일단은 뭐 메플이
The respect
페이퍼렉스는 하지만 이렇게 좀 신챔이 둘이나 새로 메타에 들어왔기 때문에 이제 좀 상대 팀들도 그리고 다른 많은 팀들이 앞으로 이 바이스와
Yeah,
태오를
I mean, I think PRX can make a lower bracket run because, quite frankly, their lower bracket is suddenly looking kind of nice, yeah.
그런 흐름이라고
And Zeta and then
얘기를
G or
하면서
DFM?
팀은 아마 T1이지
I mean, if
않을까라고
GE
얘기를 했네요.
plays to their
오늘
strengths,
페이퍼렉스
it could be a
팬미팅
fun
있나요?
match,
You guys have
but
fan meet and greet planned? Do you know?
I'm not really sure, but I think we should be have. Yeah.
Okay, well,
Just
we'll
wait
see.
for it,
We'll
yeah.
see downstairs maybe. 페이퍼렉스는 팬미팅이 있는지
No,
없는지
Zeta,
모른다고
yeah, no,
하지만
Zeta's bracket was rough, man.
1층에서 팬미팅을 진행한다고 하니까요. 팬분들 많은 관심 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다.
I mean, Zeta and Boom, basically,
we're not
right?
100% certain about PRX fan meet and
Zeta
greet,
and
but
Boom
for
basically had the
Zeta
same
Division
bracket,
fan,
just reversed
Zeta
order.
Division
So
fan meet and
I think they
greet
had
が
probably
1回に
the toughest.
用意されていますので、多くの関心お願いします。That's my short Japanese, but 関心부탁드리고요. We're gonna sign off here.
Japanese I thought was getting
Thank
better
you,
and
and
better.
Thank you.
I think it was just the sentence was really long, so she couldn't memorize it.
좋은 밤 되세요. 새해 복 많이 받으세요.
Thank you so much to our trilingual host, Jen Lee, flexing a little bit of the Japanese. Wow, that's a
Yeah, nobody
that's a
expected
real
Zeta
skill
to win,
have.
to be very fair.
Much like all of these skills that we're seeing right now from PRX on this map.
No, I think GE can beat DFM. I think they can, but
I think Jen has taken the same approach to languages.
I mean, can they keep up with PRX? Is, you know,
impressed with what Forsaken's been able to do.
I think
very impressed with what
I would favor GE more than Zeta. I would favor GE more than Zeta for sure.
Has been the
But
Jet one-man carry with
I think there is still going to be a pretty decent gap.
Just doesn't feel like Zeta is ready for a team like PRX and quite ready to be a competitive team inside of Pacific. You know, you wouldn't be expecting to play PRX
so like,
in the lowest round.
you know, if GE beats PRX, I would be surprised, but not like a holy, like if Zeta beat PRX, it would almost be like, wow, PRX is bad this year, you know what I mean? Like, no offense to Zeta, but like, I'd have to think it's both the Zeta playing well and PRX playing like crap, whereas if GE beats Zeta, I'd be like, oh wow, like, okay, GE at their best looks really good, you know what I mean? Like, that's what it would be.
It just wasn't there consistently enough to be able to get that win today. We saw highlights, but we need to see them be more stable to let this team have deep runs in tournaments.
To be fair, I don't think
Yeah, that's a good point. We'll have to see how GN does tomorrow. That's lots of pressure on the kid.
Any team has ever said that, but you know what?
You know, maybe a little bit unfair, but I mean that's just how VCT goes.
That they had in their hands. Yes, you're absolutely right. Depp had a great showing, so I think you're pretty happy with your, you know.
I don't know if you can really say it's like high risk, high reward.
As we saw in the interview for the lower bracket run.
But anytime you play a chamber, like you need your chamber to get kills, but you also need to set up your chamber. Like, yeah, like if you consider that high risk, sure. But on Lotus, I think it has a lot of good map theory. But I mean, again, I think Talon broke it really well on their attack, and then they just adapted too late. I think they adapted too late to how fast Talon was breaking apart the setups. Right, a lot of these games that we've seen with the Vice and the Deadlock, just alone those two, the reason it looks so oppressive is because teams are like, whoa, like the sheer wall, like what do we do about it? And they keep like dancing around it, but they never really do anything about it. So then it's like you just have free info. You're just like, well, they're not here, guys. Like they're not coming in here, because even if they do, it's only gonna be like 2 guys, because it's gonna be really hard for them to get all 5 people over the wall.
A lot of stress. After elimination match, that's incredibly stressful. But it seems like, you know, from the interview we saw that Forsaken, he's almost excited to do it.
Yeah, for sure. And to just touch back on Depp, I mean, he had some great.
Yeah, I liked the comp on paper, honestly. I never got to see many play Triple Sentinel, but I liked the comp on paper. I think it makes sense. I just think Talon knew how to play against it. I really do. And obviously, yeah, like you could have won more duels and such as well. Like that would have helped, but yeah, it just looked like Talon was really well drilled. I said that on the cast too, right? I was just like, I think Talon looks one of the best drilled against a Vice Lock, let alone, you know, whether the chambers there or not actually just didn't really matter, because they were breaking apart the Vice Lock portion so much that at that point it's really hard for Darion alone to put enough pressure on one side of the map.
And this is a big issue, really,
So
I found for Zeta this series, and something that you see from a lot of newer teams as well. This round on Lotus that they lost was
we need Fnatic Depp.
What round is that? This is like round 16, almost the exact same
do
point
we?
in the game here on Lotus.
Do we need Fnatic Depp?
On Fracture, rather, they do get ecoed as well. So going into the second half, starting
yeah, chat. So we have a Patreon set up. Honestly, I've been thinking about what else I want to do with it. I do want to do more stuff with it, but obviously right now with kickoff going on, and me having to actually go to the studio a couple times, I haven't had much time to really bunker down and kind of plan things out. But in the future, like I plan to add more stuff onto Patreon, whether it's through different tiers or just as added content. So
now it's
The Patreon's there, but really the main purpose is like, I know some people like maybe you're in Korea like me, like you can't use Twitch, or maybe you don't want to give Twitch as much money and you'd like me to take more of the money than Twitch, then Patreon's great for that. YouTube's there as that option as well. So there are all those options, but in the future, I think I want to try to add more like exclusive content on YouTube and Patreon, like together. So Twitch will always be here as like the main source for the live stuff and chat, but if you'd like to try to support the content I want to try to do, then there are other options there. So go check them out. I mean, you can always you should always at least subscribe to the Patreon just so you get the updates, so you know when things are coming, and then obviously I'll announce stuff on Discord as well. Are you on the next plat chat? Yes, I'm on the next one as well. Tomorrow, I think, after Pacific. Which is better, Solo Viper controller on Bind or Triple Sentinel on Lotus? Triple Sentinel on Lotus. Nope, Triple Sentinel on Lotus can be good. I would argue that Triple Sentinel on Lotus can be good.
Honestly, in my mind, you could pick any one of PRX to be match MVP that game. It felt very consistent from everybody.
You love giving money to these big corporations.
A down game, no one had to get carried all the way through that game. But Divai, a very deserving match MVP, like you say, very consistent.
Pretty much, and you know, you also have those vibes from PRX. Again, if they're feeling good, it means that if you are against them, that is not.
I mean, I didn't watch
because you don't want them smiling.
MAD playing, but on paper, Triple Sentinel has options, whereas Solo Viper.
The odds were stacked up against ZETA at this point. We look at our bracket.
It doesn't have as many options, right? You can fight and you can win, but you don't have as many options. I would argue that Triple Sentinel does.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm looking forward to
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's worth. I don't think it's worth really, because here's the thing: is that like, I really think if they played against a team that wasn't as good about breaking down even just the Vice Wall, I think that game looks different. Like that alone is huge. So I think
it's crazy to me that RQ are even in the lower bracket with how well they're playing this tournament.
Yeah,
I think if they got just a couple more rounds on defense, I think if they adjusted earlier on defense, I think that map looks different. I do.
Really have to make some magic happen to get your way through it. I think it's a very similar story with DFM and GE, where they have a tough road ahead of them now. It's very, very long after losing in that upper bracket, so they need to start hot. They need to get that momentum, because I think the winner.
No, I know it worked for MAD. I'm just saying I haven't watched the matches, so I'm not even basing it off of that. I'm just saying even just on paper, I was excited to see the composition from GE.
Who indeed worked magic over here on our little game on my own team, and it looks as though Pilski.
The Divai MVP.
The Divai MVP. All right, chat. I think that's going to be it for today. Let's see here. I gotta rest my voice for tomorrow because I'm gonna be back at the studio tomorrow. Pilski's really staring into our souls right now, but. What? No, we already listened to this song. Well, that one's way too jolly. All right, there we go. Get ready for the flashbang chat. 3, 2, 1. Do you believe that Abyss was bait for Talon? What? I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure what that means. Anyway, yeah, so yeah, Patreon's up. Let's see. YouTube membership is up, so there's other options for you guys. Always appreciate all of it. Appreciate all the new subs today and the YouTube memberships today. Thank you. Always a pleasure. We're gonna hop off today, and then I'll be at the studio tomorrow. So you also see me on the cast tomorrow again, and then during the week, this week I probably won't stream as much. I'll probably stream on on Tuesday and Thursday, maybe. But Wednesday is Lunar New Year, so I'll be out visiting family, so I won't be able to stream on Wednesday. Cool. He's revisiting the tier list. All right, let's see what he says. Let's go to TMV. All right, tell him he's wrong, chat. Let's go tell him he's wrong. Let's go tell him he's wrong and his opinions are invalid because he thought Wolves would be good. All right, chat, that's the message. Sounds good. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it always. Hope you guys have a good one, and I will see you all tomorrow on the official broadcast.